will be a Starfreelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Let's work with editing people. First, let's go to our client project. Let's go to our person repository and let's create a method that will allow us to update a person. For that, we can go to the genre repository and we can take this method and reuse it. From here, just that we're going to say update person, and person here. And now let's go to our index people component and let's come here and let's work on this link. We should point to edit person, person edit, and let's paste that here. And we're going to put here the ID of the person. And now let's go to the edit person component and let's inject our person repository, person repository, and let's delete this and let's put await here, task on initialized async, await, actually I meant async here and await here, person repository get person by ID, and we're going to pass the ID of the person, and we need to create this method into our person repository. Let's go here, and of course we need to also pull this into the interface, and now let's come here and let's say public async task person get person by ID, int ID, and we can do the same trick that we did in the movie repository in which we had this generic method. And now that I think about it, we can have this method into the other repository, or we can reuse this method from different repositories. One way of doing that is using an extension method of HTTP service. So let's do that. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Helpers, and let's say new item, class HTTP service extension methods, and let's make this class static, and let's put this here, and we're going to make this method static, but we will make it public, and we're going to extend this HTTP service, and we're going to name this get helper. And now let's come here to the movies repository and we can delete this, and we're going to say HTTP get helper. And now as you can see, this works, and we can do the same here, get helper, and now we can reuse this extension method from the person repository, and that way we're not repeating code. Await HTTP service get helper, and we want to return a person, and again we want to do the following. We want to say URL/ID, and we need to put this into the interface. So let's say pull get person by ID to the interface, and now we can come to edit person, and we have this working, and here we can do the following. We can say await person repository, and we need to make this async and return a task, and we can say update person, and of course I can say inject navigation manager, navigate to, and we want to navigate to the index people, which is located in people. And now let's go to the people controller and let's work with our two new endpoints. The first one is going to be an HTTP GET, which will allow us to retrieve a person by its ID, return await context people, first or default async ID equal to ID, and again we're going to put this in a variable so that we can say if this variable is null, we want to return a 404, otherwise we want to return the person. And now let's create our put method here, the one that will help us update the person. We want to say put public async task action result put person, and we're going to do the following. We're going to say person DB, which is going to be the same person but from the DB, from the database. First or default async person ID, and if this person DB is null, then we're going to say return not found, The reason why we are doing this is because we want to use AutoMapper to map the values of our persons, of this person and this person. This will allow us to only update the values that changed. There are other ways of doing this, like using HTTP patch, but here we are going to use this trick. Now let's go to the Solution Explorer, and as I said, we are going to use AutoMapper. So let's go to our server project, manage NuGet packages, browse AutoMapper, dependency injection. You want to choose AutoMapper extensions Microsoft dependency injection. We're going to use the version 7 and we're going to install this. And now we can go to the startup class in the server project here to configure AutoMapper. For that, we're going to do the following. We're going to say services at AutoMapper, and we're going to bring this namespace, and now we're going to say type of startup. And now, in order to use AutoMapper, we have to use profiles. With profiles, we can configure the mapping between types, because with AutoMapper, what we do is to configure mapping between entities. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to the server project, and here we are going to create a new class. We are going to call it AutoMapper Profiles, and we are going to inherit from profile, and we will bring AutoMapper, and here on the constructor, we are going to say create map from person to person, and we are going to say for member picture we want to ignore this mapping. The reason for this is because remember that we only want to update a picture if the user changes it on the front end. So now let's go to the people controller, let's go here, we have to inject the AutoMapper service on our controller. For that, let's say iMapper, mapper, and let's initialize this field, and let's go down here, and let's say person db equal to mapper, map person to person db. Here what we're doing is that we're mapping this person that we have here into this person db that we have here. Now if a string is null or empty or white space, person picture is null, that means that the person does not want to update the picture of the person, so we don't do anything in that case. But if it is not null or white space, we do the following. We can bring this code, and now we can say person db dot picture await file storage service edit file person picture jpeg people, and we want to delete the person db picture. Now this is why we are ignoring the picture from the mapping, because if you don't ignore it, then you are going to get this picture replaced by whatever value the person brings, which in this case will be the base64 representation of the image. Now let's say await context save changes async, and let's return no content. Now let's compile our application and let's go back to Google Chrome, let's refresh the page and let's test this. Let's go here, let's edit Samuel L. Jackson, let's put a 2 here, and let's update its image. For example, let's put whatever image we can find, for example this one, just to make a test. Let's submit, and if I go back here, and you can see that we have Samuel L. Jackson 2, edit, and we have the picture of this person. Now let's update this back to the correct actor, and let's update his name, submit, and as you can see, we have Samuel L. Jackson here. Now I can go to people, and remember that Tom Holland doesn't have a picture, and now let's say Tom Holland, submit, and if I go back here, now he has a picture. Let's work on updating movies. The first thing that we're going to do is to update this button so that it redirects us to the edit movie component. So let's go to Visual Studio and let's open our individual movie component, and here we have that edit button, and we're going to add an href which will redirect us to the edit movie component, which is here in movies edit. So let's copy this and paste it here, and let's say movie.id. And now let's work on our edit movie component. Let's see what we need. We need that when we load this component, we get the information of the movie, the not selected genres and the selected genres of the movie, and also the selected actors of the movie. For that, we're going to need a new endpoint that is going to fetch all that information. So let's go to the movies controller class. Let's come here and we're going to reuse this method that we have here. What we're going to do is that we're going to create a new endpoint, but that endpoint is going to reuse this endpoint that we have up here. So let's say http get update /id, and let's say public async task action result, and we're going to create a DTO in just a moment. For now, let's say put get int id, and let's say bar movie action result await get, and we're going to pass the ID of the movie, and if movie action result dot result is not found result, then we're going to return not found from here. And then let's say movie detail DTO equal to movie action result dot value, and let's say selected genres IDs, which are the genres of the movie. So for that, we're going to say movie detail DTO genres, and we are going to select only the IDs of the genres to list. And now we are going to fetch the not selected genres from the database. And the not selected genres are those that are not in this list of genres IDs. So for that, we are going to do the following. We are going to say not selected genres equal to await context genres dot where negation selected genres IDs contains the ID of the genre to list async. And then these are the not selected genres. Now let's say model, and now we need our DTO. So let's create a DTO. Let's come here. Let's go to the shared project. DTOs. Let's create a new class. We're going to name it movie update DTO. We're going to make it public. And this class is going to have for properties movie, a list of person, which are going to be actors, a list of genres, which are going to be the selected genres, and another list, which is going to be the not selected genres. And now let's come here and let's use that DTO. Let's say new movie update DTO, and let's say model movie dot movie detail DTO movie model selected genres. These are going to be the movie detail DTO genres model not selected genres, and these are going to be these not selected genres that we have here. And for actors, we are going to use our movie detail DTO actors, and we're going to return this model. And of course, we need to say here movie update DTO, and that's it. Now let's go to our front end, and now we need to inject our movies repository. So let's say inject movies repository, and we need to use this endpoint that we just created from our movies repository. So for that, we are going to go to our movies repository, and we are going to add a new method. So let's come here. Let's say public async task movie update DTO get movie for update int ID, and we're going to copy this line and paste it here. But we will change this to movie update DTO, and let's go back to the movies controller, and let's use update from here /update, and this is the URL of our endpoint. Now let's go back to our edit movie component, and let's use this new method. So what we're going to do, we're going to use the onInitialize lifecycle method, but we will use the asynchronous version. So let's say async here also, task here. Let's delete this, and let's say await movies repository. And as always, I have forgotten to add this method to the interface, this method, pull get movie for update to the interface. And now let's go back here, dot get movie for update, and let's pass the ID of the movie ID, and we need to say here var model. And now let's say movie equal to model.movie, and we need a list of people here. We can delete this, by the way. Private list of person selected actors, and let's go down here and say selected actors equal to model.actors selected genres equal to model.selected genres, and not selected genres equal to model not selected genres. And here of course we need to pass selected actors. Finally, before testing, let's go to the movies repository because we made a mistake here. This URL is for get movie for update, so let's paste that here and let's fix this here. Now let's compile the application and let's go to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. Let's click on edit here, and here you can see that we have Spider-Man, trailer, release date, picture, great movie, the genres and actors. Because this movie didn't have any genres, we're not getting anything here, and it also didn't have any actors. So let's go here to Inception just so that we see that we are getting action here and Samuel L. Jackson character 1. So our podGet method is working. Now let's work on actually updating the movie. For that, let's go to Visual Studio, and here in the movies repository let's create an update method. So we can copy this code from the person repository class. Let's take this and let's paste it here, and let's say update movie, movie here, and movie here. And now what we are going to do is that we are going to put this into the iMovie repository, and now let's go to our movies controller and let's create our put method here. Let's remove these breakpoints and let's create a put method here, http put. This method is going to be very similar to the one that we have in the people controller. So what we are going to do is that we are going to take this code from here and we are going to paste it here. But now we need to update this from person to movie, and this to movie, and this to movie.db. And now we need to inject AutoMapper into this controller. So let's come here and let's do the following. iMapper, mapper, let's initialize it as a field. Here we need to say poster, poster, movie poster, and here we need to say movie, movies, and here we will say poster and poster here too. And of course we need to change this to movies, which is the name of the container that we have here. We can create this as a variable at class level, just so that we don't have those magic strings floating around. So let's say private string, container name, movies, and now let's copy this and let's paste it here, container name and container name. Now we need to configure AutoMapper so that it can handle this mapping here. So for that we are going to go to AutoMapper profiles and let's say create map from movie to movie. And for member, just like we did with person, we're going to ignore the poster, option, ignore. And then let's go back to our movies controller. And here we're going to do the following. Remember that a movie can have genres and actors. We want to update those lists also. So what I'm going to do, because we can do it in our case, is that we're going to delete all the movie genres and movies actors records from our table that correspond to this movie. We are allowed to do this because it doesn't make a difference and it makes our life a little bit easier. But if in your case you could not do that, you will have to iterate every single movies actor and movies genres from here, from the movies that you're receiving, and see if you need to update some, or if you need to add some new ones, or if you need to delete some. But in our case we can do this, and this should be async here. But in our case we can just do this. So let's say, let me go to the application DB contest so I can get the names, movies actors and movies genres correctly. We can say movies actors where movie ID equal to movie ID, and we're going to do the same for movies genres where movie ID equal to movie ID, semicolon here. And here it says that this method is obsolete, so we should use execute SQL interpolated async. So let's do that. Let's say execute SQL interpolated async, and we got rid of that error. And now let's go up here and let's copy this logic and let's paste it here, and let's say movie.moviesActors equal to movie.moviesActors, and the same for movies genres, movie.db movies genres equal to movies genres. And now we can go to the edit movie component and we can use our repository. Let's say await movies repository, and we can do async task here. And now let's say await movies repository update movie, and let's send the movie. And let's use navigation manager to redirect the user to the details movie component. Navigation manager, and let's go to the create movie component because I want to reuse this line of code. And let's go back to edit movie component. Now let's change this for movie ID. Now let's compile our application and let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh this page, and now let's see that we can update this. Let's say Inception 2. Let's change the release date for 2 weeks ahead. Let's add comedy, and let's say that Samuel L. Jackson is going to be character 2, and let's add Tom Holland here. And let's say that he was some dude. Let's save changes, and now as you can see we have Inception 2 and Samuel L. Jackson as character 2 and Tom Holland as some dude. And we have comedy and action. And we can do the same for Spider-Man. Let's say comedy and action, and let's say Tom Holland, and he is Peter Parker. Save changes, and we have comedy and action and Tom Holland. And finally, let's remember to update Inception, and let's remove comedy from here. Save changes, and that's it. In this video, we are going to learn how to delete records from a database using Entity Framework Core. The first thing that we are going to do is to add a delete method to our iRepository interface, specifically to every interface of a repository that we have. We are going to start with the genre repository. So we are going to say here task delete genre, and for deleting a record we only need its ID. So let's say int ID here. And now let's go to the genre repository and implement this method. And we have it here. So what we are going to do is that we are going to use a code similar to this one, but here we are going to use delete. And here we will pass a URL like the following. We are going to say URL slash and the ID of the movie. And we can delete this. And now we need to add a delete method to our HTTP service class. So let's go to helpers HTTP service and let's create the following method. Let's say public async delete, and we are going to say var response HTTP await HTTP client, and we are going to use the delete async method. The delete async method is going to allow us to send an HTTP delete to the database. So let's pass the URL and let's say return new response wrapper success and the HTTP response. And now let's put this in the interface. And with this now the general repository should compile. Let's make this async, and as we can see everything is working. Now we can implement this functionality. For that we are going to go to pages, genre, index genres, and we are going to use this button here. We are going to say onClick, and we are going to use a lambda expression so that we can pass the ID of the genre to a delete genres method. So let's say delete genres item.id, and let's create this method. Let's come here and let's use the repository to say await genre repository delete genre, and let's pass the ID, and that's it. Finally, we have to go to the genre controller and implement with Entity Framework Core an HTTP delete method, and you are going to see that this is really straightforward. Let's say HTTP delete public async task action result delete int ID, and we need to put this here, this route parameter, and we can do the following. We can say var genre equal to context await context genres first all default if genre is equal to null. Then we can return a 404 otherwise, context, remove, genre, await, save changes async, return, no content. And that's it. Now we can test this. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. We have our application here. Let's go to genres. Let's create a new genre. Let's say test, and let's delete it. And as you can see, nothing happens, but if we refresh the page, then the test genre was deleted. And now what we are going to do is that we are going to go back to Visual Studio, and we can put this line of code here, so that we get again the list of genres. So let's do that. Now let's compile the application. Let's come back here, and let's repeat the test. Test2, delete, okay. And as you can see now, the genre was removed successfully from the list. Now let's do the same for the person entity and the movie entity. Let's start with the person. This is basically the same that we just did. Person repository. We can copy this. We can refactor this so that we can modify the person repository. Now let's go to our people component, our index people component. On click, let's implement this method. And now let's go to the people controller, and we're going to put a method here that is similar to the one that we use in the genres controller. So we're going to copy this and we'll paste it here, and we're just going to rename a few things. And that's it. Now let's do the same for movies, though movies is a little bit different in the sense that we don't have a list of movies, but our delete button is in the individual movie component. So let's go there, individual movie component, and here what we are doing is that we are invoking the delete movie event callback, which means that we have to go to the movies list component. Now let's go here, and here is where we can delete our movie. So we need our movies repository here, and we need to modify it so that it can handle the deletion of a movie. Again, we are going to copy a method from another repository, and we will put it here. And now let's put this in the interface, iMovies repository, and with this we can go here and say, instead of just remove, we can also say await movies repository, delete person should be movie, and let's go to the repository and update that. And now let's go here and let's say delete movie, and let's pass the ID of the movie. Let's say movie.id. This should be iMovies repository. Now let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application. And now let's go to people. Let's create a new person, test person. And let's go here and let's submit. And let's delete the person. And as you can see, we deleted the person. And let's do the same for a movie. Test movie in theaters. Let's choose whatever image. And let's save changes. Okay, let's go here. And let's delete this. And as we can see, we have a 404 because we forgot to add the delete method in the movies controller. So let's go to Visual Studio and let's go to the movies controller and let's create the method. So let's do that right away. Let's go here, let's copy this, and let's say here movie, movies, and let's compile the application. Let's refresh here, delete, and the movie was deleted. If we want, we can go here and we can go to the repositories, and we can notice that this code is being repeated throughout different repositories, which means that we could implement the same strategy that we did here with the helpers. We could have a delete helper which will encapsulate this functionality. As I said before, we are doing it this way. We are using repositories and interfaces because in the future I am going to implement a dual architecture in our project in which I will combine Blazor server side and Blazor on the client side. But if you are not going to do something like that, you may not need this flexibility. So you may be okay by using the HTTP service directly from your components. In our case, we cannot do that, but it could be something that you could do. In this video, we are going to implement pagination. The idea of pagination is the following. If we have too many records, we should not show them to the user at once. We should segment them into several pages so that the user can navigate through the pages of our records. Now we only have 2 persons in our database, but if we have 1000 records, it will not be wise to display those 1000 records because A is going to be overwhelming for the user, and B, it is going to waste resources of our application. It is going to waste CPU resources and bandwidth resources. So let's implement pagination in Blazor. In this video, we are going to work with the client side and the server side part of our pagination solution. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, and the first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to create a class, a DTO, that will encapsulate the page in which the user is in and how many records to display per page. So let's say pagination DTO, and let's say public int page, and by default this is going to be equal to 1, and records per page, and by default they are going to be 10. And now let's go to the people controller. Let's say people controller, and we're going to put this here as a parameter. Let's say pagination DTO, pagination DTO, pagination DTO, and we need to use from query because we're going to use query strings. Now, what do we need to make a pagination from the server side standpoint? We need to know how many records are there in the database so that we can divide the total amount of records by the amount of records per page. That way, we are going to be able to calculate how many pages we want the front end to display. Now, because pagination is something that we will want to reuse in different parts of our application, we are going to create a method that is going to handle this operation. The first thing that we need is to have a queryable. With the queryable, we will be able to make queries to a specific type. In our case, this will be for people, but in another method, we could paginate for movies or for genres or whatever. Now we have the queryable here, and now we are going to create a helper method in a class that will handle everything related to extracting the pagination information from this queryable. So for that, let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Server, we are in the Server, Helpers, and let's create a new class. We're going to name it HTTP Context Extensions, and we're using HTTP Context because we want to write how many pages we want the front end to display. So let's make this static because we're going to implement a static method. So let's make an extension method. So let's say task here, insert pagination parameters in response, and we're going to use generics. So let's say this HTTP context, iQueryable, and we're going to receive an iQueryable of t because, as I said, we want to reuse this functionality in different places and for different entities. And let's say int records per page. Now let's say if the context is null, then we want to throw an exception. Now we want to count the amount of records from the queryable. So for that we can say double count await queryable count async. Total amount of pages is going to be math ceiling, and we're going to divide count by records per page. And then we're going to write the total amount of pages into the header of the HTTP response. So let's say HTTP context response headers at total amount of pages and this to string. And now let's use this from our people controller. Remember that we just did an extension method of HTTP context, and now let's pass the queryable and the records per page. So for that, we're going to say pagination DTO records per page. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to use the methods skip and take into the queryable. But because again, this is something that we may want to reuse, then we can do the following. We can say Solution Explorer, we can create another class, we can encapsulate this new functionality. Let's say queryable extensions, let's make it static, it will return an iQueryable of t, we will call it paginate, and we're going to extend iQueryable of t, and we're going to say pagination DTO, and we're going to say queryable skip pagination page -1 times the amount of records per page, and we're going to take the amount of records per page. So what we're doing here is that with these methods, we're implementing pagination using Entity Framework Core. Here we're saying that we want to skip a certain amount of records and that we only want to take this certain amount of records. So if we are in page 1, 1 minus 1, 0, 0 times whatever is 0, therefore in page 1 we are not skipping any records and we're taking the records per page amount. And now let's use this method here. Let's go to People Controller, let's use the queryable, and let's say queryable paginate pagination DTO. And with this, we now have this functionality that we can reuse with every entity in our application to paginate records. Now what we want to do is that we want to have a way to consult this information. For that, we are going to go to the client project, to our iHttp service extension methods. We are going to create a new instance of the getHelper, but this one is going to use the pagination DTO as a parameter. So let's bring this namespace, pagination DTO, and what we are going to do is that we are going to build a new URL, one that has the query strings page and record per page. So let's say string new URL. If URL contains a question mark, it means that the URL already contains query strings, therefore we just want to append two new query strings. So let's say in this case, new URL equal to URL and page comes from here, and let's copy this one, pagination DTO page and records per page, pagination DTO records per page. Else, we're going to do the same, but here we're going to put an interrogation mark. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to reuse this line of code from here because we need to be able to extract the total amount of pages from the header of the HTTP response. And we can do that like this. As you can see here, we're saying response, HTTP response message, headers, get values, total amount of pages, and this total amount of pages comes from HTTP context extensions, total amount of pages, and first or default. And now, what are we going to return from this method? We would like to return the response, in our case the list of people, and the total amount of pages. One way of doing that is using an out parameter for the total amount of pages. But in our case, what we're going to do is that we're going to create a new class that will encapsulate all the information that we need. So let's go here, let's go to DTOs, and let's create a new class. We will call it paginated response, and it's going to be generic. Let's make it public, and this is just going to have two properties. It will be a response and a total amount of pages. And now let's go back here, and let's say paginated response, and we can do the following then. And by the way, let's use new URL here. We can say paginated response equal to response. We can call this HTTP response so it is more clear, and total amount of pages, and we can return this. And now let's use this method from our people repository. So let's come here, let's go to the person repository, and let's use the pagination DTO as a parameter here, and let's bring this namespace, and here we will use return HTTP service get helper, and we will pass the URL and the pagination DTO, and we need to await this. And here we are going to say paginated response, and this should actually be list person here. And now we need to modify the person repository so that this returns a paginated response, and let's bring this namespace, and pagination DTO is going to be a parameter. And if we go back here, you can see that we don't have any more errors here. And now this method is using pagination. Now let's make a test. First, we're going to compile the application, and we should receive some errors because now we need to send pagination DTO here and here. So let's say pagination DTO, and for now we're just going to pass this as it is. here and here. And this is going to return a paginated response. So let's say var paginated response. And from that paginated response, we can say people equal to paginated response, response. And of course, we can say console write line, paginated response, total amount of pages. And we can do the same here. Let's copy this and paste it here. Now let's test this. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application. And let's go to people. And if we press F12, you are going to see that we have 1 here. That 1 comes from the total amount of pages that we can display. And the total amount of pages in our case is 1 because we only have 2 records. Of course, if we come back here and we say something like records per page 1, if we only want to display 1 record per page, it means that now we are going to have 2 pages to display. So let's come back here, let's refresh the page, and now as you can see, we're only displaying Tom Holland because we're only showing 1 record per page, and here we have our 2, which is the total amount of pages. So that means that we have worked successfully on the pagination from the server side. Now we need to work on the pagination from the client side. Now let's create a component that will allow us to navigate through the pages of our pagination system. For that, let's go back to Visual Studio and let's go to the Solution Explorer. And because this is not going to be a routable component, we are going to create that component in the share folder. So new item, Razor component, pagination, and we're going to do the following. The pagination that we're going to do is similar to the one that exists in the Bootstrap page, which we can see right here. As you can see, we have a previous button, the pages in the middle, and a next button. Of course, we can put as many buttons as we want, but in our case, we are just going to use this as a guidance. And besides that, we have here that we can have disabled buttons. So for example, if we are in page 1, we shouldn't be able to click on previous. If we are in page 2, then page 2 should be shown as active. So let's do that. Let's go here and let's do the following. The first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to define the parameters of our component, which are these ones. The current page, which is the page in which the user is in, page 1, page 2, etc. Total amount of pages. The radius. The radius is related to the following concept. For example, here we can see that we are in page 2 and we're only displaying page 1 and 3. And let's suppose for a moment that there are 5 pages in total. We don't want to display the 5 pages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the same time, but we only want to display 1 page below and 1 page above the current page. That is the radius. The 1 is the radius in our case. We can have a radius of 1, 2, 3, etc. The reasoning behind the radius is that if we have, for example, 100 pages to display, we don't want to display 1, 2, 3 all the way through 100 because it will not look good. So with the radius, we can determine how many pages to display. So let's go back here, and so that was the radius. And we have event callback selected pages, which is an event that is going to be fired when the user clicks on a button like previous, after, or a specific page number. Now I am going to create an internal class here that is going to encapsulate all the information related to a specific link. So we're going to create this class, which is going to be called link model. And link model, as you can see, have information like the text. The text refers to the text to display in the bottom. For example, it could be previous, next, or the page, like 1, 2, 3. And we have, of course, the page to which the button is linked to. We have enabled, which means that a button is not disabled, and active, which means, in our case, the current page in which we're in. Now we're going to create a method that is going to be called load pages, in which we're going to generate our links. So let's create a property here, which is going to be called links. And in our load pages method, we're going to say new list link model. And the first thing that we're going to do is to work on the previous button or the previous link. So we're going to do the following. We're going to determine if the previous link or button is going to be enabled. And we determine that by saying current page is different than 1, which means that the previous button is going to be enabled if we are not in the first page. And the page of the previous link is going to be the current page -1. And so we can add the link in this way. We can say previous page if it is enabled and the text of the link, which in this case is going to be previous. Now we need to iterate in order to display the pages in the pagination component. We're going to say from 1 to total amount of pages, and we're going to say if we are inside of the radius, so we are in a greater than position than the current page and the radius, and less than the current page plus the radius, then we want to add a new link, and we will say new link model I, and it is going to be active if and only if the current page is equal to the page that we are iterating. Again, with this we're working on the logic that determines what links to display, which are the ones that are inside our radius. Now let's go back here and let's continue. Now we're going to work on the next link. So we're going to say it is enabled only if. So now we're going to work on the next link. We're going to say it is enabled only if we're not at the final page. The next page is going to be the current page +1, and we're going to add it to our list of links. And now we're going to use this list of links to display our links up here. For that, we're going to do the following. We are going to say a nav, and on order list, we're going to do a for each, and for each link, we're going to generate a list item. And as you can see, we have that if the link is not enabled, then we're going to use the disable class, and if the link is active, then we are going to use the active class. And here we're displaying the text of the link. And if I click on a link, we're going to fire this selected page internal method, because we want to do some pre-validation before firing our selected pages event callback. So let's say private async task selected page internal link model link, and we're going to do the following. We're going to say if the user clicked on the current page, then we're not going to do anything. And if set link is not enabled, then again we're not going to do anything. And finally we're going to say current page equal to link.page, and we're going to fire our selected page invoke async, and we're going to pass the page. Though instead of pages it should be page. Let's say selected page. And now let's use this component inside of our index people. We're going to do the following. Pagination, and we're going to say current page is going to be equal to pagination DTO page. Total amount of pages is going to be a field that we will create in just a moment, and selected page is also going to be a method that we're going to create in just a moment. Now let's come back here. Now let's copy this and let's paste it here. Total amount of pages, and we're going to say here, we can delete this. Total amount of pages equal to paginated response total amount of pages. And now let's create our method selected page private async task selected page in page, and we're going to say pagination DTO equal to page equal to this page await, and we're going to centralize this operation. We're going to create a new method private async task load people, and let's cut this and let's paste it here. Await load people. Let's do the same here. Await load people, and here we're going to say also await load people. And now if you remember, we have records per page equal to 1, which means that we'll be able to navigate between our two people from our database. And finally, before testing, we have to go back here and we have to invoke our load pages method from our onParameter set lifecycle method. So let's say protected override void on parameter set, and let's say load pages. And now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and let's go to people, and as you can see, we have that we can navigate between our people, though we're not displaying the total amount of pages 1 and 2. So let's go back here, and let's see that we need to change this to an less than or equal to, and now let's recompile the application. Let's go back here, let's refresh the page, and as you can see now we have previews 1, 2. If I click on 2, I go to Samuel L. Jackson or 1, and as you can see, if I go to 1, previews is disabled, and if I go to, let's click on next, now previews is enabled and next is disabled. So as you can see, we have implemented a generic pagination which works with any kind of entity. It doesn't matter if it is for people, for genres, for movies, it works for every single data type. Let's implement our filter movies component. The idea here is that we will be able to filter movies by either its title, the genre, if it is an upcoming release, or if it is in theaters. And also we want to be able to paginate those results. And if I write, for example, a spider here, and I press filter, I want a query string here that says something like title equal to a spider. This is important because this makes our search results shareable for our user, so that he can share this URL or he can bookmark it, and this will keep the results as they are. So let's do this. Let's go back to Visual Studio, and we will start working with the backend. Let's go to the movies controller, and we're going to create a new action. So we're going to say HTTP post. We're actually going to use an HTTP post because we want to send a lot of parameters. If you don't want to use post, you can use get and use from query, just like we did in a previous video. So let's say filter public async task action result list of movies filter, and we're going to create a class that it is going to contain all the filtering options that we have for this method. So for that, we're going to create a class in our DTOs folder. So let's come here and let's create a new class. We will call it filter movies DTO, and let's paste the following code. We are going to be able to send page, records per page, the title, the genre ID, if it is in theaters, and if it is an upcoming release. And now let's go here and let's say filter movies DTO, and let's implement this method. We are going to use a movies queryable, so movies queryable, context movies as queryable. We're going to use deferred execution, which means that we'll be constructing the query by parts. We're going to say if filter movies DTO title, and we want to say a string is null or white space. If it is not null or white space, then we want to filter by title. If the title property is empty, it means that we don't want to filter by title. So let's say movies queryable where x.title contains filter movies DTO title. Now let's do the same for in theaters. We're going to say filter movies DTO in theaters. Then we're going to filter by the movies that are in theaters. So movies queryable where in theaters. Let's do the same for upcoming releases, where release date is greater than today, and if genre ID is different than 0, then we're going to say movies queryable equal to movies queryable where, and we're going to use our navigation property. So let's say movie genres select genre ID contains filter movies DTO genre ID. See how easy it is to use properties of navigation or navigational properties to make queries that involve several entities. Here we're querying the movies that have a specific genre. So we're saying movies genre select the genre ID and contains the genre ID that we're sending. Now after doing the filtering, it is then that we can use our methods for pagination. because we need to filter and then paginate. If you do it the other way around, first paginate and then filter, it is not going to work. So let's say insert pagination parameters in response. Let's say movies queryable and filter movies DTO records per page. And let's put this in another line. And let's say movies await movies queryable. Remember that we have a paginate method that makes it easy to paginate with entity framework pagination to list async. And we need to do an await, which we have here. And let's say return movies. As you can see with this method, we are filtering our movies. Now let's go to our movies repository and we're going to create a new method that will allow us to consume this filter endpoint. So let's say here, public async task paginated response list of movie get movies filtered. And we're going to pass as a parameter our filter movies DTO. Filter movies DTO. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to say var response HTTP equal to await HTTP service. Post, we're going to do a post because we define our endpoint filter as a post. We're going to say URL / filter and we're going to pass our filter movies DTO and we're going to receive with that a list of movies and a total amount of pages. So we're going to use a paginated response list of movie and we're going to say response equal to response HTTP response and let's go to HTTP service extension methods and I want to copy this line of code and let's paste it here. Let me change this for response HTTP and now let's use this here. Total amount of pages. And here we need to say list of movies. Filter movies DTO and list of movies because this is the data type that we are sending to the server and this is the data type that we are receiving, the list of movies. And now let's return the paginated response. And that's it. Now all we need to do is to first put this in the iMovies repository. And now let's go to our movie filter and let's start working. The first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to create an edit form component which is going to encompass all of this. So let's say edit form component and let's put this here. The idea is that we're going to take advantage of our filters movies DTO class that we have. So let's say model filter movies DTO and we're going to create a field right now. Filter movies DTO, and we will initialize it. And now we need to bind this value to filter movies DTO dot title. Same here, filter movies DTO. Same here, filter movies DTO dot upcoming releases. And let's delete this and let's put this in the following line so you can visualize it better. And finally, with in theaters, we're going to say filter movies DTO in theaters. This will make it easier to work with our movie filter component. Now what we need to do is that when we click on the search for movies button, we need to invoke from our repository our filter method. So let's remove this repository that we don't need anymore and let's use our movies repository. And let's come back down here. And I believe we need also a genre repository because we're hard coding this genre here. So let's go back here and let's say inject a genre repository, and let's use them. Let's start with the genres. Let's say genres equal to await repository, await genre repositories, get genres. And we need to use onInitialize async and let's make this task and async here and let's do the same for movies. And for movies let's use await movies repository gets movie filtered and let's use the filter movies DTO. Just that this returns a paginated response, which means that we have to do the following. We're going to say paginated response movies equal to paginated response response. And let's encapsulate this on a private method. Let's copy this and paste it here. And let's say await load movies. And if we compile the application, and let's go down here, and let's delete this. And now let's compile the application, and let's go to Google Chrome, and let's refresh the page. As we can see, we have our two movies, Spider-Man and Inception. Now let's work on the filter functionality first. Let's go back here. We have this search for movies method, which is the one that is fired when we click on the filter button. What we're going to do is that we're going to delete this, and we're just going to say load movies. And we're going to say await async task. Now let's compile the application, and let's go back here, and let's refresh the page. And let's say, for example, a spider. Let's click on filter. And as you can see, we're filtering by Spider-Man. Now let's work on the clear button. Let's come here. We're going to repeat this, but for our filter movies object, title, genre ID, upcoming releases, and this should be an integer, and in theaters. Now let's check this out. Let's compile. Let's go back here, refresh. Now let's look for genre. So let's see comedy and action. So only Spider-Man has comedy. So let's filter by comedy, filter. And as you can see, we have a Spider-Man here. And if I click on clear, this was clear, but we're not getting back Inception. That is because we have to do here a load movies async task. Here let's also say await async task, and this is ready. Now let's work on the pagination. Let's put our pagination component here, pagination. We need to pass the current page, which comes from the filter movies DTOs page, the total amount of pages, which is going to come from a field, and the selected page method that we're going to create in just a moment. Let's create this field. We can delete this. Now let's create a field, and let's assign it here in load movies. And now let's say selected page, private void, selected page. This should receive a page. Page will be equal to new page, and await. Let's make this async load movies. And let's do our experiment. Let's say records per page equal to 1, just to see that our pagination is working. Back here, refresh. And as you can see, we have only Spider-Man here, and our pagination component here. And if I click on here, we can navigate through our pages. Now, of course, let's delete this, and let's continue. Something that we said we need is that we want to write on the URL whatever the user is filtering with. For that, we're going to create a new method that is going to be called generate query string, and we're going to do the following. And what we're going to do is that we're going to initialize a dictionary, query strings dictionary, which is going to be a dictionary of string, and we're just going to use it in such a way that we will have to write less code. So let's say query string genre ID equal to genre ID equal to genre ID to a string, and we're going to do the same for all of our fields like title, in theaters, upcoming releases, and page. And let's say here title, in theaters, upcoming releases, and page. And now we're going to do the following trick. We're going to say default values, and we will make a list of strings. The idea here is that I only want to generate a query string value for those keys from here that have a value that is different from these default values that we have here, which are false, an empty string, and 0. And now I can say the following. I can say a string join. I will join by the ampersand symbol, query string dictionary, where default value does not contain the value, to lower, select, and let's use a string interpolation, and here we are going to construct the query string, the key equal to the value, though we are going to use system.web HTTP utilities URL encode because we need to encode this value since it is going to appear in the address bar of the user. And let's say to array. And that's it. Basically with this, what we're doing is that we're generating a query string like the following. Something that will say genre ID equal to 5, ampersand title equal to a spider, and so on. and I can invoke this method from here. We can say generate query string var query string. If it is not null or white space, then I'm going to say query string equal to query string. And now we want to write this on the address bar. So we're going to say navigation manager. We need an instance of the navigation manager. Navigation manager. And here I can say navigation manager, navigate to, query string, and this URL that we have here, this route that we have here, and here. And we can concatenate them. Something we have to do is to come here, and in title we have to say an empty string if this is null, because otherwise we can get an exception from this line of code. Now let's compile the application and test this. Let's go here, let's refresh the page, let's write a spider, let's click on filter, and as you can see we have title equal to a spider. And if I remove this and I press enter, you can see that a spider got removed from here, and now we have inception here. Now the important thing about this is that now if someone enters this page like this, we want to have a spider written here by default, and of course the spider filter applied. And that is what we're going to do now. So let's go here and let's work here on the initialize. We want to read the query strings from the URL. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a helper method that will do this task. So let's create a new class. We'll call it navigation manager extensions. Let's make this class static. And here we have the getQueryStrings method, which is going to take the query strings and is going to convert them into a dictionary of a string. And this is the whole method, and it returns setDictionary. Now we're going to use the dictionary from here. We're going to say query strings equal to navigation manager get query strings navigation manager URI, which is the current URL. Now if query strings is equal to null, then we just want to execute our load movies method as usual. Otherwise, we need to take this dictionary and fill our filter movies with it. So we're going to implement a method called fillFilter with query strings, and we're going to receive here a dictionary of a string queries query strings, and we're going to paste this code here. As you can see, we're asking the query strings dictionary if it contains the general ID key, and then if it does, we're populating the corresponding field with its value. And we'll do the same for title, in theaters, upcoming releases, and pages. And now we can use this method here, and we can pass query strings. And now let's say await load movies. We can write this in another way. We can say not equal to, we can move this to this place, and we can put this out of here. And so we have less code. And now let's compile the application and see if we're correctly taking this spider from here. Let's refresh the page, and as you can see we have a Spider-Man here and a spider written here, which means that we're obtaining this from the URL. And if I go to here and I click on comedy, you are going to see that we're filtering by comedy. This is why it is important to be able to read values from the address bar and apply them to our component.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In this video, we are going to fix a bug in our application. The idea is the following. Blazor has a diffing algorithm that allows it to differentiate one entity from the other, though sometimes this algorithm needs our help to work correctly. For example, here we have Spider-Man and Inception. If I click on Spider-Man, I go to the Spider-Man page, which is fine. If I go back to search movies and I write here Inception and press enter, we have Inception here. If I click on Inception, then we are in Spider-Man Far From Home, which is obviously an error. As I was saying, the problem is with the difference algorithm or diffing algorithm, that is not capable of understanding what's the difference between this movie and this other movie. So what we do in this case is to use that key attribute that will allow Blazor to use a parameter of our movies to differentiate one movie from the other. In our case, we will use the ID property of the movies class. So let's go to Visual Studio and let's go to the movies list component, which is where we have our for each. If you remember, the for each is inside the generic list component, but it doesn't matter because what we need is to tell Blazor that one individual movie is different to another by means of the ID of the movie. So, as we said, we're going to use this key attribute that we have here, and I am going to say movie ID. Basically, I am saying two movies are different if they have a different ID. And with that, we have fixed our bug. Let's compile the application, and let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page, and let's repeat the sequence. Let's say Spider-Man, Spider-Man, search, Inception, Inception, and as you can see, the bug has been fixed. In this module, we saw that we can use the HTTP client service to have a specialized class to make HTTP requests. Any configuration we make in this class is universal for our application. We saw that we can configure Entity Framework Core to create a database from our models. In addition, we can use the same Entity Framework Core to perform a CRUD on our database. We saw that in Azure Storage we can save images as blobs and save the URL of those blobs in our database. Pagination helps us segment the result set of a query into several parts so that the user is not overwhelmed by hundreds or thousands of records. Finally, we saw that we can filter or sort our queries generated with Entity Framework Core. Much of our application is already finished. We just need to work on the issue of security. Not all users will be able to create a movie on our website, much less delete them. A user system is the first step to only allow certain people to perform certain actions. Hello, my name is Felipe Gavilan, and in this module, we will create a user system. We will begin this module by exploring the concept of the authentication state provider, which is the part of Blazor through which we indicate the authentication status of a user. Later, we will see how to use authorization controls both at the Web API level and at the Blazor level. We will also implement our botting system. Then, we will learn how to use roles to define specialized roles among our users. In this video, we are going to configure our project so that it can use authorization. We will start talking about authorization from the client side of our application. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, and here we see that we have our blazormovies.client project, which is our Blazor WebAssembly project. And here I will right click and I will go to Manage NuGet Packages, and then I'll go to Browse, and I will install this package, Microsoft SPNet Core Components WebAssembly Authentication. And I'll click on Install, Accept. Now let's go to the program class inside of the client project so that we can configure the services for authorization. So let's go here to our configure services method, and here I will say services add authorization core. And then in order to have access to all of the types, components, classes, and so on from authorization, we have to go to the imports file. So let's go here, imports, and now let's write the following. Let's say using Microsoft SPNet Core components.authorization. Now, how does Blazor WebAssembly knows if the user is authenticated or not? There is a special class that tells Blazor that, and it is called the Authentication State Provider. With the Authentication State Provider, as its name implies, we get the status of the authentication of the user. For example, if the user is authenticated, then besides that, we also get the list of claims of the user. A claim is a piece of information about the user in which we can trust because we trust the entity that issued the claim. An example of a real-life claim could be in your driver's license card. you could have your name, and because that card was issued by the government, then we can trust that the name that appears in that card is your name. We do the same with claims. We trust the information that it is on the claims. So let's create an authentication state provider to indicate that we are authenticated into the application. For that, let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's create a new folder. We will call it Auth. And the first authentication state provider that we're going to create is going to be a dummy one, because we only want to do some testing. So we're going to say dummy authentication state provider. Later, we're going to create a real authentication state provider, which is going to work with the JSON Web Tokens generated by our Web API. But for now, we just want to explore the authorizations components in Blazor. So in order to indicate that this class is an authentication state provider, we have to inherit from authentication state provider. Let's bring this namespace. And now we need to implement the abstract class. For now, we're going to define ourselves as anonymous users. So let's say anonymous new claims identity. And we're going to bring this namespace. And we're going to say return await task from result. And we need to make this method async. So we're going to say new authentication state, new claims principal, and here we'll put our anonymous claims identity. Now the reason why we're anonymous is because we are not using an authentication type here in the claims identity. You can see that we have authentication type here, and if I fill something here like test, this will mean that we are authenticated under this authentication type, and therefore we are not any longer anonymous. And besides that, we can pass a list of claims, which will be then the information about the user. This could be its email, its name, if it is an admin user, if it is a normal user, etc. But for now, let's delete this and let's stay anonymous. The next step is that we need to serve this class from our dependency injection system. For that, we have to go back to the program class here, and in the configure services method, we're going to say services are scoped, and I'm going to say authentication state provider control dot, and I'll bring this namespace, comma, and I'll say dummy authentication state provider control dot to bring this namespace. And something else that we must make sure is to have this HTTP client service configured as a singleton. This is something that we're going to need in the future, so let's do it now. Now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application and see what we get. And as you can see, nothing is different, everything is the same. That is because we're not doing anything with the fact that the user is anonymous. There are three states for authorization, which are authorized, not authorized, and authorizing. Authorizing means that we are still retrieving the information that says if the user is authenticated or not. While that is happening, we get a message that says authorizing in the screen. Now, we're not seeing anything related to authorizing in our application because we haven't configured our AppRazor file so that it takes into account the fact that the user can be authenticated or not. For that, let's go back to Visual Studio. Let's come here. Let's go to the AppRazor file. And here, as you can see, we're using route view here. When we are going to use authorization, instead of using route view, we should use authorized route view. So let's say authorized route view here. And this means now that inside of the component, of whatever component that we are using, we can access information regarding if the user is authorized or not, or if it is in an authorizing state. Remember that we are here in the found component, which means that this only applies to when a routable component was found for a specific route. If we want to have the same information here in the not found component, we can use cascading parameters. Specifically, we can use cascading authentication state, which is a special component that will allow us to have the authentication state of the user on the inside of the component, because here we have cascading parameters. If you remember, cascading parameters will allow us to retrieve those parameters from any internal component. And now that we have this, let's compile the application and let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page and you will see that again, we don't have anything different. We don't even have something that indicates that we are in an authorizing state. The reason for that is that we are immediately returning the word anonymous from our dummy authentication state provider. If we want something different, for example, if we want to visualize that we are in an authorizing state, we can do the following. We can come back here, we can say await, task, delay, and let's put 3 seconds here. And now let's compile the application. And with this, we're saying the following. We're saying that for the first 3 seconds, Blazor is not going to know what is the authentication state of the user, which means that the user will be in an authorizing state. After 3 seconds, we're going to return this, and then Blazor will know what is the authentication state of the user, which in our case is anonymous. So let's go back here, let's refresh the page, and as you can see, we have authorizing here. That is because the user is in an authorizing state, and after 3 seconds, we get our component displayed. Now how can we personalize that message? We had an authorizing message, but what if I want to have something different here? Well, for that, we can go back to Visual Studio. Let's go to the AppRaiser component. Let's expand this authorized view component, authorized route view component, and let's say authorizing. And here I can put whatever I want. I can put a message, I can put a component like we did here, I can put whatever I want. For example, I can say something like text custom authorizing. And now let's compile the application. Let's go back to Google Chrome, let's refresh the page. And as you can see, we have custom authorizing here. Now that we have a way to say that the user is authenticated or not, let's see how can we define a special content that depends on the authentication state of the user. Let's use the authorized view component in order to define what is going to appear for the user depending on if they are or not authenticated. For that, let's go back to Visual Studio. We are in the index component, and as we said, we are going to use the authorized view component, and here we can define what is going to appear if the user is authorized, or what is going to appear if the user is not authorized. For example, if the user is authorized, I want to say you are authorized, and if it is not authorized, then I want to say not authorized. Now, if we compile the application and we go back to Google Chrome and we refresh the page, we are going to get the message custom authorizing, and after that we get not authorized. We are not authorized because if you remember from our dummy authentication state provider, we're indicating that we're anonymous. And we said in the previous video that we can pass a parameter here in order to indicate that we are indeed authorized. And we can write whatever we want. We can write test and that will be enough, because this just marks the authentication type that we're using. Let me remove this since we're not using anymore. And now let's compile the application and let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. And here we have you are authorized, which means that we are indeed indicating that the user is authorized by passing an authentication type. We are not limited to just saying that a user is authorized or not. As we said, we can use claims in order to indicate information about the user. For example, I can come here and say new list claim. I will make a list of claims here, and a claim is just a key value pair. We can say claim key 1, for example, and value 1. I can put whatever I want here and here. Now, this is a claim key that I just invented, though there are standardized claim keys that we can use. For example, there is a claim key for the name of the user. So let's say new claim, and let's say claim types dot, and here we have some predefined claim keys. For example, we have name, email, role, authentication method, etc. Let's use name, and let's say that my name is Felipe. And in order to get this information from our component, we can do several things. One of them is to say context user identity, name. And as you can see, if you paid attention just a moment ago, we have claims here, which means that through claims, I can access whatever claim I want. Though there are some claims that because they are so important, we have ways to access them directly. For example, as we just saw, the name claim. Let's compile the application. Let's go back here. Let's refresh the page. And here, as you can see, we have you are authorized, Felipe. And if I have a custom claim, then I can use the claims property. Now, we are not limited to saying that a user is authorized just because he is authenticated. This is certainly limiting because not every user, just because is authenticated, it means that he can access everything from our application. There may be parts that we only want to be available for certain users. For example, admin users. For that, we can say here roles, and I can write the name of the role that the user must have in order to be considered authorized. Now, if I compile the application and I go back to Google Chrome, and if I refresh the page, we can see that we are not authorized anymore, and we are not authorized because we are not admins, but we can indicate that we are admins through the claim that we just saw, the role claim. So let's say claim types, role, and let's say admin. And now with this, we can compile the application again, and we can go back here, refresh, and we are authorized again. Now that we know how to customize the UI, depending if the user is authorized or not, let's use that knowledge to hide these buttons here and these menu items here. Let's start with the buttons. Let's go here. I will cut this from here. I am going to go to the individual movie component, which is where we have our two buttons. Let's paste this. We don't need the not authorized because we only want to display the buttons if the user is an admin. If the user is not an admin, then we don't want to display anything. So let's paste this. And although these buttons should only be available for those that are admins, because we have not yet implemented our role system, we are going to remove this, but we will add it back later. Now let's go back here, and for a moment I will delete this, which will make me an anonymous user. It doesn't matter if I have claims. What matters is that I have an authentication type indicated. Now let's compile the application and see this. Let's go back here, let's refresh, and as you can see now we don't have the buttons here. Now let's do the same for our menu. Let's go back here, I will copy this, I'll go to the nav menu component, and I want to hide genres, people, and create movie. So let's put this here, let's remove this, and let me paste this here. Now again, let's compile the application, let's go back here, let's refresh, and as you can see now we only have home, counter, fetch data, and search movies. If we want, we can remove counter and fetch data since we don't need them anymore. Let's refresh the page, let's go back here, refresh, and now we only got home and search movies. Though there is a problem. If I go here and manually put genres, you can see that we still have access to this component. What can we do about it? Well, we can use the authorize attribute in order to protect routable components. In this video, we are going to learn how to use the authorize attribute in order to protect a routable component. For example, here we have the index genres component, and although it is not visible on the nav menu component, we are anyway able to access the routable component through the URL. But we do not want this. What we want is that if an unauthorized user tries to enter this component, then he should receive a "you are not authorized" message. For that, we can use the authorize attribute at the component level. So let's come here and let's say attribute authorize, and we need to have access to the Microsoft ASP.NET Core authorization namespace in order to have access to the authorize attribute. Since we are going to use this in several places, we will cut this from here and we'll put it on the imports Blazor file. And now, as you can see, we are protecting this component. Let's compile the application and see this. Let's come back here, let's refresh the page, And as you can see, we have not authorized access to this component, which means that we're protecting it. Of course, just like we saw with the authorized view component, we're not limited to just say that you have to be authorized in order to have access to the component. We can say, for example, roles, admin, and then only admin users will be able to access this component. For now, we're not going to use this because we have not created our user system. Now, one question you may have is, how do we customize this? For that, we can go back to the AppRazor file, and here, below authorizing, we can put not authorized, and then we can say something like custom not authorized. And with this, we will have customized the message that the user sees when he is not authorized. And of course, as we did in the not found component, we can use a custom component if we want. Now let's come back here, let's refresh the page, and as you can see, we have custom not authorized. And of course, if we go to our dummy authentication state provider, and I provide an authentication type, we will be able to access the component. And as you can see, we can access the component. Now, let's use the authorized attribute in every routable component that we want to protect. And notice please that I have been mentioning routable the whole time, because you cannot protect with the authorized attribute components that are not routable. For example, the Genera form component, which is not routable since it does not have the paste directive, cannot be protected with the authorized attribute. But we can protect other components like create genera, edit genera, and so on. So let's go to index generas, let's copy this, and let's paste this in every component that we want to protect. Edit person, create person, edit genera, and so on. And now all of our components are protected. We already know how to use the authorized view component so that we can define what is going to appear in the UI depending on the authentication state of the user. Now, we want to access this information, the authentication state of the user, from C# code. For example, let's go to the counter component, and I'm doing it like this because we remove it from the menu, and we have a button here which we can click, and as you can see, we're adding one every time we click on the button. We already know this, but what is going to be new is that if the user is not authenticated, then we want to subtract by 1 from this number that we have here, and if the user is authenticated, then we want to increase this number by 1. So as you can see, we're going to define some functionality depending on the authentication state of the user. So let's go to Visual Studio, let's go to the counter component, and if you remember, we're using partial classes to have the code of this component into a counter class. So let's go to counter_razor.cs, and here we can work. Whatever we're going to do here, we could also have done it on the Razor component, but we're going to do it here in the class. In a previous video, we mentioned that we have access to a cascading parameter that allows us to determine the authentication state of the user and to get its information, like its name, email, claims, etc. So what we're going to do is that we're going to say cascading parameter here, authentication state, and we're going to bring this namespace, authentication state, get and set. And now here in the increment count method, which is the one that fires when we click on the button, we want to say the following. We want to say async task. We're making this method async because this is a task, and we want to unwrap the task by using await. So auth state, await, authentication state, var user, auth state dot user, and with this user, you can say user identity is authenticated. So this way, we are determining if the user is authenticated or not. And if I know that the user is authenticated, because we are in this block of code, we can say user identity, and for example, we can access its name, we can access its claims also from here. So as you can see, we have access to all the information about the user that we have in the list of claims. And I can say else. if we go to this else code block, it means that the user is not authenticated. So what we are going to do is that we are going to take this and we're going to put this here because we want to increment by 1 this counter if the user is authenticated, and if the user is not authenticated, we want to subtract by 1. And that's it. With this, we can compile the application and we will see that our functionality is working. Let's go here. Let's refresh the page. And now I'll click here and we're getting the counter being incremented because if you go back to our dummy authentication state provider, you are going to see that we have an authentication type defined here, which means that we are not an anonymous user. If I remove this and I don't have any authentication type, it means that now I am an anonymous user. And because I am an anonymous user, when I go back here and I click on here, you are going to see that we are now subtracting 1 from the counter. So this way, by using the cascading parameter authentication state, we can get a hold of the authentication state of the user from C# code. In this video, we are going to start working with our authentication system on ASP.NET Core. With this authentication system, we will be able to create users, have the users log in, log out, have roles, and assign users to specific roles. We are going to use the identity technology of ASP.NET Core. Specifically, we are going to configure Entity Framework Core to use identity. For that, we are going to go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to the server project and let's go to our application DBContext, which is our DBContext class. Here, instead of inheriting from DBContext, we are going to inherit from identity DBContext. And if I press Ctrl+, we are going to get install packages, and as you can see, we have Entity Framework and Entity Framework Core. I am going to choose, of course, Entity Framework Core. So let's say find and install latest version, and I'll press enter here, and that is going to install the necessary package for this to work. What this is going to do is that it is going to add a set of tables that will allow us to save users, roles, claims, and etc. Besides this, it is important for you to make sure that if you have an override of the onModel creating method, you need to have this line of code. If you remove it, you are going to get an error in the future. So do not forget to add this line of code if you don't have it. Now let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to the Startup class because we need to do some configuration here. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to come here to the Configure Services method and we're going to say services add identity, and we're going to pass the identity user and identity role here. Though if you have a model that inherits from identity user, you can pass that class here. But for us, it suffices to pass identity user, and I'm going to bring this namespace and I'll do the same for identity role. We need identity role for our role system. Now we're going to say Entity Framework Stores, and we're going to pass the application DBContext, and finally we need some default token providers. Now we're ready to apply a new migration. This migration is going to contain the authentication system tables of identity. So let's go to the Package Manager console. If you don't have it here, you can always go to Tools, NuGet Package Manager console, and let's add a new migration. We will call it Identity Tables. And as you can see, we have a table called ASP.NET Roles, which is going to contain the roles of our application, ASP.NET Users, which is going to contain the users of our application, etc. And now let's apply these changes to the database. So let's come here and let's say Update Database. And this is done, which means that now if I go here to the SQL Server Object Explorer to see my database, Blazor Movies, Tables, and here we have ASP.NET Role Claims, ASP.NET Roles, ASP.NET Users, and so on. And now we're going to configure the scheme that our users are going to use to authenticate in our application. In our case, we are going to use the Better Authentication Scheme using JSON Web Tokens. With JSON Web Tokens, we can allow the users to use a simple string to indicate who they are. We make that string and pass it to the user after they provide us their credentials. So if a user comes and say, I am Felipe and my password is this one, then after validating that information, I am going to send back a token, a string that will have an expiration date, and the user is going to be able to authenticate itself as Felipe as long as the user presents that token to us. So let's configure that. For that, we're going to say services add authentication, and we're going to say JWT better defaults. We're going to press Ctrl dot, and we're going to install this package, Microsoft SPNet Core Authentication Better. We're going to install the latest version, and now we can say authentication scheme add JWT better. And with this, we're going to be able to configure the better scheme using JSON Web Tokens. So let's say options, token validations parameter. I like to remove this and just bring this namespace. And we're going to initialize this object with the following values. We are going to keep it simple, so we are not validating user and audience, but this may be something that you want to do in a real scenario. We are going to validate the lifetime, of course, and the sign-in key, and we're going to provide a key for encrypting the JSON Web Token. This means that not every JSON Web Tokens is going to be valid in our application. The JSON Web Tokens must be encrypted with our secret key. So let's bring this namespace and this one, and we're going to define this JWT key in a configuration provider. A configuration provider can be a JSON file, environment variables, or even command line arguments. If you want to use them, you can go here to program and add them here, something like add environment variables. In our case, we're just going to use JSON file, so we're going to go to our app settings JSON, and we're going to say JWT key, and here we're going to put the key of our JWT encryption process, which is the one that we're going to use here. You need to put here a random key that is going to be secret, and it is important to be secret because otherwise other users, malicious users, could compromise the security of your application. And this key must be long enough. You cannot put just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here because it is going to throw an exception in this line of code. You need a really somewhat long key. Something like this should be fine. Now, let's go back here and let's continue working. We need to go down here because we need to configure two middlewares, one for authentication and one for authorization. So let's say app use authentication, and then after use authentication you need to say use authorization. The order here is important because before making the authorization you need to be authenticated. Authorization means that we are going to prevent the user to use certain resources like controllers depending on his authentication state and information. So for example, if a user is not authenticated, then he may not be able to create a movie. And later we will see that we can configure it so if the user is not an admin user, then he will not be able to create a movie. And because of that, we use the authentication step first and then the authorization step. Now we need to provide our clients a way to create and log in their users. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a new controller. So let's go here, let's go to controllers, and let's create a new class. We will call it accounts controller. We're going to inherit from controller base, API controller, route, API controller, and we're going to start by pasting the constructor, and through it we're going to inject a user manager, sign-in manager, and iConfiguration. We're going to use the user manager to create our user. We're going to use the sign-in manager to sign in our user, and the iConfiguration will be used to retrieve the JWT key that we created just a moment ago. Now let's create two endpoints, one for creating a user and one for logging an existing user. So let's say HTTP post, and we will say public async task action result user token. User token is a class that we're going to create in just a moment. Let's say create user from body, user info, and again user info is a class that we are just going to create in just a moment. The user info class is going to allow us to encapsulate the username and password of a user, and the user token is going to allow us to encapsulate the token string and the expiration date of the token. So let's create this user info class. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Shared, DTOs, and here we're going to create a new class, user info. Let's make it public, and it's going to have two properties, email and password. And now let's go back here, and let's bring this namespace, and now we can say user equal to new identity user, and we're going to say username equal to model.email, and email equal to email. And let's say result equal to await. We're going to use the user manager to create our user. Let's say create async to create our user in an asynchronous manner. And as you can see, we have to pass an identity user, so user, and the password of the user, so model password. If result succeeded, then we're going to create the token. Otherwise, we're going to return a 400 error, bad request, username or password invalid, or whatever generic error you want to send to the user. Now, as we said here, we're going to invoke a method that is going to build the token. So let's create that method. Let's go here. Let's say private user token, build token, and we're going to receive user info as a parameter. And from the user info, we're going to create the token. In a token, we are allowed to send as many claims as we want, though of course, if you send too many claims, you are going to make the token bigger, which may mean that your application may perform a little bit slowly, but if you don't have that many claims, this is not really going to make any difference. So let's create a list of claims that are going to be inserted in the token. We can say, for example, claim types name equal to user info email, and we can do the same for the email. This will be useful if you have different name and email for your users. Of course, just like we learned with our dummy authentication state provider, you can use whatever value you want. I can say my value here, whatever I want is going to be the value of this claim, and it is okay. Now we need to configure our credentials that we are going to use to sign in our JWT. So let's paste this code and let's bring this namespace. As you can see, what we're doing is that we're instantiating a new symmetric security key using our JWT key as its key. And we have here some signing credentials based on this key. Now let's define an expiration time. You can say something like daytime now, daytime UTC now. You can define it as days, seconds, years, etc. In my case, just to keep it simple, I'll define the expiration date to be 1 year from now. And now let's say JWT security token, and we're going to define these parameters. And finally, we are going to use our user token class to send to the user the token and the expiration time. So let's go here to the Solution Explorer and let's create a new class here, which is going to be called user token, and it's going to be public, and it will have two properties, which are going to be token and a datetime expiration. And now let's say return new user token, token equal to new JWT security token handler write token, token. And this is going to create the JWT, the string that the user can use to authenticate himself. And expiration is going to be equal to expiration. And let's put a semicolon here, and that's it. Now what we need to do is to say return build token model. And now let's do the same for a login method. Let's say HTTP post login method that also receives a user info parameter, bar result, await, signing manager. We're going to do a password signing async, and we're going to pass the email of the user, the password of the user. We're going to say is persistent false, and lockout on failure false. Of course, you may want to have this true for production. let's say if result succeeded, then we're going to say return build token user info. Else, this should be user info, return bad request, invalid login attempt. And that's it. With this, we have our authentication system configured. Now what we need is to put it in practice. For example, just to keep it simple, what we're going to do is that we're going to go to the movies controller, and we will say that we want to protect this endpoint that we have here. For that, we can use the authorize attribute, just like we learned that we can do in a Razor component. So let's bring this namespace and let's put here the authentication scheme that we're using, which is, if you go back here, you can copy it from here, JWT better defaults authentication scheme. And this means that if a user wants to consult this endpoint, it's going to have to provide a valid JWT. And now we can press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And as you can see, nothing appears here. And what we're getting is a status 401, which means unauthorized. We're getting this error like this because if you remember from our HTTP service extension methods, we have that if we get an error or if the response is not successful, then we're just throwing an exception. And that's exactly what we're getting here. Now, it doesn't matter if our dummy authentication type provider indicates or not an authentication type, because what we need to provide to the ASP.NET Core application is a valid JWT. So even if I say here that I am supposedly authenticated, that doesn't mean that I am going to be authenticated in our ASP.NET Core application. And as you can see, we have a 401 unauthorized error here. So now let's work on a real authentication state provider that is going to work with our ASP.NET Core application. In this video, we are going to work on a real authentication state provider that is going to work with the JSON Web Tokens that the ASP.NET Core application sends to us. So let's go to Visual Studio and work on this. Let's go here, let's go to the client project, auth, and let's create a new class that is going to be called JWT Authentication State Provider. And just like we did with the dummy authentication state provider, we are going to inherit from the class Authentication State Provider, and we're going to implement the abstract class. We will make this method async. And now the first thing that we need to do is to read the JSON Web Token value of the user. Now, where are we going to retrieve that information? Well, the flow will be the following. We are going to have a component, let's say a login component, that will allow the user to log in. When the user logs in, we are going to receive a JWT from the server. That JWT, we are going to store it in local storage. Now, from here, we want to read that value from local storage. If the value does not exist, then we are going to say that the user is anonymous, and if the value exists, then we are going to use it to indicate that the user is authenticated. So the first thing that we need to do is to create a helper for working with local storage. We can use these IJS runtime extension methods that we created in the past in order to encapsulate the functionality to work with local storage. In local storage, we will be able to save the token, retrieve the token, and remove the token. For that, we are going to paste the following methods: one for saving something in local storage, another for getting something from local storage, and a final method for removing something from local storage. Though another option would be to create an interface to deal with storing information on your client-side application. This will make your architecture more flexible, but for now, we're just going to use local storage. Let's come here and let's inject the IJS runtime service, IJS runtime, and we're going to bring this namespace. We're going to say JS, and we're going to initialize it as a field. Now let's say var token equal to u8eB8Jz0E6Z get from local storage, and we're going to bring this namespace, and we need to pass a key. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a key here, private read-only string token key, and we can name it token key, and we're going to use it from here. And we're going to say if there is no token, string is nor or empty token, then we're going to indicate that the user is anonymous. So for that, we're going to create another field here, with the authentication state of an anonymous user. We're going to say anonymous, and we're going to instantiate a new authentication state, claims principal. We're going to bring this namespace, new claims identity, and we're going to return that, return anonymous. Otherwise, we want to return an authentication state that indicates that the user is logged in and, of course, that it has the claims of the user. For that, we're going to create a new method. It's going to return an authentication state. We'll call it build authentication state. A string token is going to receive the JWT token as a parameter. And there are two things that we want to do here. The first one is to configure the HTTP client service so that every time we communicate with our web API, we want to send the JWT so that we get authenticated in the ASP.NET Core application. So for that, we're going to say HTTP client. We're going to bring this namespace and we're going to initialize this as a field. Then I'm going to come here and I will say HTTP client default request headers authorization equal to new this value, and let's bring this namespace and we're going to say better token. When we are using the better authentication scheme, we need to put in a authorization header the value better space and the token, and this is what we are doing here. Remember that HTTP client is a singleton service, therefore this configuration that we have here is going to be applied throughout the application. So wherever we use our HTTP client, we are going to be sending our better token. Now, as we said, we need to read the JWT and parse the claims from it. Right now, as we speak, this is not something that's part of Blazor, and although I expect it to be in the future, for now we can use the following code. As always, you can find this code from the repository of this course. This code was not created by me. I believe that it was posted by a Microsoft employee, so we are going to use that code to parse the claims from the JWT and use them from our Blazor application. Now we are going to use these parse claims from JWT method here. We are going to say return new authentication state, new claims principal, new claims identity, and we're going to say parse claims from JWT, and we're going to pass here the token, and we're going to put JWT as the authentication type. Remember that the authentication type is essential to tell Blazor that our user is authenticated. And with this we can come up here and we can return build authentication state and we can pass the token. And here we're missing a parenthesis and that's it. Now we need to configure this authentication state provider into our dependency injection system. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to the program class, and in here we can say authentication state provider. Here we have the dummy authentication state provider. I'm going to substitute it with the JWT authentication state provider. Now we need to give a way to the user to authenticate. So what I'm going to do is that I am going to create an interface. So for that, let's go back here, and in the auth folder I will create a new item, interface, and I'll call it iLogin service. Let's make it public, and it will return a task. Login string token is going to receive a token. We need a token in order to log in a user, and task logout will be the other method that will allow the user to log out. Now we need to implement this interface. I like to do it here in the JWT authentication state provider, since anyway we need to interact with this class from our iLogin service. So I find it more comfortable to just come here and put these methods here. So let's come down here and let's implement login and logout. This method must be async JS set in local storage. We want to store the token inside of local storage. So let's say token key, token, which is the token that we received from the ASP.NET Core application, and we're going to build a new authentication state based on the token that we just received. So token here, and now we're going to say notify authentication state change, which is going to notify Blazor that the authentication state of the user has changed. what this is going to do is that it's going to allow your application to react to this fact. So let's say authentication state. And that's it. With these 3 lines of code, now we're logging our user into our application. Now let's implement the logout method. Let's say async. We're going to say u8eB8Jz remove item from local storage, and we're going to say token key, and this is going to remove the token, the JWT, from local storage. And we need to say HTTP client default request headers authorization null. This will remove the bearer token from our HTTP client service. And finally, we need to notify authentication state change for anonymous. We're going to say that now the user is anonymous. And that's it from this class, but now we need to configure this service into our dependency injection system. But if you notice something is that we're using the same class for 2 different services. We're using the JWT authentication state provider for the authentication state provider service and the iLogin service. So what we need to do in that scenario, because we want to use the same instance for both services, we need to say the following. We need to say services are scoped JWT authentication state provider, and this is going to register an instance of the JWT authentication state provider, and we want to grab that instance and use it for the authentication state provider and the iLogin service. For that, we're going to do the following. We're going to say here provider lambda expression provider get required service, and we're going to pass JWT authentication state provider. What this is going to do is that it is going to grab this instance that we created here, and we have to do the same for iLogin service. So let's say add scoped iLogin service JWT authentication state provider get required service JWT state provider. And with this, we are using the same instance for authentication state provider and iLogin service of JWT authentication state provider. Now we need to create 3 components: a register component, a login and logout components. We will see that next. In this video, we are going to create a few components, one for registering, logging, and logout. We also need another component that will allow the user to have a few links to login, logout, or register, and also display a greeting message for the authenticated user. So let's do that. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Client, and in Share we are going to create a new component. Let's go to New Item, ASP.NET Core, Razor component, and we're going to call it Login Links. Here in this Login Links component, we're going to display the user the options to login, logout, or register. For that, we're going to use our authorized view component, because if the user is authorized, we want to display a hello message, hello, context, user, identity, name, and we can offer the user the option to log out. So let's say logout and logout. And if the user is not authorized, then we will give him 2 links, one for registering, so let's say register, and one for login. And let's give this some styling, nav link, button link, and we need to put this inside of the class attribute. And now let's put this login links component at the top of our application. For that, we're going to go to the main layout component, and here we're going to say login links. And let's visualize this. Let's compile the application. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application. And here, as you can see, we have register and login. So far, so good. Now let's start by creating a register component. For that, we're going to go to the Solution Explorer, and in Pages, we're going to create a new folder, and we will call it Auth. And here, we're going to create our register component, register. We're going to say here page register. And here we want to use a repository for our accounts, but we don't have one, so let's create it. First, let's go to the repository folder and let's create a new item, which is going to be an interface. We'll name it iAccounts repository. And now let's create a new class, which is going to implement this repository. Class accounts repository. And let's implement the interface. And here what we're going to do is that we're going to allow the user to log in and register. Let's start with the register method. So we're going to have a constructor that is going to use the HTTP service, HTTP service, and we're going to say public async task user token. We're going to receive from the ASP.NET Core site a user token. So let's say register, and we want to send user info as a parameter. Remember that the user info is the class that contains the email and password of the user. Now we are going to use the HTTP service to say var response equal to HTTP service post. We need to make a post, and we're going to send a user info, and we want to deserialize the response into an user token, and the URL is going to be, and let me create a field here, base URL API/accounts, and we're going to use string interpolation and say base URL /register, and we're going to pass the user info, and this is going to invoke our register user method from our accounts controller, which is this one. It's create, so let's come back here and let's say create, and now we have to await this, and if response is successful, is not successful, we can throw an exception if we want, and we can read the body. Otherwise, we will return the response. And of course, we can say HTTP response, just to be clearer. And that's it. With this, we are talking to our web API to register a user. Now let's put this method into the iAccounts repository. And now we can come here and say inject iAccounts repository, accounts repository. And now let's configure our iAccounts repository into our dependency injection system. For that, we have to go to the program class, and in here, in the configure services, we're going to say services add scope, iAccounts repository, accounts repository. And now let's go back to the register component, and let's start implementing it. Let's say inject. We're going to need the navigation manager and the iLogin service. iLogin service, and in order to be able to reference it from here, we need to use the following using Blazor movies client auth. And now we're going to create a form that will use the user info as a model. So let's say user info, new user info, and let's say private async task create user, and we're going to use the accounts repository var token var user token accounts repository, and we're going to await this register, and we're going to pass the user info. And now we will say await login service login, and we're going to pass the token user info token. And finally, we're going to use navigate to send the user to the home page. Now we need to build the form, so we're going to do the following. We're going to say model user info, and on valid submit create user. Let's say data annotations validator, and let's build our form. Let's say form group email input text user info email and validation message. And now we're going to do the same for the password field, but we don't have an input password in Blazor so far, so we need to create one ourselves, which is not that hard. So let's create a new component. We will call it input password, new item, ASP.NET Core, Razor component, input password, and here we're going to inherit from input base, and we're going to use any string, and the component UI is going to be an input type password. Current value comes from the input base and CSS class also. Try parse value from a string, value, out result, out validation, error message. In our case, it's pretty simple. We're not going to do anything actually. Validation error message null, return true. And now we're going to use this component in our register component. And we're going to copy this and paste it here, and just say password here, and here input password, and as you can see, it's the same basically, and password here also. And now let's create a new button, type submit, class button primary, and register. And now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application and test this. Now, by default, identity requires a password that contains uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and a non-alphanumeric symbol. So I like to use this one. So let's say register felipe@hotmail.com, and I'll use our password register. And as you can see, we have hello Felipe, logout, which means that we are indeed logged in. And now we can see our movies, which means that we have received a token from our ASP.NET Core application, and we're using it to authenticate ourselves in our ASP.NET Core application. So we're moving forward with our project. Now let's implement logout and login. Let's go back to Visual Studio. Let's start with the login component, which is really similar to the register component. Let's come here and let's create a new item, Razor component, login. It is so similar that we're basically going to copy all the code from here and we will paste it here, and we're just going to make some modifications like login here, accounts repository is fine, user info, this is all fine. We will change this for login, and I think that I have to put login here. Of course, in real life, your register and login forms may be different, but in our example, this is fine. The only difference is that here we're going to use login because we don't want to register a new user every time we log in. So now let's go to the accounts repository, and we're going to copy this method, paste it here, and we're going to say login. The only difference is that here we're going to say login, and that's it. Now I can put this method into the iAccounts repository like this, and now this should work. Now finally let's create the logout component, which is the most simple of the three because this only deletes the JSON Web Token from local storage. New item, Razor component, logout, let's say page, logout, code, and we're going to use the onInitialize lifecycle to fire some functionality at the moment the user comes to this page. We're going to say onInitialize async, and we need some services like iLogin service, which comes from Blazor movies, client auth, and we need also the navigation manager. And here we're going to say await, login service, logout, and below navigation manager, and we're going to navigate the user to the home page. And here we can say something like login out, and that's it. Let's press Ctrl F5 to compile the application, and let's go to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page, let's press logout, and now as you can see we get our 401 error. And if I press login, we are here, and let's put our credentials. Let me copy my password and log in. And here, as you can see, we have our index page again. Now, we put the authorized attribute in the movies controller here, just for convenience, but it is not realistic to have this here because we want even anonymous users to be able to visualize the front page of our application. So I'm going to move this up here at a controller level so that this authorized attribute applies to every single action of our controller. Though if we want to make exceptions, we can say something like allow anonymous, which is going to allow anonymous users to get into this endpoint. Let's see that we're going to need it from here too, so that the user can visualize a movie. We want the user to be able to filter movies, but this pod get or post or pod or delete are actions that are outside of the reach of anonymous users. So now let's come here, let's copy this, and let's go to the other controllers and put them here, and let's bring this namespace and this namespace also, and let's see that the user doesn't need anything from here. The user may need this for a page related to visualizing an actor, but besides that he doesn't need anything else from here. Now let's go to genres controller, and let's do the same, and let's bring this namespace, and let's also analyze this. The user does need this endpoint because the user should be able to filter by genres, and I think that should be it. Let me see if I'm not forgetting any other controller. Nope, everything seems to be okay. And now if I press Ctrl Shift B to compile the application and come back here, As you can see, we can see this page, but we are indeed logged in. So now if I press logout, I still can see the home page. I can see the individual page of a movie. I can see the genres here. I can filter by genres. I can see the actors. I can come here and see that I have access to all the genres. And as you can see, I can use whatever part of the application I need to be using as an anonymous user. It is only admin pages that are protected. Now that we have an authentication system in place, we're going to work on a rating system for movies.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In this video, we are going to create a rating system for our movies. The idea is that registered users will be able to vote for a movie. So they will be able to rate a movie from 1 to 5 stars. The first thing that we're going to do is to create a rating component. For that, let's go to the Solution Explorer, Client, Shared, and let's create a new item, which is going to be a Razor component, and we will call it Rating. And this component is going to have a few parameters, like maximum rating, which in our case is going to be 5, selected rating, which is the rate of the user, and an event callback that is going to send an integer on vote, which is going to send to the parent component that a selection has been made. Now let's create the UI for this component. We're going to iterate from 1 to the maximum rating, less than or equal to. We're going to say bar, star number, I. We need to do this because we cannot pass as a parameter this I, since this I is going to be edited on each iteration. That's why we have to create a local variable. Now let's say span, on click handle. We're also going to use on mouse over, and we're going to pass the star number. It should be a star. We're going to use a style, cursor pointer, and what we are going to do is that we're going to display a set of stars. Let's say Fei star, because we're going to use font awesome. Let's say selected rating is greater than or equal to I. Then this is going to be checked, otherwise null. The idea here is that if the user, for example, selects the star number 4, then we want star number 1, 2, 3, and 4 to be checked or to be highlighted. And this is what we're accomplishing with this. We need a question mark here. And now let's implement these events. Let's start with onClick handle, star number. A star number is like the rate number. So let's say selected rating, a star number. And I want to have a private variable that is going to indicate if the user has voted. So here I will say voted equal to true, and we're going to fire the onVote event. OnVote, invoke async, and selected rating. So we're notifying the parent component that the user has voted. Now let's handle this event, the onMouse over handle, because we want to have some sort of animation in which, as the user is hovering the stars, this gets selected. So let's say star number, and if the user has not voted, then we're going to say selected rating equal to a star number. Now what we have to do is that we have to add font awesome to our project. For that, we're going to go to the index.html file, and below Bootstrap I am going to copy this style sheet that points to font awesome version 4.7, and besides that I am going to go to our CSS file in the www root custom, because we need to define the check styling. Checked color, we're going to define this as orange. So if we hover over and start, it is going to get marked as orange. Now we can use this component. Let's go to our details movie component, and here we are going to use our component. We are going to receive from our endpoint the information regarding the voting of the movie and the user's personal rate of the movie. And now what we have to do is to work on an entity that will allow us to store movie rating. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Shared, Entities, and let's create a new class, Let's call it movie rating. Let's make it public. And this is going to have the following properties: ID, rate, rating date, movie ID, the movie, and the user ID that did the rate. And now let's go to the application DB context to add this entity here as a DB set. Movie rating, movie ratings. With this we can add a migration. Let's go to the package manager console, add migration. I'll call it voting, and let's say update database to send these changes to our database. And this is done. And now what we're going to do is that we have to work on an endpoint that is going to allow the users to vote. So let's create a new controller. Let's go here and let's create a rating controller, and this is going to inherit from controller base. We need a constructor that is going to receive an application DB context, and we're going to initialize it as a field. And we also need a user manager instance because we need to be able to retrieve the user information. Let's say user manager. This is going to have this endpoint, which is going to be a post task action result rate. This is going to receive a movie rating entity, movie rating. And here we're going to do the following. We're going to say user manager, and we forgot to initialize the user manager as a field. And now user manager, find by email async, HTTP context, user identity, name. And with this we get the user ID. User ID equal to user.id. Now we need the following. We need to check in the database if the user has already voted for this movie. And if the user has not voted for the movie, then we're going to create a new vote. Otherwise, we're going to update the current vote of the movie. So let's say current rating, await context, movie ratings, first or default async, movie ID equal to movie rating, movie ID, and user ID equal to user ID. This should be first or default async, and let's bring this namespace. And now let's say if current rating is equal to null, which means that the user has not rated this movie, then we're going to say movie rating user ID equal to user ID, and movie rating, rating date, date time today, context at, movie rating, await, context, save changes async. This is if what we want to do is to update the current rating. So current rating, rate equal to movie rating, rate. And again, we're going to say await, save changes async. And we're going to return no content. And this is it. And of course, we need to protect this endpoint so that only authenticated users can access it, because it doesn't make sense for an anonymous user to vote. So for that, we can go to the Genras controller just to copy this line of code, this authorize, and let's paste it here. And let's bring this namespace, and this one also. And with this, we have the endpoint in place. Now we need to invoke this endpoint when the user uses our rating component. So for that, let's go to the details movie component, which is where we are going to use our rating component. Now we need two things. The first one is to be able to read the rating information of the movie from the details movie component, and the second one is to allow the user to vote through again the details movie component. So let's do the first part first. Let's go to movies controller, and let's go to this endpoint, the get int ID, and from here I want to give the user the information of the rating of the movie. Remember that this endpoint is the one that gets invoked when the user visualizes a movie. So here I am going to say the following: var vote average. I need the vote average of a movie and the user vote or user rating. By default, these are going to be 0, and I'm going to say if await. I am going to say if await context movie ratings any async movie ID equal to ID. This ID that we have here is the ID of the movie. So what we want to say is if there is any vote, then we want to calculate the average of that vote. So let's say vote average await context movie ratings where movie ID equal to ID, average async, and we want to average the rate. And with this, we are calculating the average of all the votes of the movie. Now we need to determine the user's rate or vote of the movie. So for that, we're going to say first, if HTTP context user identity is authenticated. So only if the user is authenticated, we're going to do the following. We want to say var user await, and we need the user manager. So for that, let's go up here, and we're going to inject the user manager, identity user manager, and we're going to initialize it as a field. And now let's use it to retrieve the user information. We're going to say find by email async HTTP context user identity name var user ID equal to user.id var user vote dv await movie ratings first or default. We're going to try to retrieve the vote of the user, movie ID equal to the ID and user ID equal to the user ID. And if this is a null, if the user vote is not equal to null, then user vote is going to be equal to user vote dv equal to rate. And with this, we are retrieving the average vote of a movie and the user vote. And now we need to send back this information to the user. For that, we are going to add two new properties to the details movie DTO class. And let's say here, double average vote and int user vote. And now let's go back here and let's say here model dot user vote equal to user vote and model average vote equal to vote average. And that's it. With that, we have access to this information, to the rating information of the movie from our details movie component. Now let's come here and let's use it. And what I'm going to do is that after this release date, I am going to say text pipe average. This will be the average vote. And here I will say model average vote to string, and we will format it like this to only have one decimal point. And now let's say text of 5 and then your vote, and here we're going to use our rating component. So rating, maximum rating is going to be 5, selected rating is going to be model user vote, and onVote. And if you remember, the onVote is the method that is going to be executed when the user makes a vote. And now let's come here and let's implement this onVote method. So private async task onVote, and here what we're going to do is that we're going to say model user vote equal to selected rate, and now let's initialize a movie rating class with the rate as the selected rate and the movie ID as our movie ID. And finally, we need a new repository that allows us to talk to the rating controller. So for that, let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's create a new interface, new item, interface, iRating repository, and let's make it public. And here, let's create a new repository, which will be called rating repository, and it's going to implement the iRating repository. And of course, as always, we're going to use our iHTTP service, and we're going to initialize this as a field, and we're going to have a new method here that is going to be called vote, that is going to receive a movie rating, and we're going to say response await HTTP service post, and in the URL we're going to use URL base, which is going to be API/rating, and here we will put our URL and the data that we want to send, which is the movie rating. Then if HTTP response is not successful, we're going to throw an error, get body, and otherwise we will do nothing because we don't need to return anything from here. And let's pull this method into the iRating repository. Now let's configure our rating repository into our dependency injection system. For that, we're going to go to the program class, and here we're going to say services add a scope, iRating repository, rating repository. And now let's go to the details movie component and let's use our repository. Let's come here Let's say inject iRating repository, rating repository, and let's come back here and let's say rating repository, vote, and actually this should be here in the onVote method, and let's pass our movie rating. And we need to await it. And that's it. Now I can press Ctrl F5 to run the application. We see that we're logged in. Let's go to Spider-Man. And here we have our component. I can hover the stars, and as you can see, they get highlighted. And if I press this one, you will see that although we don't have any feedback, and we're going to work on that in the next video, we can go back to Visual Studio, to the movies rating table, and as you can see we have rate 5, movie ID 1, and my user ID, and today's date of course. And of course I can come back here and press 4, and now if I go back to Visual Studio and refresh this, now we have rate 4. And of course if I go back here and refresh the page, we get that the average rating is 4 and that my vote is 4 of 5. In the previous video, we built our rating component in which we were able to rate a movie. Though as you saw, we don't have any feedback when we click on our rating component. So what we are going to do in this video is to use a third-party JavaScript library to display messages to the user. For that, we are going to use SweetAlert 2. With SweetAlert 2, we can have beautiful pop-up boxes. Like the following, we can have this pop-up that says that good job, you click a button and you can click on OK, and it has some nice animation here, and we can click on OK. So let's do this. Let's use this JavaScript library into our application. The first thing that we need to do is to find the CDN for this. So let's copy this code that we have here and let's go to Google Chrome. Let's go to the index.html and let's paste this code here. And now with this we have access to the library in our application. Now we are going to use it. What we are going to do is that we are going to create a new service that will allow us to abstract the interaction of our application and SweetAlert. So for that we are going to create a new interface in the helpers folder. So here let's say new item, interface, iDisplayMessage, and let's click on add. And of course, let's create a class that will implement this interface. So let's go here, class, and let's say DisplayMessage, and this class is going to implement the iDisplayMessage interface. Now, since SweetAlert is a JavaScript library, we are going to need to use the IJS runtime to talk to it. So for that, we are going to use dependency injection, let's say IJS runtime, and let's create this as a field. And we're going to create a private async value task method that is going to be the one that will interact with SweetAlert. So let's say display message, let's say title, message, and message type. And we can go back to the documentation to see how to use this library. It is really simple actually. What we have to do is to say swal.fire, and here we can pass a message. But we can also use titles like this one, a message, and a message type. For example, this is a question message type, which is going to display a question mark right here. And as you can see, we have a title and a body and an OK button. So let's use this. Let's go back here and let's say await.js invoke void async swal fire, and let's say title, message, message type. And as you can see, we have the same name here and here, so let's just say do display message. And now we're going to create two public methods, one for showing an error and one for showing a success message. Public async value task display error message, string message, and we're going to say await, do display message. We're going to say error for the title, message, and the message type is going to be error. If you are wondering about the message type, here in the documentation you can see that we have several message types in this icon line that we have here, and they say that they have warning, error, success, info, and question. We're just going to use error and success. So let's go back here and let's continue. We're going to copy this, I'll paste it here, and now we're going to say display success message. And here we're going to say success and success here. And now we need to put this method into the interface. So let's say right click, quick action and refactorings, pull up to iDisplayMessage. And let's do the same for this one. Quick actions, pull, and now we have in the iDisplayMessage the display error message and display success message. Now let's configure in our dependency injection system this service. Let's go to the program class, and in here we're going to say services add scope iDisplayMessage display message. And now let's go to our rating component, and we want to make sure that the user is authenticated, and if he is not, then we want to display an error message. So for that we're going to use our cascading parameter. Let's say cascading parameter public task authentication state get and set. And now on the onClick handle we're going to say var auth state equal to await authentication state var user equal to auth state user, and we can say the following. We can say if the user identity is authenticated, and we want to negate that, we want to return here, but we also want to display an error message. So let's inject our interface. Let's come here and let's say inject iDisplayMessage display message, and now let's come down here and we're going to say display message error message, you must log in order to vote, and we have to await this. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to go to the details movie component, and we want to inject our iDisplayMessage service display message, and let's go down here, let's go to the onVote method, and after rating our movie we're going to say await display message display success message, your vote has been received. And with that we now got feedback on our rating functionality. So let's compile our application to test this. Let's go here to Google Chrome, let's refresh this page, and let's say that I want to click on my new vote, and as you can see we got success, your vote has been received. And if I log out and I come back here and I try to vote, it says error, you must log in order to vote. So that's how you can use a JavaScript third-party library in Blazor. And now we got feedback on our application when we rate a movie. In this video, we are going to work with roles. The idea of roles is that they let us categorize our users depending on their role. For example, we can say that some users are admins, and so those users will have access to certain parts of our application that other normal users will not have access to. We can have several roles in our application. In ours, we are just going to have one role, and that is the admin role. This is important because just because a user is authenticated, it does not mean that he must have access to every single part of our application. For example, here we have our nav menu component, and we know that we are protecting some menu items using the authorized view component, but we want to use the admin roles here so that this section is only displayed to users with the admin role. So our test in this video is to create our admin role and create a component and controller that will allow us to take a user and assign to it this admin role. And of course we need to include in the list of claims of the JWT or JSON Web Token the claim that says that the user is an admin. So let's do that. The first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to create the admin role. For that we're going to write a query. So let's go to SQL Server Object Explorer and let's go to our database. Another way of doing this will be using a migration, but in our case we're just going to write a simple query against the database. Here we have Blazor movies. Let's say new query, and let's say insert into experience roles ID, name, and normalized name, and let's say values, and here we're going to put an ID, the name, admin, and the normalized name, which is admin also. We need to create a Git for the admin role ID. For that we're going to use a service that will give us a Git. For that we can come here to gitgenerator.com. Let's generate some Gits, And let's take this one and let's paste it here in our query. Now, if you want to have this as part of a migration, you can take this query, create a migration, and paste the query in it so that the migration will run this query for you. So let's run this. So let's execute this. And as you can see, the query was successful. And if we go to the ASP.NET Roles table, view data, and here as you can see we have our admin role. So our first task is done. We have successfully created the role, and I have been mentioning you can create a migration that will have this query. So let's do that. The reason why we're going to do that is because that way when we create our Azure SQL database based on our migrations, then this admin role is going to be created automatically. So let's say add migration admin role. This is going to give us an empty migration, but this is fine. This is exactly what we want. We're going to say here migration builder SQL, and here we can write whatever SQL we want. We can say insert into ASP.NET roles and etc. Now we can run this. So before that, we are going to clean this table. Let's go back here and let's delete this. Let's click on yes and let's close this. And now let's say update database. Update database. And if we go back here, ASP.NET roles, and we refresh, here we have again our admin role. Now the next step is to be able to take a user and assign to it this role. For that we're going to need a new controller and a new set of components. So let's do that. First, let's create the controller. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to controllers and let's create a new controller. Let's say new class. Let's say users controller. And as always, this is going to inherit from controller base. And now let's use dependency injection because we need our application DB context. And we're going to initialize it as a field. And we also need to get a hold of the user manager. So we're going to bring this class to an identity user manager, and we're also going to initialize it as a field. And now let's come here and let's create the actions of this controller. We're going to create 4 actions, one for getting the list of users because we need to be able to navigate through them to select one and assign a role to it. So let's start with that one. Let's say HTTP get public async task action result, and we're going to create a list of user DTO. This is a new DTO that we're just going to create in a moment. Let's say get. We want to use from query here because we're going to paginate our results because we don't know how many users we're going to have. Pagination DTO. And now let's create our user DTO class. Let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to Shared DTOs, add new class, user DTO. Let's make it public. And here we're going to have the user ID or the ID of the user and the email of the user. And with this we can go back here and we can continue working. As we said, we're going to paginate, so we're going to say queryable context users as queryable. These users that we have here come from the identity DB context that we inherit from on our application DB context. Now let's say await HTTP context, insert pagination parameters in response, and we're going to pass the queryable and the amount of records per page. And finally we're going to say return await queryable paginate pagination DTO, and we're going to map this to our new user DTO. So email, xemail, and user ID to list async. And we're done with this method. Now let's create the following one. The next one is going to be about getting the list of all the roles of our application. Because of course, we may have several roles beside the admin roles. So we're going to put this on a roles endpoint, and we're going to say public async task action result list of role DTO. And we're going to create that DTO in just a moment. We don't have to paginate this, so we don't have to use pagination DTO. Now let's create our role DTO. So for that, let's go back here and let's create a new class in our DTO folder. Role DTO, public, and here we just need the role name. role name. And now let's go back to the user's controller and let's finish with this. Let's say return, await, context roles, select, and let's map these to our new role DTO, role name, X name, and to list async again. Now, finally, we need two methods, one for assigning a role to a user and another one to remove the role of the user. So let's say HTTP post, assign role, public async task, action result, assign role. And we're going to create yet another DTO, and this one for assigning or removing a role for a user. So let's say new class, edit role DTO, and here we're going to say public string user ID and role name. And now let's go back here and let's say edit role DTO, edit role DTO. We're going to get a hold of the user from its ID. So for that, we're going to use the user manager, find by ID async, user ID, and we're going to add a claim to the user, and this claim is going to indicate that the user now belongs to the role. So let's say await, user manager, add claim async, and we need to pass the user, and here we need to say claim, and let's bring this namespace, new claim, claim types role, and edit role DTO, role name. And with this we are assigning the role to the user. And of course we have to return something, so we're going to say return no content. And now let's do the same that we did here, but for removing a role from a user. So let's say remove role, and here remove role. This will stay the same, and here we're going to say remove claim async, and that's it. Now we have finished our user's controller. Now let's create a repository in our front end that will interact with this controller. So for that we're going to create a user's repository. Let's come here, let's minimize this, and let's open this. And here we're going to create a new interface, new item, interface, a user's repository, and let's make it public. And now let's create a class that will implement this interface. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's create a new class here, class user repository, and let's work on this. The first thing that we need to do as always is to use our iHTTP service, and let's initialize it as a field. And now we need to create 4 methods, one for each action of the user's controller. The first one is regarding the pagination of the users, so what we're going to do is that we're going to go to the people repository or person repository, and I am going to copy this, and I'll come here and I'll paste it here, and I will bring these namespaces, and here I will say user DTO, and for the URL we are going to say private read-only string API/users, and this is done. Now let's do the same for get roles, and here we need to say get users, and here we need to say roles, and we can remove this, of course. Here we are going to make a post, assign role to URL/assign role, and we're going to pass an edit role DTO, and we're going to do the same for removing a role. Just that this is going to be remove role and remove role here. And now we need to pull these 4 methods into the interface. So let's first say that we're going to implement the user repository interface, and now let's say pull this one, and this one, and this one. And now we have a way to communicate with our users controller from our Blazor application. So now the next step is to work on 2 components that will allow us to list all the users and select one of them, and then assign or remove a role from that user. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Pages, and we're going to create a new folder, add new folder, users, and let's say here, new item, ASP.NET Core, Razor component, index users, and let's press enter. And now here we have this component, which is going to be a routable component, so we're going to define the page directive, and we're going to say /users here, index user, and now let's work on this. First we need our new repository here, so we're going to say a user repository, users repository. Now let's not forget to configure this service into our dependency injection system. For that, let's go to the program class, and in here we're going to say services, add scope, a user repository, user repository. And now let's go back here and let's get to work. First, we need a list of users, so let's say user DTO here, users, and we're going to use the onInitialize async lifecycle method, and we're going to create a new method here that is going to be called load users, and this is going to say var paginated response equal to users repository get users, and we need to pass a pagination DTO. So we're going to say here pagination DTO, and we're going to pass this pagination DTO, and we need to await this. And now we want to say users equal to paginated response, and we're going to create a field of total amount of records. So let's say int total amount of records. And now we're going to say total amount of records equal to paginated response total amount of pages. This should be total amount of pages, total amount of pages, total amount of pages. And here we're going to say await load users. And of course we want to paginate our results, so we're going to say pagination current page equal to pagination DTO page, selected page equal to selected page, which is a method that we're going to create in just a moment, and total amount of pages is going to be equal to total amount of pages. Now let's create this method. Let's come here, private async task selected page, int page, pagination DTO page equal to page, and await load users. And now let's display the list of users. So we're going to say generic list, and we're going to pass it our users list, and we're going to use a table, so we're going to use the template whole list template, and we're going to paste the following code, which is just a table that is going to have two columns, and one of them is going to be the email of the user, and the other column is going to have a edit button that will allow us to go to a component in which we are going to be able to edit the roles in which the user is in. So let's create that component right away. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, and here let's create another component which we're going to call edit user, and we're going to use the same route that we indicated right here. Let's copy all of this, and let's come here and let's use the page directive, though of course this is going to be a route parameter. So let's say user ID, and let's create a parameter for that user ID. Remember that the user ID is a string, so let's say public string user ID get and set. Now here we need to get a hold of our user repository, so let's say inject a user repository users repository, and also we are going to need our iDisplayMessage service, iDisplayMessage display message. And now what we need is a list of all the roles of our application, so we're going to say private list role DTO roles new list of roles, and we're going to use the onInitialize lifecycle to look for those roles. So let's say roles equal to await users repository get roles. And now let's build the UI. Let's separate this. We're going to have a simple form. We're going to use a select with this styling, and we're going to bind to selected role, which is going to be a string field that we will have right here, private string selected role. We will have a 0 by default. Here we will have option value 0, select a role, and here below that we're going to iterate our list of roles. So we're going to say for each role in roles, option value role name, and here role name also. And now we're going to have two buttons here. The first one with this styling, on click assign role, and of course assign role here. And the second one is going to be basically the same, but remove role and remove role, just that this one is going to be danger. Now let's create these two methods, and what we're going to do here is that we're going to implement these assign and remove role methods. We're going to validate if selected role is equal to 0, then we want to say await display message, display error message, you must select a role, return. Otherwise, we're going to use our users repository and we're going to say assign role, new, edit role, and we're going to say role name is equal to the selected role and user ID is equal to the user ID parameter that we have here. And of course, we need to await this, and we're also going to provide some feedback. So let's say display message, display success message, role assigned. And now let's do the same for remove role. So let's say the same, just that here this is going to be remove role, role remove, and here we're going to say remove role. And as you can see, we have finished this component. And now there is a final step that we must give, and that is that we must build the JWT or the JSON Web Token with the role of the user. So for that, let's go to our accounts controller, which is where we build our JSON Web Token. And what we're going to do is that we're going to use some code here to bring all the claims that exist in the ASP.NET user claims table. So for that, we're going to do the following. We're going to say var claimsDB equal to await user manager get claims async, and we need to get a hold of the identity user, and we're going to say here var identity user await user manager find by email async, and we have the email of the user, of course, in the user info class. And of course, now we need to make this async, and now we don't have any errors here, but here we do, so we need to say here await, and await here also. And now let's go back here, and here we have a list of claims. So what we need to do is to add those claims to the list of claims that we have here, and for that we're going to say add range claimsDB, and that's it. Now if our user has the admin role, then we're going to receive that information in the JSON Web Token. Now finally, we need to go to the nav menu component, and we need to add a new nav menu item here, which will be for users, and let's say users here. But because we are not admins for now, we're going to cheat a little bit and we're going to put it here. Now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and let's see if we can make ourselves admin. First, I want to log in with my credentials. Let's say Felipe@hotmail.com. Let's log in. And as you can see, we're not getting the other menu items, which means that we are not admins yet. So let's go to users. And as you can see, we have Felipe here. Let's edit. Let's select a role, which is admin in this case. Let's say assign role, and success, the role has been assigned. Now let's go to the database to make sure of this. Let's go to SQL Server Object Explorer, ASP.NET user claims, view data. And here, as you can see, we have our user ID, the claim type role, and the claim value, and the claim value admin. Now, in order to this fact to be reflected in my JSON Web Token, I need to log out and log in again because I need to rebuild my JSON Web Token. So now, login, Felipe@hotmail.com, credentials, and as you can see now, I have genres, people, and create a movie here, which means that we are actually validating against a real role, which is the admin role. Now, the final step will be to go back here and protect our whole application with the admin role. For example, I want to go to all of our components like edit user, and I want to come here and I want to say attribute, authorized, and I want to say roles, admin, and I need to do the same for every single component. And not only for every single component that I want to protect, but also for controllers like the people controller, in which I want to do roles, admin. And we can validate this. We can press Ctrl F5. Let's try to edit a person just to see that we can do it if we are admins. Let's go to people. Let's edit Tom Holland. Let's put a 2 in his name. Submit. And as you can see, I am able to edit Tom Holland. So I am validating that I am an admin in our Blazor application and in our ASP.NET Core application. In this video, we are going to work on a token renovation system. The idea is the following. When we generate a token, we also generate an expiration date for the token. Right now, it is 1 year from today, but sometimes we want this expiration date to be shorter, like just 30 minutes in the future. Now, this presents us a challenge because we don't want that when the user is using the application, we don't want the token to just expire so that the application stops working for the user and he has to log in again. We would like to have our application in such a way that as the user is using the application, the token gets renewed for a better user experience. And of course, if the user leaves the application and then he comes something like 1 hour later, then the token will be expired and therefore he will be forced to log in again. So let's do that. The first thing that we need is an action that is going to help us renew the token. For that, we are going to create a new action here in the accounts controller. Let's go up here and let's create a new action here, public async task action result of user token, because this method is going to return a new user token. We're going to call it renew, and we need to have this method to respond to an HTTP GET, which we're going to do to a renew token endpoint. And of course, only authorized users should use this endpoint. So let's say authentication schemes, JWT, better defaults, authentication scheme. Now we're ready to implement our method. Let's say user info here, new user info. And what we want to do here is to extract from the token the email of the user. And if we go here, you are going to see that in the name claim, we have the email of the user. So we only have to do the following. We have to say here email equal to http context.user.identity.name, and thus we will have the email here. And now we can say return build token, and we can pass the user info. And with this, we are sending to the user a new token which will have a new expiration date. And in this way, we are renewing the token. We have to say await here for this to work. Now we have to work on the front end. Let's go to our authentication state provider. Let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to the front end project, to the client project. Let's go to auth and let's go to JWT authentication state provider. And let's do the following. First, we need a new key for the expiration data in local storage. So we're going to say expiration token key and expiration token key here. And now we're going to say the following. We're going to go down here, and if the token is null, then we return anonymous. But now we want to get the expiration time that we're going to get from local storage. So we're going to say var expiration time string await js dot get from local storage, and we're going to pass our new key, and we're going to use try parse. So we're going to initialize a new datetime variable, and we're going to say if datetime try parse, and we're going to pass the expiration time string out our expiration time. We try to cast our expiration time string into a datetime, and now we need to check two things. The first one is to check whether the token has expired. So let's put that in a method. Let's go here and let's say private bool is token expired, and we need to pass the expiration time of the token, and we're going to say expiration time is less than or equal to datetime UTC now. We're using UTC now because here in the accounts controller we are using UTC now here, so that way we are avoiding the issues of different time zones. So let's go here and let's use this isTokenExpire method here. So let's say if isTokenExpire, and let's pass the expiration time of the token, and if this is true, if the token is expired, then we're going to return anonymous. And also we want to clean up our local storage information. For that, we're going to create a new method. Let's go down here and let's create a new private method, a helper method here, task, which is going to be called cleanup. And with this cleanup method, we are going to cut this from here and paste it here. And we will also clean the token expiration time, expiration token key. And now here in logout, we're going to say await cleanup. And of course, we're going to come here and put await cleanup here also. So that way we're cleaning everything up. The second thing that we must check is if we have to renew the token. We don't want to renew the token every single time that we check. For example, if the token is going to expire 1 month from now, we don't need to renew it right now. But if the token is going to expire, say, in the next 5 minutes, then we may want to renew it in that case. So let's create a method to verify if we need to renew the token or not. So let's say private bool should renew token. Again, datetime, expiration time. And here we're going to say the following. We're going to say return expiration time subtract datetime UTC now is less than time span from minutes, let's say 5 minutes. So here we're saying that if the difference between the expiration time and now is less than 5 minutes, then we should renew the token. Otherwise, we should not. Here we're going to say if should renew token, and we're going to pass again the expiration time. And now let's create a method that is going to do the renewal of the token. So we're going to say private async task string because it is going to return the new token, renew token, string token. I am passing the token so that I can be sure that I am sending it through the HTTP client. So let's go here and let's copy this and let's paste it here. And now we need to create a new method in our users repository. So let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to repositories and let's go to user repository. And we're going to create a new method here for renewing the token. So we're going to say public async task renew token. We don't really need to pass anything. And we're going to say var response await HTTP service get. And we're going to get back a user token. And we're going to say URL / renew token. Let's go here and let's copy this so we don't get it wrong. And let's paste it here. And let's copy this from here and let's say return. And this should be user token here because we want to return the user token. So return response. And now let's go here to our JWT authentication state provider and let's inject our user repository. But before we forget, we need to pull this method into the user repository, the signature of the method. And let's go here and now let's inject the user repository here. And let's say user repository and let's initialize it as a field. And now let's go down here to renew token method. And let's say new token equal to user repository renew token. And this is going to bring me a new user token. And now let's say await JS set in local storage. We're going to store the new token. We're going to say token key and new token. And we need to await this. Let's say await here. And now let's say token here. And await JS set in local storage. Expiration token key, new token, and expiration. Finally, let's return the new token, token. And we need to say to a string here. And that's it for this method. Now let's use it. Let's go here and we're going to substitute the token, the previous token, with the new token. So renew token and let's say await here, renew token, and we pass the old token. So here we're receiving the new token. And that is what we are using to construct our list of claims and our identity, of course. Something else that we have to do is to go down here to the login method and we need to change this for user token and this to user token. And here we're going to say user token dot token and user token dot token also. And we're going to store the expiration token key here also. So expiration to a string. Now let's go up here because we have an error, and the error is because we just changed the signature of this login method. So let's say user token here and user token here. And now this error should go away. another thing that we have to do is to update our login and register components, because now we need to send the user token through the login method. So let's go to login here. Let's go down here. And here, instead of sending the string token, we have to pass the full user token to the login method. Let's do the same for the register component. Let's go down here and let's remove this .token from here. Now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. Let's make a quick test just to see if everything is still working. We're not finished yet, but let's make a small test. Let's log out, let's log in, let's put our credentials, let's log in, and let's press F12. We see that everything is working. Let's go to application, let's go to local storage, let's go here, and as you can see we have token key and expiration token key. As you can see, now we're storing the expiration token key. And as you can see, it says 1 year from now. We're going to make a test in a few minutes, but now we have a problem. As we said, we want that as the user is using the application, we don't want the token to expire, and then the user is forced to log in again. That is bad user experience. What we want is that as long as the user is in the application, the token should renew automatically. For that, we're going to do a background task. With a background task, we're going to have a permanent code that will be running on the background, and every few minutes is going to check for the token, for the expiration time of the token, and then it will decide if it should renew the token, and that is going to happen automatically and the user won't notice anything. For the user, the application will simply work. So let's do that. Let's close this and let's go to Visual Studio. And what we're going to do is that we're going to create a new class here in the auth folder. We're going to create a class that will be called Token Renewer, because it is going to renew tokens. It will implement the iDisposable interface because we're going to use a timer. And now let's say here timer, and let's bring the namespace system.timers, timer, and here quickly let's say timer.dispose. And now we're going to do the following. We're going to create a method here, which is going to be called initiate. And inside of this method, we're going to say timer equal to new timer, timer interval, and we can choose whatever interval we want. For example, something like 4 minutes. Something important that you need to take into account is that this time that we have here should be lower than the time that we have here in our JWT authentication state provider here. Here we have 5 minutes, so here we have then 4 minutes. This time should be smaller than that other time that we have here. So let's go back here and let's say then timer elapsed, and let's generate this new method here, timer elapsed. And here what we're going to do is that we're going to call a method from our JWT authentication state provider. But we're going to do that in just a second. Let's do a start here before we forget. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to go back here and we're going to create that method that we're going to invoke from our token renewer class. So let's go here and let's create a new public method, public async task try renew token. And here what we're going to do is that we're going to repeat this same logic that we have here, all of this logic, but what is going to be different is what is going to happen if the token is expired and if we should renew the token. First, let's work on this one. If the token is expired, we're not going to return anonymous, we're not going to return anything actually. What we're going to do is just a logout. Let's say await logout. Now, this code should never run because we are saying that we're going to run our renewer every 4 minutes and the expiration time is 5 minutes, so we should always be inside of those 5 minutes interval, and therefore we should never have to run this, but I wanted to make this method more robust, so I included this code here. What is important is this should renew token here. What we're going to do is that first we're going to get the token from local storage. So let's say get from local storage token key, and we're going to say new token. We're going to renew the token. So await renew token, and we're going to copy this code from here, this code from here from the login method. We're going to paste it here, and that's it. Of course, we need to say here only new token. And that's it from here. And now let's right click here. We want to include the signature of this method into the iLogin service interface. And as you can see, we just did that. And now we can go here and we can inject the iLogin service here. Let's say iLogin service, login service, and let's initialize it as a field. And now we can go to the timer elapsed method and say login service dot try renew token. And that's it. With this, every 4 minutes, we are running this method that we have here. Now, when do we call this initiate method? We can do the following. Since we only have one layout, we can go to that layout and from there initialize this service. So let's do that. What we're going to do first is that we want to configure our token renewer in our dependency injection system. So let's go here to our program class. And here we're going to say services at scoped. And we're going to say token renewer. And now we're going to go to our main layout. Let's go here to the shared folder, main layout. And here we are going to inject our token renewer. And we're going to say here code. And we're going to use the lifecycle method on initialized. So override on initialized. And let's say token renewer initiate. This way, no matter from where we load our application, this code is going to run. Now, of course, if we run our application, we're going to see that everything works. As you can see, we have our application and it is working, but how do we test it? Well, what we're going to do is that I am going to go here. I am going to go to our accounts service, accounts controller actually, and I am going to put a breakpoint here. And I will lower this time to only 5 minutes at minutes 5, which means that we are constantly going to be running this renew token code because we're always going to be at least 5 minutes away from expiration time. But we're only doing this for testing, of course. Something that I want to do is to go here to the token renewer and put this to something like 5 seconds, just for testing. And now let's press F5 to run our application in debugging mode because I want to make sure that our renew token method is being run in the server. Now we are here, and for our example to work, we need to log out and log in because we need to generate a new token with the new expiration time. So let's say login, and let's put our credentials here, and let's say login, and we made a mistake here. This renew token should not be in the user repository, but in the account repository. So let's take this from here, and let's go here. Let's go to repository, accounts repository, and let's go down here, and let's paste this code, and let's change this to base URL, and now let's put this into the iAccounts repository interface, and now let's go here. Let's go to the iUser repository interface, and let's remove this renew token signature method from here. And let's go here, let's go up here, let's change this to iAccounts repository here, and let's say accounts repository. And now let's press F5 to run our application in debugging mode again. And here we have our application, and as you can see, we hit the breakpoint. Let's press F5. We see that we have our application and we keep hitting the breakpoint every so and so seconds, every 5 seconds. As you can see, we keep hitting this endpoint that we have here because, and let me stop running the application, because we're saying that our renewer should run every 5 seconds, which is too much, of course. So we're going to put this back to 4 minutes at the very least. So let's say times 4. And of course, we need to go back here to our accounts controller and let's fix this. We can put this back to whatever time we want. You can put 30 minutes or something realistic for your application. In my case, I will just have at years 1 so I don't have any problems with expiration. But as you can see, it is really easy to build a token renewal system with Blazor.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In this video, we are going to implement the functionality that if the application has been idle for some time, then the user is going to be logged out automatically. This is a typical use case for some applications in which if the user has been inactive for an X amount of time, then he will be automatically logged out. For that, we need to use JavaScript. What we're going to do is that we're going to have a timer in JavaScript that is going to detect if the user has been inactive for an X amount of time, and then from JavaScript we're going to invoke a C# method that is going to see if the user is logged in. If the user is logged in, then we're going to log him out. If the user is not currently logged in, then nothing is going to happen. So let's do that. Let's go to the client project. Let's go to the www.root folder, and here we have our utilities.js file, and here we're going to implement our timer. So let's minimize this and let's get to work. Here we're going to implement this function. We're going to call it initialize inactivity timer, and it's going to receive a .NET helper. Let's remember that with the .NET helper we will be able to invoke a C# method from JavaScript, just like we see here, like we did in the past. So let's say here timer, and let's say document.onMouseMove. We want to attach to the onMouseMove event the reset timer function that we're going to create in just a moment, and also the onKeyPress event, so that the timer is going to be reset if the user moves its mouse or do a key press, because that means that the user is interacting with the application. So let's say reset timer here, and we're going to say clear timeout. So we're going to reset the timer and we're going to initialize it again. So we're going to say set timeout logout, which is a method that we're going to build in just a moment. And just for testing, we're going to say 3000 milliseconds or 3 seconds. In real life, of course, you will use something like 5 minutes. Semicolon here, and now let's implement the logout method. So I'm going to say function logout, and I'm going to say .NET helper. We're going to use the invoke method async that we have here, and we're going to say just logout. That will be enough. We're going to invoke a C# method called logout that we're going to implement in the main layout Razor component. So let's go there. Let's go here. Let's go to shared, and let's go to the main layout component, and let's do the following. We're going to implement a JS invocable method so that this method is invocable from JavaScript. We're going to say public async task logout, and here first we're going to verify that the user is authenticated. So for that we need the cascading parameter of task authentication state, get and set, and here we're going to say var auth state equal to await authentication state. Now here we can say if auth state user identity and is authenticated. So only if the user is authenticated we're going to do the following, and what we're going to do is that we're going to redirect the user to the logout page. So for that we need the navigation manager. So let's say here navigation manager and navigation manager here, and let's go down here and let's say navigation manager navigate to logout. Remember that we have this logout component here in pages auth logout, which will handle logging out the user. So we only need to redirect the user to this Razor component. Now what we need to do is to invoke this method initialize inactivity timer that we have here. For that we can do the following. We can go to our helpers folder. Let's go here to helpers, IJS runtime extension methods, and we're going to say public static async value task initialize inactivity timer, and we can make this generic, and let's say this IJS runtime JS, and we're going to pass a .NET object reference here of type T, .NET object reference, and let's put this in another line, and we need to restrict this to be a class or a reference type. So let's say where T is class, and let's implement this method. Let's say await JS invoke void async, and here we're going to paste this method that we have here initialize in activity timer, and we're going to pass the .NET object reference. That object reference is going to be, in our case, the main layout. So let's do that. Let's come here. Let's inject first the IJS runtime. So let's say inject IJS runtime JS, and here on initialize, I have to make this async task, and let's make this async here. So I can say await JS initialize in activity timer, and here I can pass the .NET object reference. For that I have to say .NET object reference create, and I will pass this. I pass this because we are already in the main layout method. So I want to pass an instance of the main layout. And that's actually it. With this, we have implemented the functionality. When the user loads the application, this is going to run, and this is going to execute this method that we have here, which is going to initialize the timer every time the users move the mouse or do a key press. And every time he does that, the timer is going to be resetted. And if the user is inactive for 3 seconds, in our case, it is going to invoke the logout method, which is here, which is going to verify if the user is authenticated, and if he is, then it is going to log out the user. Let's test this. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and we are here, and as you can see, we are not logged in, so you are going to see that if I stay idle for 3 seconds, 1, 2, 3, nothing happens, which is fine. But now if we do indeed log in, let's use my credentials here, and I will press login. So now what I'm going to do is that I will stop moving the mouse for 3 seconds, 1, 2, and 3. And as you can see, we have been automatically logged out. If I try to log in again, let's do this one more time. But this time I will try to keep using the application. Now let's go here. I will try to keep using the application. As you can see, I am using the application. I am navigating throughout the application. I keep using the application, and I am still logged in. But if I stay idle for 3 seconds, 1, 2, and 3, now I am logged out. So as you can see, we can implement an inactivity timer in Blazor so that if the user is inactive for an X amount of time, then he's going to be logged out automatically. In this video, we are going to create a new Blazor WebAssembly application that will use the new authentication template. So for that, let's create a new project here. Let's click on Blazor app, and let's say Blazor authentication for the name of our application. Let's click on create. We're going to be using .NET Core 3.1. We're going to click on Blazor WebAssembly app, and here in authentication I will click on change. Then I will click on individual user account, store user accounts in app, which means that our users are going to be created in a database of our property. So I can click on OK, and let's click on ASP.NET Core hosted, and finally let's click on create. With this, we are creating an application that will be automatically configured with a user system. So let's click here on Solution Explorer, and as you can see, we have the structure of our application with its client, server, and share projects. But here in the server project, we have a data folder in which we have an application DB context, which is a DB context that inherits from API authorization DB context, which is configured to have a authentication system, just like we did in the past, in which we were inheriting from identity DB context, as you can see it here. So let's close this. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to see that here in Solution Explorer, in migration, we have a migration that was already created for us. So the only thing that we have to do is to do an update database. But before that, I want to go to that settings.json file, and I want to change this to from localDB to dot, so that it uses my SQL Server instance. This is not mandatory, but I like to do it. And let me delete this so that I can simplify the name of our database, and let me delete this also. So now our database is going to be called Blazor Authentication. Now I can go to the Package Manager console, and I can say update database, and I can press enter, and now this is done. And I can go to SQL Server Management Studio, and I can refresh here. Let's refresh, and here I have Blazor Authentication tables, and here we have our identity tables. Now I can use them. For example, we can run our application to create a new user, but before that, let me relax some of the configuration of our application. Let's go here, and in the server project, I want to go to the startup class, and let's go down here. And as you can see here, we have add default identity, and here you can see that we have require confirm account. It is true. I want to have this as false because I don't want to require our user accounts to be confirmed. Typically, you confirm a user account by sending them an email and having them to click on a link so that they confirm their account that way. But we don't want that, so we'll put this as false. And now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And here we have our Blazor application. As always, I can click on here. You can see that this is the same application as always. What I'm going to do is that I am going to click on register, and I will be redirected to this Razor page. This is not a Blazor component. This is not a Razor component. This is a Razor page that comes with identity. And we're going to use it. I am going to say felipe@hotmail.com. Let's say that I try a password like 12345. I'm just writing it here so that you can see what I was typing, and I will paste it here and here, and I will click on register. And as you can see, we have several rules that we have to follow. So what I'm going to do is that I usually use a password like this, which is enough to pass these rules that we have here. So now let's paste it here, and I will click on register, and now I can say never. And now let me log in, and as you can see, I am logging as Felipe. Now I can come here to fetch data, and I can see this data. And I say this because if we go to Visual Studio and we go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to controllers, here you are going to see in the weather forecast controller that we have an authorized attribute here, which means that only authorized user can use these endpoints that we have here. So let's do a test. Let's go here. And let's go here, let's log out, and I have log out. Now I'll go to fetch data, and as you can see, I have been redirected to the login page, so I can say felipe@hotmail.com, and I can paste my password, and I press login, and I have been logged in, and now I have been redirected to the fetch data component, and here I can see this data. Now, how does this part work? How does Blazor knows if I am or I am not authenticated? For that, we use a special service. Let's see that. Let's go to Visual Studio, and let's go here, let's go to Pages, and let's go to Fetch Data. And here, as you can see, as we have learned, we are using a authorized attribute which protects this component from unauthorized access. And because we were not authenticated just a moment ago, we were redirected to the login page. Why were we redirected to the login page? Because right now, in the Solution Explorer, in the App Razor file, we have not authorized redirect to login, which means that if I go to a page and I am not authorized to be there, then this component will kick in the redirect to login component. And if we go here to the redirect to login component, which is this one, as you can see, what we're doing is that we are redirecting the user to the authentication/login page, and we're giving it a return URL, which in our case is going to be fetch data, and that is why after we log in our application, then we were redirected back to the fetch data component. Now let's go to the fetch data component and let's see something else. Here we have a iAccess token provider, which is the authentication service that we're going to use to determine if the user is authenticated or not. Here, as you can see, we have authentication service, request access token, and then we're going to try to get the token. And if the result is successful, then it means that we got a hold of the token, of the JWT token or JSON Web Token, and then we use it in the authorization header of the HTTP request. We use the better token here, as you can see, and then we do the HTTP request to the weather forecast endpoint. And of course, if we are not authenticated, then we are redirected to this URL that we have here. But in our case, this is what is important to us. Here we get the access token, and here we use it to make the HTTP request. How can we get this access token? For example, for ourselves, let's say that I want to use Postman to make a request to this endpoint that we have here. Well, for that I can go to Google Chrome, we are logged in, so I can say F12, I can go to application, I can go to session storage, and here I can click on our application, and here I can click on here, and here we have the access token, and this access token is the JWT token. So I can open a notepad and I can paste it here, and what I want is to do the following. I am going to copy this, and I am going to go to Postman because I want to see if I can make a request using that token. So let's go here, and let's say weather forecast, and let's press send. And as you can see, we got back a photo 1 unauthorized. That is normal because we got an authorized attribute on the weather forecast controller. So let's go to authorization, and let's go here, and let's say better token, and I want to paste my token. So let's go here, and I will copy my token, I will copy it, and then I will come here, and I will paste it here, and now I'll press send. And as you can see, we got back a 200 OK, and the response from the controller, which means that we got the access token, and we were able to use it from Postman. Now, what kind of customizations can we do to this authentication system? For example, remember that our password must follow a certain set of rules. What if we want to modify those rules? For that, we can go to Visual Studio, let's go to the Solution Explorer, and let's go here in the server project to the Startup class, and here in Add Default Identity, we can modify the password rules. For that, we can do the following. Let's put a curly braces here, and let's put a semicolon here. And now here I can write more rules. For example, let's say password required digit. Let's say that I don't want to require the user to enter digits for their password, so I can do that. Now I can say require lowercase false because I don't want to require lowercase, and I can do the same for uppercase. Let's say require uppercase false and require non-alphanumeric equal to false. This is a really relaxed set of rules for our password, but what we want to see is that we are actually modifying the rules of our password validation. So let's go here, let's say register, we want to register a new user, let's say Felipe2, hotmail.com, and I will use the following password, 123456. I am just writing it here so that you can see it, and now let's paste it here, and now let's click on register, and as you can see, we were able to use that password because we just relaxed the rules of our password validation. Now, let's go back here, let's log out, I want to see something, let's log in. As you can see, we have this Razor page. Where is this Razor page? Can we modify it? Yes, we can modify it. And in order to see it, we have to use scaffolding. So, let's go to our project, let's go to Visual Studio, and let's go to the Solution Explorer. Here on the server project, I want to right click here, and I want to add, and I want to say new scaffolded item, and then I want to go to identity, and I will double click on identity here, and in this dialog I can choose which Razor pages I want to bring to my project. For example, here we have the login page, the logout page, the register page, and so on. For this demo, I will just choose to bring them all, and here in data context class I can select my application DB context, and I will click on add. And now as you can see, we got this TXT created for us, but we don't need it. So let's go here. And as you can see, we have now in areas, we have identity, and here we got pages, and here we got account. And in account, I can go, for example, to our login Razor page, which is here. And here you can see, use a local account to log in. I can change this message if I want. Let's say, use your credentials to log in, just as an example. And I can go to the code behind if I want to. Let's expand this and let's click on here. And as you can see here, I can see how this works. For example, on post async is the method that executes once I want to log in. So here we're using the sign-in manager, we're doing a password signing async, and so on. So I can modify this code if I want to. Now let's try to run our application. Let's press Ctrl F5, and we're going to be met with an error. This is normal. This is an error that occurs with the scaffolding system. Let's click on no, and let's click on here. And here, as we can see, the only problem is that we're missing a using statement. So let's Control dot here, let's press enter, and we have the using statement here, and this is fixed. You may get another error but those errors are usually easy to fix. So let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and we're going to see something interesting. We're going to see that although our application is running, we lost the CSS styles. Why is that? That is because when using scaffolding, a new www root folder was created. Let's go here, and let's go down here, and we're going to see that we have this www root here. Let's minimize this so that we can visualize something, and this, and this. And as you can see here, we have a www root here in the client project and a www root folder in the server project. They are conflicting, which is why our application is now not working from a styling point of view. Because here we have some CSS and everything is just conflicting. So what can we do? Well, we don't really need this www root from here, so I will just delete it. Let's click on OK. And that's actually it. That solves our problem. Let's press Ctrl F5 now. And as you can see, we got back our application. And if I click on Login, I will be redirected to this Razor page. And here we have use your credentials to log in, which is the message that we put here. Use your credentials to log in. Now let's see something. Let's go here. I will use my credentials to log in. And I will close everything else. Close other tabs. And I will try to log out. And as you can see, it says that we have been logged out, and that is fine, but nothing happens. I should be redirected back to the home page, or maybe you want to show a different message here. You can certainly do that by working on the authentication component. Let's go to Visual Studio and let's do this. Let's go here, Solution Explorer, Pages, Authentication Component. This authentication component is the one that handles the redirection from your Blazor application to the Razor pages, and that also handles any kind of response from the Razor pages into your Blazor application. So here, for example, we can say the following. We can close this from here, and then I can use a render fragment to indicate what will happen depending on my authentication state. For example, I can say login in, login fail, logout fail, logout succeeded. That's the one we need. Logout succeeded. What is going to happen if the logout succeeded? I can display a message here, like text whatever, or I can put a component here, like some sort of custom component here. That is something that I can do, but in our case, all that I want is to redirect the user to the home page of our application. That is certainly possible. For that I need the navigation manager, so I will say inject navigation manager, and navigation manager here, I will just say navigation, and then I will say a piece of code here, navigation, navigate to, and I will redirect the user to the home page, and I will put a semicolon here, and that's it. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and now you're going to see that this piece of code is going to be executed once we log out. So let's log in. Let's say Felipe, hotmail.com, 123456, log in. And now let's log out. Let's click on here, and as you can see, we are quickly redirected back to the home page, which means that this code that we wrote here has been executed. In this video, we are going to make our HTTP client to send the JSON Web Token to the server. That way, the server will understand that the HTTP request comes from an authenticated user. For that, we are going to use the iHTTP client factory. With this factory, we can configure several instances of the HTTP client, each one with a different configuration. So what we're going to do is that we're going to have two different configurations for the HTTP client. One that sends the token and one that doesn't send the token. This is important because the one that sends the token will throw an exception if there is no token available, but the one that does not need to send the token can be used for anonymous users. So let's do that. The first thing that we're going to do is to configure the HTTP client that will use the JSON Web Token. So let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to the Program class and let's see what we got. Here we have this default configuration that says add singleton and is adding the HTTP client as singleton. What we want to do is to use another extension method of services that says add HTTP client. For that we need to install a NuGet package. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's right click on the client project and let's go to Manage NuGet Packages. let's go to Browse, and let's say Microsoft Extensions HTTP, and let's install this package, and let's click on Accept, and now let's go back here, and let's say Add HTTP Client, and as you can see we have a type option, and we're going to use that. That is because there are several ways of configuring the HTTP client. You can configure them by name, so that you can refer to a instance of the HTTP client by name, or you can do it by type. We're going to do it by type. By type means that we're going to have a class that represents an instance of the HTTP client. So we're going to have two classes, HTTP client with token and HTTP client without token. Let's start with HTTP client with token. So let's go to the Solution Explorer. We can go to Helpers, and we're going to create a class here. Class. We're going to say HTTP client with token. And here I only need to inject the HTTP client. So I will say HTTP client here and HTTP client here. And we're going to initialize it as a property. And that's it. Now we can go back here and say HTTP client with token, and I will put this in the following line, and I will say client, and this is a length expression, and here I can configure the client. I will configure the base address, so I'm going to repeat this code here. So client.base address equal to this code that we have here. Of course, we need to remove this from here. Now, how are we going to insert the JWT into this client? Well, for that, there is a special class in the framework that does that for you. So let's go here and say add HTTP message handler, and I will say base address authorization message handler, and that's actually it. With this simple line of code that we have here, we are saying that every time we use the HTTP client that comes with this class HTTP client with token, we are going to be sending the JSON Web Token in the request header. Now, how do we use this? Well, for that, we have to inject this class wherever we want to use an HTTP client with token. Let's do that. Let's go to the Solution Explorer, and here in Helpers, we can go to our HTTP service class, and here, as you can see, we are injecting the HTTP client here. But we don't want that. What we want to inject is the HTTP client with token. So let's say HTTP client with token, and we're going to change this to with token, and we're going to initialize this as a field, and let's remove this from here and this from here. And now let's go down here, and as you can see, we have some errors. So what I will do is to create a small helper method here. We're going to say private HTTP client get HTTP client, and we're going to say bool include token, and the idea is the following. We're going to have two instances of the HTTP client, one that will include the token and one that doesn't. So what we're going to do is that in this method we can request an HTTP client with or without token. So for now we only have this one, so we're just going to return HTTP client with token HTTP client. And now here I will say var HTTP client equal to get HTTP client, and I will repeat this line of code in every method of this class. Let's go here also, and here also, and this is it. With this, every single request that comes out from our application to our server will include the JSON Web Token. Let's make a test. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And we're going to see that we have our application here, but nothing is happening. And if we press F12, we're going to see that we have an error. And the error says, access token not available exception. And it is like I told you at the beginning of this video. If there is no token, and we try to use the HTTP client that has the token, or that needs the token, then we're going to get an exception. But that is fine. That is a problem that we're going to solve in a few minutes. For now, let's just log in, and let's use our credentials, and let's click on login. And as you can see, now we have our application. We can go to genres, but if we click on edit, we're going to see that we have another error. If we press F12, we're going to see that we're getting this error And here, as you can see, we have a 403. Why do we have a 403? 403 means forbidden, which means that it seems like we are not being identified by the server as an admin. But why is that? The reason for that is that there is a mapping that is taking the role field of the JWT and is changing that field for another value. The thing is that in Identity Server 4, the role information is expected to be in a particular field, but in Identity, that field is different. So there is a mapping that is trying to do that mapping and changing the value, but we don't want that. So what can we do? Well, we can remove the mapping. So let's go to Visual Studio and let's go to Server and let's go to the Startup class, and here in the constructor we can do the following. We can say JWT Security Token Handler, and we can go to the default inbound claim type map and we can say clear. As you can see, this is a map for inbound claims. So we are clearing that map so that the role field in the JWT does not get edited. And in that way, we are solving the problem. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application again. And now let's see that if we go to genres and we go to edit, it is working now. I can edit this genre, and as you can see, we are being successful at that task. Now, the problem remains, which is that if I log out, then I cannot use the application because I am getting this exception. What can we do about it? Well, as we said before, we're going to have another HTTP client, but this one is not going to use the JSON Web Token. It's not going to try to append the JSON Web Token to the HTTP request. So let's do that. Let's go to Visual Studio and let's go to the program class and let's see what we have here. Here we're adding an HTTP client and we're using this class to represent that configuration of the HTTP client. So what we have to do is to create another class which is going to be called HTTP client without token, and what we're going to do is to not configure that class to use the token, and that will be it. So let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to helpers. Let's create a new class. We're going to say HTTP client without token, and we're going to use the constructor to inject the HTTP client that we're going to use, and we are going to initialize it as a property, and that's it. We can close this, and now let's make this same configuration here, but we have to omit this message handler, so we're going to ignore that. Now let's say here without, and let's put a semicolon here, and now we have this new HTTP client configuration in our application. So how are we going to use it? Well, let's go to the HTTP service and let's see that we are injecting the HTTP client with token. So now we're going to also inject the HTTP client without token, and let's say without token here, and let's initialize it as a field. And here, as you can see, we have this helper method which allows us to get an instance of the HTTP client. If we pass the include token variable as true, then we want to send this HTTP client, that is the one that is configured to use the JSON Web Token. So let's say include token, and let me put this here, and now let's say else. So if this variable is false, then we're going to use the HTTP client without token and HTTP client here. And now I need to be able to pass that include token in some of these methods. I need to edit this method here, the get method, so I will say include token, and by default I'm going to make it true, and let me pass this value from here to here, and we're also going to need it here in this post that we have here. So let me put this in another line so that we have more space, and let me say bool include token by default equal to true, and let me pass this include token here. Now in this way we're controlling what kind of HTTP client we are getting in these methods. Now we see that we have an error here which is normal, so let me press F12 here and let me edit this method here, and let's say bool include token by default true, and let me do the same here, bool include token equal to true. And then this error here should disappear, but we're not done yet. Let's go to the Solution Explorer because I need to go to HTTP service extension methods to be able to include the option to include or omit the token. So let's say bool include token here equal to true, and let me pass here include token, and let's go down here and let's do the same. Let's say include bool include token equal to true by default, and in this get we're going to say include token, and we are done here. Now I need to go to the repositories to also include those tokens. So let's go here, let's minimize this, let's go to repository. We need to work with the genre repository. Let's go down here, get genres. This one is going to have to omit the token. So let's say here false. The reason for this one, it is because in the movie filter component, there is a list of genres that the user can select to filter the movies based on that genre. So that is why we need to say do not include the token here, because that screen should be accessible by anonymous users. Now let's go to the movies repository here, and let's go down here, and we have get index page DTO. Here we should say include token false, and let's do the same for details because this is a page that should be available for anonymous users. Let's also edit this one, the get movies filter method. We need to say here, let's go here and let's say include token should be false, and that's it. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and as you can see now our application loads and we get a list of movies even though we are not logged in our application. We can go to search movies, we can see the list of genres, we can do this by animation, for example. Let's filter and we can go to Spider-Man, and as you can see we are able to open this page. And of course if we log in, we can go here and put our credentials and click on login, and then we have access to the same application, of course, and to the admin menus. We can make a user system with identity and entity framework core in a simple and safe way. An authentication system with the JWT scheme makes it easier for us to work with the web app clients, as it is literally a string that customers can send us. Claims are user information which we can consider as true because they are issued by an entity in which we trust. The authorized view component allows us to define what will appear to the user according to their authentication status. The authentication state is a cascade parameter that allows us to verify whether a user is authenticated or not using C# code. The authorized attribute allows us to block access to a routable component in case the user is not authorized. We can use this attribute both at the Web API level and at the Blazor level. Roles allows us to define categories of users, and with those categories we can grant permissions. For example, we can have common users, admin users, among others. New versions of Blazor WebAssembly come with the possibility of using a predefined authentication system. That is, we do not have to build one ourselves. This system by default uses an authentication framework called Identity Server. Identity Server is a framework that uses OpenID Connect and OAuth 2.0 and is responsible for making life easy for us when creating an authentication system for our ASP.NET Core applications. OAuth 2.0 is a standard authorization protocol. It is used to manage authorization flows for web, mobile, and desktop applications. With OpenID Connect, we obtain functionality to request and receive information about authenticated users. OpenID Connect is convenient because it uses a REST-like interface that allows a wide range of clients to consume its services. One of the main uses of Identity Server is to allow centralizing the authentication logic of your systems in one place.
Identity Server is useful when configuring single sign-on, where many different applications can use the same authentication server to allow users to authenticate to different systems with the same credentials. Identity Server is also capable of working with external identity providers such as Google, Facebook, Twitter, Azure Active Directory, among others. The good thing about using Identity Server is that it is a framework made by experts in cybersecurity, in such a way that you can consider it robust and secure, in addition to covering standard scenarios that the software industry already uses today. Blazor WebAssembly brings us a template that comes configured with Identity Server 4 that manages an authentication system based on JSON Web Tokens. This is good because it saves us the manual work of having to prepare this system ourselves. None of this changes what we have learned so far. That is, our authorized view component, our role system, the authorized attribute, all that works the same. What we will no longer need is the authentication state provider that we made and the controller that allows the user to log in and register an account, because that is managed by Identity Server 4. It is not mandatory to use the new template with Identity Server 4. There are people who prefer not to use many frameworks, since there is the issue of having to learn to use the framework, while the authentication system that we created is easier to be customized in a simple way, while Identity Server 4 is a tool which must be studied in order to use it correctly. The decision is yours, whether you use a custom authentication system as we have used it so far, or whether you want to use Identity 4. In the next video, we are going to create a new project with this new template just so we can explore it. After that, we are going to migrate our application so that it uses Identity Server 4. Now, let's migrate our Blazor Movies application so that it works with Identity Server 4. The first thing that we're going to do is to install the dependencies in the server project. For that, we're going to right-click here, and we're going to click on Manage NuGet Packages. Let's go to Updates, and let's select all packages, and let's update. This is a mandatory step because there could be some sort of mismatch between the packages that we're going to install now and these packages that we had right here. And now let's go to Browse, and we're going to install 3 packages. The first one is Microsoft SPNet Core Identity UI, and let's install this. Let's click on Install, Accept, and then let's install Microsoft Visual Studio Web Code Generation Design, and let's click on Install also, Accept, and finally let's install Microsoft SPNet Core API Authorization Identity Server, and let's click on Install as well, Accept. Now we got all the dependencies installed. Now let's close this, and let's go to the Solution Explorer. We're going to start working with the Application DB context. For that, let's go here to this Application DB context, and if you remember from the previous video, we need to inherit from API Authorization DB context. So let's say API Authorization DB context, and let's bring this namespace Microsoft SPNet Core API Authorization Identity Server, and because we're using Identity User as the representation of our users, we are going to say here Identity User, and we need to bring this namespace Microsoft SPNet Core Identity, and we need to work with the dependency injection here because here we have a second dependency which is iOptions operational store options. So let's bring these 2 namespaces, and now let's pass these operational store options to the base class. So let's pass it here, and now we can add a migration. So let's say Package Manager Console, add migration, new identity system, let's say, and let's press enter, and this has succeeded. And as you can see, we have some tables that we are creating and some indexes. So now let's go to the Package Manager Console, and let's say update database to send those changes to our database. And now let's continue working. The next step is to work on the startup class. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, and let's go to the startup class, and here we're going to make the following configurations. This is going to stay the same, but this is going to change. We're going to use add default identity, and we're going to call add roles, and we're going to remove these add default token providers. So in the end, this is going to look like the following. Let's paste this here, and as you can see, we had add default identity, add roles, require confirm account false, and add entity framework stores. Now we can delete this add authentication because the handling of the JWT token is going to be managed by the identity server, so I can delete this. And now here I can say services add identity server, and also we can say add API authorization, and we need to pass the representation of the users in our system, which in our case is identity user, and the application DB context, and now we need to add authentication again. But this time we're going to say add authentication and add identity server JWT. And now we need to work on our HTTP pipeline. After use authentication, we need to add a middleware for identity server. So we're going to say use identity server here. Now there is some modification that we did here. If you remember, we had add authentication and we were specifying a specific JWT better default authentication scheme. Since we're not using that anymore, we have to go here to every controller. Let's go to every controller that uses the authorized attribute. This one doesn't use it, but we don't really need this controller anyway, so we're going to delete it. So let's delete this from here. And in Genras controller, let's go to Genras controller. We need to remove this authentication scheme from here. So let's delete this, and let's do the same for every other controller. Let's delete this one, and let's delete the one from people. Let's go here, and let's remove this. Same for the rating controller. Let's remove this, and also users controller. Let's remove this also from here. And that's it. Now, let's work on the configuration of the client of our identity server. The idea is the following. We need to specify some required information about the client that is going to connect to our identity server instance. In our case, we want to configure that our front-end project is going to try to use our identity server instance. So we're going to do that in the app settings JSON file. So for that, we can remove this JWT key because we don't need it anymore. And we can paste the following. Here, as you can see, we have identity server. We're defining a key, and for now it is in development. And in clients, we have registered this Blazor Movies client, which is our front-end project, blazormovies.client. And the profile is identity server SPA. As you know, SPA means single page application. And that is the profile that we're going to use for our blazormovies.client client. Now, something else that we need to do is to use scaffolding, especially in order to generate the pages folder for our resort pages. But before doing the scaffolding, we need to do the following. If in your server project you have a pages directory with a shared folder with a layout inside, you need to delete this file. So let's right click here, delete, and OK. And now you can proceed with the scaffolding. So let's go here to Blazor Movies server, add new scaffolded item, and let's say identity, and double click on identity here, and let's overwrite all files. This is not necessary, but I like to do it. Data context class, and we are going to select application DB context, and let's click on add, and we got this txt. We don't need it, so we can delete it. Let's go here, let's delete this, delete. Okay, let's also delete the www root. Let's delete, and here we have the pages folder, which is necessary for our authentication system to work. Now let's go to the front end project. Let's go here, let's close all this. We have too many things open. Let's close all. And now we have to go to the index.html file. So let's go to the www root directory, index.html, and we need to add a script here. And before the WebAssembly script, we're going to add this new script that we have here. And what this front end code is going to do is to connect to our OpenID Connect configuration controller. And which by the way we have to create. So let's go to controllers and let's create a new controller, and we're going to name it OIDC configuration controller. And this controller comes from the default template that we saw in the previous video. So I'm just going to paste the code from that template, and let me bring this here so that you can see it. And now let's bring all the namespaces, including this one, of course. What this does is to return a specific configuration for the client that is going to connect to our identity server instance. For example, it can return the scopes, the redirection URI, the logout redirection URI, and etc. Now, besides that, we have to go back to the startup class. Let's go here, and we need to add more logic in the use endpoints, which we forgot to add. So let's say endpoints map Razor pages, since we want to use Razor pages, and endpoints map controllers. And we can delete this one. And now let's continue working on the front end. We need to work with the login links component. So let's go to shared. If you remember, the login links component is the one that displays the login links. In this case, what we're going to do is that we're going to slightly change the way this works. For example, we need a few dependencies here. We need especially the sign out session state manager, which will allow us to sign out. And I need to paste this code also. All of this comes from the default template that we examined in the previous video. We need this code to sign out, and we're going to say here on click begin sign out, and we will change this to a button, and we will remove this href from here, and we're going to change this register to authentication register and this login to authentication login. This is because this is going to be the route for the authentication component that we saw in the previous video. And now let's create that component. Let's go here and let's go here. Before that, let's delete this. We don't need this anymore. All of these helpers from here, let's remove them. Let's also go to pages, and we can delete these three components from here. Let's delete them. Okay. And in their place, we're going to add the authentication component. So let's say new item, Razor component, and let's say authentication. And we're going to paste the exact same code that we had in the previous video, in which after the user logs out, it is automatically redirected to the home page of the application. Now we need to work on the dependency injection system of our client project. So let's go here and let's go to program CS class, and let's go here. We can delete this code from here, which we don't need anymore, and also this add authorization core, we don't need it anymore. But what we do need is a services add API authorization. Now let's compile our application, and it doesn't compile because this namespace doesn't exist anymore, so let's delete it. And now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and let's see if it works. And as you can see here, we have our application. We can go to search movies, and we have our movies here. And in genres, we have our genres. So it is working. Now let's log in. And as you can see, we have our page here. So let's say Felipe@hotmail.com. Let's use our same credentials as before, because what we did was just to substitute the way in which users log in our system, but that doesn't mean that we lost our data, our previous data. So let's click on login, and as you can see, we are back here in our home page, and we have Hello Felipe here, which means that I am logged in. If I press F12 and go to application and go to session storage and click on here, you are going to see that we have our access token, which I want to copy, and I want to have it on a notepad because I need to see something. Let's copy this. What I want to see is the following. I am supposed to be an admin. I belong to the role admin, but I am not getting the genres option, nor the people's option, nor any other admin options from here. Why is that? Well, let's go to JWT.io and let's see something. Here we can decode our token, so let's paste it. And as you can see here, we don't have a role claim. Remember that the role claim was being added by our accounts controller. We don't have an accounts controller anymore. We need to do this in another way with Identity Server 4. We will see that next. In this video, we are going to work on adding claims to the access token returned by identity server 4. For that we need a new service. So let's go to our server project. Let's go to helpers, and we're going to add a new class here, which is going to be called identity profile service, and we need to implement an iProfile service interface. So let's say iProfile service, and let's bring this namespace, and now let's implement the interface. And as you can see, we have two methods to implement: the getProfileData async and the isActiveAsync. In the getProfileData async, we're going to include the claim that we need, and in isActiveAsync, we're just going to check that the user exists. So let's start there. Let's make this method async, and let's say the following. First, we need to use dependency injection because we need to get a hold of the userClaims principal factory. So let's use userClaims principal factory, and let's bring this namespace, and let's say identity user here, and let's say claims factory, and let's initialize it as a field. And we also need the user manager, and let's say identity user here also, and let's say user manager, and let's initialize it as a field. And now let's go here, and we can do the following. We can say user ID context subject get subject ID, and now we're going to get a hold of the user. So let's say user await user manager find by ID async, and we're going to pass the user ID, and we're just going to check whether the user exists. So we can say is active, user is different than null. And now let's work here. Here what we're going to do is that we're going to repeat these two lines of code from here to here, and we need to make this method async also. And now we need to say claims principal. We're going to initialize a new claims principal, and for that we're going to say the claims factory, and we're going to create async by passing the user. And now we're going to get a hold of the claims. So we're going to say claims principal, claims to list. And with this claims list, we can do whatever we want. We can say claims add, and we can add as many claims as we want. And in the end, we're going to say context issued claims. Now here we're going to bring the claims from the user claims table. So let's say claims db, and let's say await user manager get claims async, and we're going to pass the user. And now we need to do a mapping because when we save our roles, we did it on the ASP.NET user claims table, and the type of the claim was claimTypes.role. If we come here and we go to controllers and users controller, we can see here that we're using claimTypes.role as the type of the claim, but we need to use JWT claimTypes.role for identity server 4. Of course, if from the beginning we knew that we were going to use identity server 4, then we could have just used the JWT claimTypes.role here and save us the problem of doing the mapping. So let's say here var map claims, we're going to initialize a new list of claims, and let's say for each claim in claims db, we want to say if the claim type is equal to claimTypes.role, then we want to create a new claim. We're going to say map claims add new claim, and we want to say JWT claimTypes.role, comma, and the value is going to be the same value of the claim. Otherwise, we're just going to say map claims add and the claim, and we're going to say issued claim equal to claims, but before that we have to say claims add range map claims. And now let's go up here. We need to register this service in identity server 4. So for that we're going to go to the startup class, and then let's go down here to add identity server, and here we're going to say add profile service, and we're going to pass our identity profile service class, and we're going to put a semicolon here, and that's it. With this we will be receiving the claims that we need. So let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and here we are in our Blazor application. So let's click on login, and now I have to go here and say Felipe and put my credentials, and let's click on login. And now, as you can see here on the left, we have the menu items that we were missing. So this means that now we are being recognized as an admin user. But we're not done yet. Let's click on genres. And we have our genres here. Let's click on edit. And as you can see, nothing happens. If we press F12, we're going to be met with an error, a 401. Why do we have a 401? We have a 401 because if you remember from the past, when we built our authentication state provider, we automatically put the token as a default header in our HTTP client, which means that every single request that we sent through the HTTP client was using the bearer token, but now we don't have that. So this means that the HTTP request that we're sending to the server does not have the bearer token, and that is why we're receiving a 401 as if we are not authenticated. How do we fix that? We're going to use an HTTP client factory. We will see that next.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
The next step for our Blazor application is to show it to the world. Hello, my name is Felipe Gavilan, and in this module, we will talk about the deployment process. When we deploy an application, we're placing it in a place where it can be accessed by the end users of our service. The first thing we will do is deploy our application in Azure App Service. In this way, we can have our Blazor application and Web API in one place. Then, we will publish an application statically. This has the advantage of being cheaper. However, this option is only available for the Blazor part, not for the Web API. Finally, we will learn how to use Azure DevOps to automate the process of publishing our application. In this video, we are going to publish our Blazor WebAssembly application that has a Web API into an Azure App Service. The first step is to come here, right-click on the server project, and let's go to Publish. And in here, we have to select Azure, next, Azure App Service Windows, next, and here we have some App Service instances. If you have the one you want to use here, you can select it. In our case, we want to create a new one. So let's click on here to create a new Azure App Service. I will delete this. Blazor Movies is going to be the name of our app service. I will select the subscription. I will select our resource group Blazor Movies. And for the hosting plan, if you don't have one, you can create a new one. With the hosting plan, you are selecting what kind of server you want to use. For example, in my case, I will use a V1. Let's say OK, and let's say create. And with this, we are creating the app service. We are still not publishing our application. We are only creating the resource that will host our application. And we have created the Azure App Service. Now let's click on Finish. And now we have these service dependencies here. We have to manage this one, the SQL Server database. So let's click on Configure. And I will click on Azure SQL Database. Next, if you have the SQL database already created, you can select it from here. If you don't, you can click on here to create a new SQL database. And if you don't have a database server, you can click on here to create a new server. I will delete this dot from here and I will put 1, 2, 3 here. And now this is happy. I will choose this location. I will select a username, which is going to be this one. And for password, I will paste a password here, and let's click on OK, and I can click on create, but before that, I have to say resource group, Blazor Movies, and now I can say create. And this is creating the Azure SQL database. And the SQL database has been created, so we can select it, and let's click on next. Now here I will type the name of my connection string name, which is default connection. And here I will put my username for the connection and the password. I'll put it here. And I will say save connection string value in Azure App Settings. I'll click on next. And I will deselect this option and I will keep this one selected. Now I'll click on finish. And this is done. We don't need to configure the storage service, so I can say ignore for this profile. And something else that we have to do is that we have to configure Entity Framework Core so that it runs the migration after we finish publishing our application. For that, we're going to click on here. And in order for this to work, you need to have in your machine installed the Entity Framework Core CLI tool. Now let's click on here, and here we have our connection string. I will say apply this migration and publish, and I'll click on save. And just before publishing, let's go here to the Solution Explorer because we need to do one final step. We have to come here to our appsettings.development.json, and I need to either put this on our appsettings.json file because this is the file that is going to be used in production, or I need to make sure to have a JWT key accessible in production, maybe through the configuration section of an Azure App Service or something like that. But you need a JWT key for production. This is for development and this is for production. Now with this, we are ready to go. Let's go here and let's click on publish, and this is going to publish our application. Now, as you can see, we have our application open. Though, as you can see, there are no records to show because our Azure SQL database is empty. But we're going to fix that in just a moment. The first thing that we're going to do is to navigate a little bit through our application. We can go to counter, which is our counter component that we did not delete. And as you can see here, we have our counter, which is decreasing the value of the counter by 1 because, if you remember, we made some logic that says that if we are not authenticated, then we want to decrease the counter number by 1. Now, what we have to do is that we have to create a user that is an admin user so that we can create a record in our database and determine that our deployment process was a success. For that, we can go back to Visual Studio and let's do the following. What we are going to do is that we are going to come here to the application DB context and we are going to create a new migration. This migration will consist on the following. We are going to create a user and we are going to assign to that user the admin role that we created in the previous module. The reason why I am going to do it here and not directly in a query like we did in the previous module is because a user requires a hash password, and so we can take advantage of C# here and let it generate the hash password, and then what we are going to do is that we are going to take the query and put it in the migration. That way we circumvent the problem of having some fields that are automatically updated in tables like ASP.NET users, which means that those changes are going to be present in every single migration that we do from now on. To avoid that problem, we are going to paste the query as is in the migration. So let's start working. What I am going to do is that I am going to say role admin ID, and I need to get the ID of the role admin. For that, we can go back to our migrations folder, and here we have the ID of the role admin. So let's paste it here. User admin ID, we need the ID of the user that is going to be admin. For that, we can go back to Google Chrome. We can go to our Git generator service and let's generate one Git and let's paste it here. As we said, we need a password hasher, so we are going to say hasher equal to new password hasher, and we need to bring this namespace, and we're going to say identity user here, and now we're going to say user admin equal to new identity user, and we're going to say ID equal to user admin ID, email, username, normalized email, normalized username, email confirm equal to true, and password hash equal to hasher, hash password null, and we need a super secret password here, so we can put our very secure password. And now we're going to say model builder, we're going to use dataset, which means that we want to insert this user into the database. So we want to say identity user has data user admin. And now what we are going to do is that we are going to indicate that the user admin has the role admin. If you remember, for that what we do is that we insert set information into the user claims table. So what we're going to do is that we're going to say model builder entity identity user claim has data new identity user claim, and we need to pass a ID for the claim, and this property is an int, so we can just say 1, and let's also say claim type equal to claim types, role, claim value, admin, and user ID is equal to our user admin ID. And this means that we don't need this role admin ID anymore, because it suffices with the name of the role. And now we're going to create a new migration, so let's go to the Package Manager console, and let's say add migration, admin user, and we're going to press enter. And now as you can see, we're saying that we want to insert an user in the ASP.NET users table and a record into the ASP.NET user claims table. But as we said, because of fields like concurrency and stamp, we're going to get an issue if we proceed this way. So what I like to do is to generate a SQL query with this data and then put that query here. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go to the Package Manager console and we're going to use the following command. Script migration from the previous migration, which was admin role, to admin user, which means that we're going to generate the SQL query of this migration. So let's press enter, and here we have the script. So what we can do is to take all of it. Let's go back here, let's delete this, let's say migration builder SQL, and let's paste the query, and let's put a semicolon here, and that's it. Now we wish to republish our application, so first let's go here, and now I can delete this, but just so this stays in the GitHub repository of this course, I am just going to comment it out. And now let's go to the Solution Explorer, Server, Publish, and we're going to republish our application. This republishing is going to also run the migrations that we have. And the web app has been published successfully. Now let's go back here to Google Chrome, and as you can see, we have our application, and now we can log in with our credentials, and as you can see, we have logged in our application, and we're an admin user because now we can see genres, people, create movie, and users. We can go to genres, and we can create a new genre, let's say action, and here as you can see we have action, and if we go to search movies, we indeed have the action genre created, which means that we have successfully published our Blazor WebAssembly application into an Azure App Service. In this video, we are going to learn how to successfully deploy a Blazor WebAssembly application that was created with the default authentication template, which means that our application is using Identity Server 4. I already deployed this application, but when we go to Google Chrome, we get this error, 530, which really doesn't say anything. And if you want to know the details of this error, you can go to your Azure App Service instance, and we can search for console. Let's click on here, and here you can write the name of your application. In my case, it is this one, the name of the project, .server.x, and let's press enter. And here we're going to see the specific error that we are getting. And the error is key type not specified. Why is that? Well, in order to understand that, let's go back to Visual Studio and let's go to the appsettings.development.json file. Here we have Identity Server key type development that was created for us when we created the project. Now this configures Identity Server 4 to use temporary credentials to sign in and validate the tokens of the users. Now the problem with this is that this is only apt for development. This is not for production. And this is not for production because these credentials are in memory, which means that if your Azure App Service gets recycled, then the credentials will be lost and recreated again. And these credentials will be different, and therefore all tokens will be invalidated, which is unacceptable in production because it means that everybody will be automatically logged out after that. We can fix that issue by using a certificate, a private key certificate specifically. Now, where do we configure this? Here in the app settings. And as you can see, we don't have a key section here. Let's write key here, which is what we're missing. And this is what explains the error that we're getting here. It says key type not specified. And here we don't have the type property of this key. So let's write type here. But what is it going to be the value? It is not going to be development, but it is going to be a store, because we are going to get a certificate from the store. But we don't have a certificate. So how do we get one? Well, you could buy one. You could use a free service like Let's Encrypt, which generate a certificate for you, or we can use a self-signed certificate. In this video, we are going to use the latter option. We are going to use a self-signed certificate. So first, how do we generate it? In Windows, we can use PowerShell. So open PowerShell with administrator rights. Here I have Windows PowerShell with administrator rights, and I'm going to write the following command. New self-signed certificate, subject, Blazor Movies Cert, and set store location, local machine. And the store name is my. Now let me press enter, though I have to go to the end and then press enter. And now I have the certificate created. Remember, the name is Blazor Movies Cert. Now let's go to the control panel in Windows and let's write here certificate, and let's go to manage computer certificates. You need to be an admin to do this. And now let's go to personal and certificates, and here I have Blazor Movies Cert. Let's double click on it and let's go to details, and what we want to do is to export this certificate with the private key, which is going to be a file of extension pfx. So for that, let's say copy to file. Let's click on next. Let's say yes, export the private key because we will need it. We can leave this as it is. Let's click on next. We need to choose a password. So I am going to type my password, and I'll have to choose SHA-1 because whenever I choose SHA-256, Azure throws an error when I try to upload a certificate with this encryption. So we will have to use SHA-1 for now. Now let's click on next and let me browse, and I will choose this location, and here I can place my certificate. I can say Blazor Movies Cert. I'll click on save, next, and finish, and that's it. Now we have the certificate. We can go to the folder, and here you can see that we have the pfx file. Now this is what we're going to upload to Azure. So let's go there. Let's go to our Azure App Service instance, and let's write here TLS. Let's click on here. Now let's go to private key certificates, and we're going to upload our certificate. So let's click on here. Let's select our file, which is this one, and let's put here our password, and let's click on upload. And as you can see, it was successfully uploaded. So now I can click on Blazor Movies Cert, which is our certificate, and as you can see here, we have a thumbprint and a subject name. We need both, so I am going to copy them both, and I'll put them here in this notepad file, and here. We need to use this to give our Azure App Service permission to use this certificate. So let's do that. Let's go here, let's go to configuration, let's click on here, and let's click on new application setting. And we're going to put the thumbprint here, and here we're going to say website load certificates. This gives permission to the Azure App Service to load this certificate. So let's click on OK, and now let's click on save, and let's click on continue. Now finally we have to configure our application to use the certificate we just created. So let's go back to Visual Studio, and here we will write in a store, which is fine. Now I have to say a store name, and as I just told you, it is my, or my. Let's say a store location, it is current user, like this. And finally, the name, which is the subject, we can say cn equal to, and let's go back to our file, and let's take this value from here, and let's paste it here. And that's actually it. With this, we are configuring Identity Server 4 to use the certificate that we just uploaded to Azure. Now all that is left is to come here and to deploy our application so that we get our new app-settings.json file in the server. And now as you can see, we have our application here loading. We have this in Spanish because we're using the Spanish version of our project, but that's okay. This is register. Let's click on here. I will use this email to register myself just to see that this is working now and our users are able to register themselves. And as you can see, I was able to register into my app, which means that now our Blazor Movies application, which is in production using Identity Server 4, is using our self-signed certificate to sign and validate the user's tokens. In this video, we are going to learn how to publish a Blazor WebAssembly application in Azure Storage. The only requisite that we need to meet with our Blazor WebAssembly application is that this one cannot be hosted in ASP.NET Core. In the past, we did an application with this characteristic, and it is our rock, paper, and scissors application. This was a game that we created a while ago that was a Blazor WebAssembly application that was not served from an ASP.NET Core web application. Since in Azure Storage we can only serve static files, and since a Blazor WebAssembly application is a static site, then that means that we can use Azure Storage for serving our Blazor WebAssembly application. For that, the first thing that we need to do is to go to portal.azure.com and let's go to Storage Accounts. Let's create a new one. We're going to use a subscription. For resource group, I'm going to create a new one. Rock, paper, and scissors. Rock, paper, and scissors. It is going to be East USA. Although you can choose whatever location is closer to you. I'm going to select a standard, general purpose B2, and this is all okay. And let's go to review and create. And now let's go to the resource and let's go to a static website, because we need to enable this as a static website in order to be able to use it to serve static websites. Here we are going to say index.html and index.html. Save. And here we have the endpoint through which we'll be able to access our website. Now our next step is to upload our application into Azure Storage. For that we're going to use Azure Storage Explorer. We can use Azure Storage Explorer to upload our website into Azure Storage. This is a free tool, so you can just download it and use it, and it works for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. I already downloaded and installed it, so I am going to open it. Here we are in Azure Storage Explorer, and I can go to my account. I can look for rock, paper, and scissors, blob containers, and here we are going to have a web directory. And here is where we have to put our application. So now we have to go back to our rock, paper, and scissors folder. Let's go to the project here where we have our CS Proj, and I am going to shift right click, open PowerShell window here because I want to publish this application using the .NET CLI. So we are going to say .NET publish configuration release. And this is going to publish our Blazor application in our machine. And the process has finished, and as you can see we have the files in bin release net5 published. So let's go there. Let's go to bin release net5 publish www.root, and these are the files that we have to drag over our Azure Storage Explorer. And now let's go to our Azure Storage Explorer. Let's make this a little bit smaller so we can drag this over here. And as you can see, the transfer is being done. So this is going to take a few minutes depending on your internet connection speed. But in my case, this has succeeded. So now I can go back to Google Chrome, and in here I can copy this and I can paste it here, enter. And as you can see, we have our rock, paper, and scissors application, which was published as static files, which means that it is a cheap way to have our Blazor application that it is not ASP.NET Core hosted. When you work alone on a small project, making the so-called right-click publish is not bad at all. In fact, it is the appropriate option in certain situations, especially in those where we want to do proof of concept, when we work alone or where the life of the project is short. However, when working on a relatively large project where there is a team of developers actively programming, it may be advisable to use continuous delivery. Continuous delivery refers to the automatic process of compilation, run of tests, and deployment of the project to a specific environment, whether it is a test or production environment. In basic terms, the idea is that we will have a branch which, every time we commit to it, a continuous delivery process will get triggered, in which we will try to compile the application, and if the compilation is successful, then the automatic test of the project will be run, and if the result of the test is successful, then the application will be deployed to a specific environment. This environment may be QA, staging, or production. For this, we can use Azure Pipelines, which is an Azure DevOps service. The first thing we need to have is a project in Git. We are in GitHub, and what we are going to do is that we are going to create a new repository. For that, we are going to click here. We will name our repository Blazor Movie DevOps. I'm going to make it private, and I will create the repository. And now we're going to copy this because we will use it in our Blazor project. For that, let's go to our Blazor application, our Blazor Movies application, and we are going to shift right click, open PowerShell window here, because I wish to create a gitignore file. So let's say .NET new gitignore, and the gitignore file was created, and you can see it here. And now let's right click, git bash here, and we're going to initialize a new git repository here. Now let's say git add .git commit initial, and now let's paste the code that we got from GitHub to add this repository as the origin. Let's press enter, and now we need to do git push origin master in order to send our code to that repository. Now if we go here to GitHub and we refresh the page, we are going to see that we have our code here. This is important because Azure DevOps is going to take this code, compile it, and publish it into a Azure App Service. In order to use Azure DevOps, we have to go to dev.azure.com. I am going to sign in into my account, and now let's create a new project. We will call it Blazor Movies. We will make it private, and we're going to use Git as version control, and let's click on create. And the project was created, so let's go to pipelines and pipelines here, and we're going to create a new pipeline. With this pipeline, we're going to be able to build our Blazor application so that we can deploy it automatically. So let's click on here, let's click on GitHub because our source code is on GitHub. Let me look for the Blazor Movies DevOps repository. Let me click on here. Now let's look for ASP.NET Core, show more, ASP.NET Core, and here we have our YAML file. In this YAML file, we are going to put all of the steps that are required to build our application. So here we have this trigger main. This means that when we make a change in our main branch in the GitHub repository, our build process will get executed. Now here we have VM image, Ubuntu latest. We actually want BS 2017-Win 2016. And in here we have variables that we can define. I'm going to define a variable called my project, which will point to our CSS file. So let's go here, Blazor Movies, I will copy this and paste it here, /server/ and I'll come back here and I will copy the name of our CSS file, which is this one, copy and paste here. And now here below we can list the steps of our build process. As you can see, we have this step here, which is a .NET build step, which will build our application. Now I will paste all of these steps, and you don't have to write them by hand. If you want them, you can get them from the GitHub repository of the course. And so now let's run through with them. Again, this is the first one. This is a .NET build. The second one allows me to install the EF Core CLI. because we're going to use it in the next step to generate that database script. But if you are not using Entity Framework Core, or you don't want to automate the application of the migration into our Azure SQL database, then you can omit this and the next step. So the next step, as we said, is generating the DB script. As you can see, we are using this command .NET EF migrations script idempotent, and we're outputting a migrate.sql file, and we are indicating that our project is the one that we define in the myProject variable. The next step is about publishing the application. We are doing a .NET publish, and finally we are publishing the artifacts. Artifact refers to the files that were output by this process. Now let's click on Save and Run, and we can leave this as it is, and let's click on Save and Run, and this is going to run this pipeline. And we are here in this status page. Let's click on Jobs, and in here we can see step by step what occurs with our pipeline process. And the process is done. Now let's try to publish our artifacts to our Azure App Service. For that, let's click on Releases, New Pipeline. We're going to do an Azure App Service deployment, so let's click here and apply. Our stage name is going to be Production, so let's write here Production, and let's click on here. And as you can see, we have some things to do. So first, Azure subscription. I will use Visual Studio Enterprise. If it asks you to authorize yourself, so just do it. I will provide my credentials. I will be right back. And I just did it. And now let's choose the app service name, which is Blazor Movies. And now we have finished here. And now let's click on Deploy Azure App Service and make sure that everything is okay. And it seems to be okay. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to create a new task. And this task, what it's going to do is that it is going to take that migrate SQL that I just showed you a moment ago, and it is going to run it on our Azure SQL database. That way, we're going to apply the migrations. So let's choose Azure SQL Database Deployment at, let's click on here. I'm going to call it Apply EF Migrations. Azure Subscription, I am going to choose Visual Studio Enterprise again. Now we have to authenticate ourselves. For that, just to keep it simple and quick, I am going to use a connection string, which as always we can get from our project in Azure. So let's go there. Let's go to portal.azure.com, Blazor Movies, Configuration, Default Connection Edit. Let's copy this and let's paste it here. Deploy type, SQL script file, and SQL script. If I try to come here, you are going to see that we don't get anything because we have to first do something. Let's go to Pipeline, and let's go here, and let's close this. Let's click on Add Artifact. The artifact refers to the result of our compilation process. So in our case, we are going to say Gaby Lange Blazor Movies DevOps. We're going to use latest, and this is fine. Add. And now if we go back here, and we go back here, SQL script, and here you can see that we can navigate to the result of our compilation. And if I go to the M, you are going to see that we can access the migrate SQL file. Let me click on OK. And now let me come back here and do the same for this, because we need to use our artifact. So let's go here and let's choose drop, and let's click on OK, and that's it. Now we have finished with this part. Let's go back here. Let's add a trigger. Let's say continuous deployment trigger. Let's use a branch filter. We only want to fire this process if we make a commit to the master branch. And now let's close this. And now let's click on save. OK. Create release. And I will click on create. And the release has been created. Now if I go here, we're going to see that we have a process running that is going to take the code from our artifact and is going to try to deploy that into our Azure App Service. And as you can see, the deployment has succeeded. We can go here and we can go to Overview and we can open our page. I'll click here and we have our application, though we don't see anything different. So what we're going to do is that we're going to make a commit to our master branch, and we're going to see the deployment process get fired and the release also, and then we're going to see the changes here. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go back to our application. We're going to go up here and we're going to open our git bash because I want to say git pull origin master because I want to bring my Azure Pipelines YAML here. Now let's open our application and I will use Visual Studio Preview and let's make a small change. For that we're going to go to our counter component and I am going to say here Azure DevOps, and now let's go to the application DB context because I want to generate a new migration just to see that the migrations are being run on our Azure SQL database. So what I'm going to do, just to keep it simple, is that I am going to say model builder entity genre has data new genre ID equal to 2 name equal to comedy, and now I am going to add a migration genre comedy, and now the migration has been created. And here we have our migration, and now what we are going to do is that we are going to go back here specifically to our git bash. I am going to say git add everything, git commit Azure DevOps test, git push origin master, and that is going to write our commit into our master branch in the origin, which means that this is going to fire our compilation process. So let's go here to builds, and as you can see we have Azure DevOps test here. Let's click on it, and as you can see the process is about to start, and as you can see the process has finished successfully. And now let's go to releases because this was just a compilation, and now we have to look for the release of our compilation. So let's go to here, and as you can see it is in progress, and as you can see the release has succeeded, which means that if we go here and we refresh the page, we are going to get our application. And if we go to counter, let's go to counter, you can see that we have current count Azure DevOps, which was one of the changes that we did, and the other one is that we added the comedy genre, and as you can see we have the comedy genre here in our Blazor movies in an Azure App Service, which means that every time that we commit into our master branch, we are going to do continuous delivery because this is going to trigger a compilation process and a release process into our Azure App Service website, and this process is also going to update our Azure SQL database. In this video, we are going to publish our Blazor application into IIS. For that, the first thing that we have to do is to install the .NET Core hosting bundle. For that, we can go to .NET.Microsoft.com. Let's go to download. Let's go to all .NET Core downloads, and let's go for the version of the application that you build. In our case, it is .NET Core 3.1, and here you will see that we have a hosting bundle here, and it says here we recommended installing the hosting bundle, which includes the .NET Core runtime and IIS support. Because we want to install our application in IIS, then we are going to use this hosting bundle. After you download and install this hosting bundle, you will be ready to publish your application into IIS. Something that we need to do is to go back to our application, and if you want to run the migration of Entity Framework Core, once the application loads, you can do the following. You can go to Program, you can come here and you can create a variable web host, and by the way, you don't have to do this if you don't want to run the migrations automatically. If you want to run them manually, for example, if you want to run a script on your database system, certainly you can do that. And in that case, you can omit this step. But for us, we are going to do this. Let's say run here. And here in the middle, we are going to use the application DB context to run the migrations. So let's say using var scope, web host services, create a scope, and we're going to bring this namespace. And now let's say services, service provider, and context equal to services get service, and we're going to get an instance of our application DB context so that we can do the following. We can say database migrate, and let's bring this namespace, and with this we are running the migration once our application is running. Now what we want to do is that we want to publish our application. For that we can come here, let's press right click here, publish. We don't want to deploy to Azure, but to IIS. For that, we're going to say new, and I want to publish into a folder. which is going to be .NET Core App Publish. So let's say create profile, and let's click on Publish, and this is going to publish our application into our file system. And that is done. Now let's go here, right click, open folder in File Explorer, and let's go to Bin, Release, .NET Core App, Publish, and here we have our application. I will copy everything from here, and I will go to this PC, C, inetpub, and I'm going to create a folder here, and I will call it Blazor Movies, and I'll paste it here. I'll paste all the files here. Continue. And now I will edit my app settings JSON because here I am pointing to localDB, but I don't want to do that. What I want to have is my instance of SQL Server. So for that, I am going to paste this here, and I will say retry as admin. And with that, I have saved the file. So I'll close this. And now, if you don't have it installed, we need to install IIS. For that, I can go to the control panel, Programs, turn Windows features on or off. And here you can see that we have several options, and one of them is Internet Information Services or IIS. So we can check this, and as you can see, we will get some default options. I like to also enable these options for the WebSocket protocol, just in case you need it. Because I have it installed, I don't have to click on OK, I can click on Cancel. And let me close this here. And now that we have enabled IIS, I can go to IIS by pressing the Windows key and writing IIS. And here we have the IIS Manager, and here we can create a website. So let's right click here, add website, and we're going to call it Blazor Movies, and in physical path we're going to put the location of our files. So let's say C, inetpub, Blazor Movies. OK. And I will use a port that is available, like 83 in my machine. Now, if I go here, and before I click on here, let me just go to my Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, and as you can see, I don't have a database here, but it will be created in just a minute. If I try to go to the application, I am going to get an error, and that is because, in my case, because I am trying to access my SQL Server instance with the application pool user, which doesn't have access to my SQL Server instance, hence I get this error. But this is easy to fix. One way to fix it is to give it an authorized user to the application pool. For example, let's go here to Application Pools. Let's go to Blazor Movies, which is the corresponding application pool for our website. Right click, Advanced Settings. And here, as you can see, we have Identity, Application Pool Identity. We don't want to use this. I will use a custom account. I have an account that I created just for this, which has permissions to access my SQL Server instance. And let me paste the password. Let's click on OK, OK, and OK. Recycle, and let's go to Blazor Movies again. I'll click here, and as you can see, we have our application running. And if we go to search movies, you can see that we have comedy here, and we have comedy because we have a migration that includes the comedy genre in the genres table. And if we go to SQL Server Management Studio and we click on here and we refresh, you can see that we have our database here. In this video, we are going to publish a Blazor WebAssembly application that is not ASP.NET Core hosted in IIS. In this project, we only have the Blazor WebAssembly project, the client project, but we do not have the ASP.NET Core Web API backend project. So let's do that. Let me right click here on the project, and I will say Publish, and I'll click on Folder because I want to publish this application in my machine, and I'll click on Next, and this is fine. This is the location in which we are going to publish our application, and then I'll click on Finish, and finally I will click on Publish, and this is going to start the process of publishing the application in my machine. As you can see, we have the address here. The project has concluded, so I can go to the Solution Explorer. I can right click here, and I can say Open Folder in File Explorer, and I can go to Bin, Release, Net5, Browser Wasm, Publish, and here we have what we have to put in IIS so that our application works. So I will copy this, and then I will go to this PC, I will go to C, and I will go to inetpub, and here I will create a new folder, and I will say Blazor test IIS. I'll press enter and enter again to enter into this folder. I will right click here and I will paste continue 1 and continue 2nd, and here we have the www root and webconfig files here. Now I have to open IIS because I need to create a new website, so let me go to sites, right click here, add website, and I will put a name here like Blazor IIS test, and I will select the physical path, which is the one that we just created in inetpoof. Let me say inetpoof Blazor test IIS, OK, and I will select a port that is available, like 89 in my case. I'll click on OK, and before I click here in Browse, where we will be able to see our application, I need to make sure that I have an extension installed in IIS, which is URL rewrite. For that, I can go here to iis.net downloads Microsoft URL rewrite, and I will have this URL in the resources of this video. I need to go to this URL and I need to install this extension. This extension is important for our static website because our Blazor application that it is not ASP.NET Core hosted is static, so we need this extension for this to work. So after downloading and installing this, which I already did, I can come back here to IIS and I can click on Browse, and here as you can see we have our application up and running, which means that we have been able to publish a Blazor WebAssembly non-ASP.NET Core hosted application in IIS. Deploying is putting the application in a place so that the end user can access it. In Azure App Service, we can deploy our Blazor applications so that they are together with your web API. In Azure Storage, we can publish static websites. This includes Blazor application without its web API. With Azure DevOps, we can automate the process of deploying an application. So far, we have only worked with one project that uses our Razor components, namely the Blazor WebAssembly Client project. It is time to learn how to share components between projects. Hello, my name is Felipe Gavilan, and in this module, we will create a Razor class library, which will help us sharing Razor components, CSS styling, and JavaScript files between our projects. In this way, we will reuse functionality. We will start by creating a Razor class library so that we can share a simple component. After that, we will learn how to share JavaScript and CSS resources. Then we will learn about dependency injection in components that are in Razor class libraries and see how useful this flexibility can be. Later, we will see how to share routable components and how to pass parameters to these components. Finally, we will migrate almost our entire set of components of our Blazor Movies application into the Razor class library. This will be a crucial step in having a dual architecture. More about that in the next module. Let's start this module by creating a Razor class library and sharing a simple component. In this video, we are going to create a Razor class library so that we can reference a component from our Blazor Movies.client project. The idea with a Razor class library is that with it, we can share Razor components throughout different projects. So let's do that. First, we're going to right click here on our solution and we're going to say add new project, and we're going to write here Razor, and we're going to choose Razor class library, and let's click on next. And for its name, we're going to say Blazor Movies.components, because here we're going to have our Razor components. So now let's click on create, and let's click on create again, and this will create a new project. And as you can see, we have here the following structure. We have a www root directory in which we have some static resources like an image, a JS file, and a CSS file. We will work on this on the next video. For now, let's continue seeing the architecture of this Razor class library. We also have a imports file in which we can put the namespaces that will be available throughout the Razor class library project. And also we have
an example component, which is called component 1. We can reference this component from our Blazor WebAssembly client project. So let's do that. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's right click on our Blazor Movies.client project and let's say add and let's go to reference because we need to make a reference from this project to this components project that we have here. So we're going to say check components and then let's click on OK. And with this we have access to every single public resource of the Blazor.movies components project from our client project. So let's go here, let's go to pages and let's go to our counter component, and what we're going to do is that here we're going to say component 1. Component 1 is the name of the only component that is in the Blazor Movies.components project. So we want to use that component from here, and we can do that simply by making a reference to it from our counter component. And that's it. We can press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And let's go to the counter directive and let's go to counter, let's say counter here. And as you can see, we have this Blazor component is defined in the Blazor Movies.components package, which is the component 1 that we just saw here. Now, this is a component just like any other component that we saw in the course. This component is not special just because it is in a Razor class library. It works exactly the same as all the components that we have seen. For example, we can say code here, and we can define, for example, a variable, let's say prop, a string, name, and I will just put my name here, and I will display this variable here. And also besides that, we can say, and let's say parameter here, and let's close this, let's put a semicolon here, and now let's say, for example, param1 get and set. And this is a parameter that we can pass to our component. Let's say dash here and param1, and you are going to see that we are able to use that parameter from here. We can say param1. We may have to compile our application. This is a parameter, and let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and you are going to see that our component still works. Let's go here, let's refresh the page, and as you can see we have Felipe, and this is a parameter. Again, this is a normal component that works as any other component that we have seen. Now, as we can see, we have to use the complete address to reference that component 1 component. If you don't want to do that, you know that you can use the imports file of the client project. So let's go here, let's cut this, and as you can see we got an error here, but we are going to fix it right away. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to the imports file of the client project. Let's double click here and then let's say using, and we're going to say Blazor Movies.components, and with this we have access to the component 1 component directly. And of course, if we recompile the application and we go back here, you can see that this still works, as you can see here. Though there is a problem here. Look at the styling of this text that we have here. If we go here to the component 1 component, you are going to see that we have a myComponent class. And that myComponent class that we have defined here in the www.root style CSS file, it defines a border which is red and dash, but we don't have that here. That is because we are not using that CSS file. We will see that next. In the previous video, we referenced a component that lives in a Razor class library, and it is this component that we have here. Though we found a problem, and it is that the CSS styling of the Razor class library is not being applied. The reason for that is that we have to reference the static files from our index.html file. So let's do that. Let's go here and let's go to the Solution Explorer, and we're going to see that we have in the Blazor Movies.components a www.root directory, and we want to reference this style CSS file that we have here that has the styling of our component 1 component that we have here, this class that we have here. So for that, let's go to the www.root directory in our client project, and let's open the index.html file, and here in this head section that we have here, we're going to do the following. We're going to say link href and then rel
style sheet. Now, how are we going to reference the CSS file from a different assembly? For that, we need to use a special keyword that instructs Blazor to look for the file in a different assembly. That keyword is underscore content. With underscore content, we are saying that what we are looking for is not in this assembly that we have here, in this www root that we have here in the client project, but in our case, in the www root of this assembly that we have here. So for that, I will say rename because I need to get the assembly's name or the project's name, and I will paste it here. This way we are saying that we want to look for a file in this assembly that we have here, and now we can write the name of the CSS file. In our case, it is styles.css, so let's say styles.css, and that's it. With this, I can compile my application. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application, and let's go here and let's refresh this page. And now, as you can see, we have the styling of the component1 component that lives in the Razor class library. And we are not limited to using CSS files from Razor class libraries. We also can use JavaScript files from Razor class libraries. Let's see an example. Let's go back to Visual Studio and let's go to the Solution Explorer, and we're going to see that we have a example.js interrupt file here, which is a simple function that displays a prompt for the user. Now let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's also see that we have an example.js interrupt class here that we can use. What we're going to do is that we're going to use this class that invokes the JavaScript function, and we're going to use it from our component1 component. So first, what I want to do is to make this an extension method. So I will say this here, and I have to make this class static. Now let's go to our component1 component, and we want to inject our IJS runtime. As we said in the previous video, this is a normal component. We can use dependency injection here. There is nothing special about this component1 component. So I want to say IJS runtime, and as you can see, we have to put the full name. If you don't want to do that, I can cut this from here, and I can go to my imports file in the components project, of course, and I can paste this. Let's say using paste Microsoft JS interrupt, and now let's go back to our component1 component here. Let's delete this dot from here, and I can say JS. And now what we're going to do is that we are going to put a button here. Let's say display prompt, and I will do an onClick, so I will say private void handle prompt, and I will say JS prompt, which is this method that we have here, prompt. Let's go back here, and let's say prompt from Razor class library. And now let's say here onClick and handle prompt. Now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and let's see what happens. Let's go here, let's press F12, let's refresh this page, and let's click on here, display prompt, and you can see that nothing is really happening. Why is that? The reason is that we are not referencing the JavaScript file that contains the prompt function. So let's do that. Let's go to Blazor Movies, let's go to the index.html file. We already know how to reference a static file from a different assembly. We have to use the underscore content keyword. So let's say here script src underscore content, and let's copy this assembly name from here and let's paste it here, and let's get the name of the JS file. Let's go here, rename, copy, and let's paste it here, .js, and let's close this. And now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and let's test. Let's refresh this page, let's click on here, and now as you can see we have our prompt here, and I can write whatever I want. Blazor is awesome, for example. Let's click on OK, and that's it. As you can see, we can reference static files from our Razor class library by using the index.html file. This is really useful in the case that those libraries have their own styling and their own JavaScript functionality, and we can decide if we want to use them or not, because if you notice, if we don't reference the CSS file, we didn't get the styling in our application.
which makes it easy to overwrite the code from that CSS file by simply not importing it and use my own. And if we want to use it, we use the _content keyword to get the static file from a different assembly. In this video, we are going to see an example of using dependency injection in a component that lives in a Blazor class library. Although here we have in our component1 component an example of dependency injection, what I want to do is to have our own interface, our own service, and inject it in this component. So let's do that. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's create an interface here in our Blazor Movies Components project. So let's say add new item. Let's look for interface, which is here. Let's just say example interface here. This is just for a demo. And we're going to have this public, and then we will say something like get value. But I want this to be a method. So let's do this like this. And let's remove this public from here. And that's it. We have our example interface. Now let's inject it here. Let's say inject iExample interface. Let's just say example here. And we can use it, for example, here. Let's put a break here and a break here. And let's just say value from the interface example get value. Now, where are we going to configure this interface? Where are we going to supply the class that is going to be injected at runtime when we run our application? For that, we have to go to the program class of our Blazor WebAssembly project, because here we will have the interface. Although we could have the implementation of the iExample interface here in this project, what we want to do is to have it here on the client project, because we want to have the flexibility of injecting a custom implementation of this interface from different projects, because this will be important when we implement the dual architecture, because we will want to have different implementations of different interface that comes from different projects. So here what we're doing is a simple example. So let's go to helpers, let's right click here, and let's say add new class. We're going to say example implementation. Let's click on add, and we're going to implement the interface. So I will say iExample interface, and I will bring this namespace blazormovies.components, and I will implement the interface, and I will say return from WebAssembly. When we create a Blazor server-side project, we're going to do the same, but we're going to say Blazor server-side. But we're going to do that in the next module. For that, let's continue with this example. Now we need to configure the dependency injection system to indicate that when we request this service that we have here, we want to supply this implementation that we have here. So for that, let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to the program class here in the client project. And we're going to go here to our configure services method that we have here. And I can say here, services at transient. And I can say iExample interface, example implementation. And now I can press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And we're going to see here, if we refresh this counter, that we have value from interface from WebAssembly. Again, this is really important, because in our Blazor class library, we're going to have some components, but sometimes the functionality of said component will be different depending on the project that we're running. For example, our repositories are going to be different in Blazor WebAssembly and in Blazor server-side. And we're going to need this flexibility that we're seeing here in order to have a dual architecture in which we're going to share our components between different Blazor projects.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In this video, we are going to learn how to share a routable component. We remember that a routable component is a component that uses the page directive and that allows us to navigate to that component through a unique URL. So let's see that. Let's go here to the Blazor Movies components, and we're going to create a new component. So let's say add new item, Blazor component, and we're going to say simply routable component,
and we're going to say page, and we're going to say routable for the route of the component. We don't need anything here. What I want is to show you how to use this routable component. Let's see what happens if we try to navigate to this route that we have here. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and we're here in our application. Let's say routable. Let's press enter, and as you can see it says, sorry, there is nothing at this address. Why is that? The reason for this is that our AppRazor file is not aware of this assembly Blazor movies.components that we have here, so we have to register the routable components of this project, of this assembly, in our AppRazor of the Blazor movies client project. So let's do that. Let's go here, let's go to the AppRazor file, and here as you can see we have the app assembly attribute, which indicates the assembly in which we're going to have our routable components, and we have the option of indicating additional assemblies. If we write here additional assemblies, we can pass an array of additional assemblies which are supposed to contain more routable components. So for that we're going to say here new array, because it is an array of assemblies, and we're going to say type of, and we have to put here the name of any component or any class of the assembly that we want to reference. In our case, we can use the component1 component, and then we say dot assembly, and that's actually it. And of course, if we had another assembly, we could say comma here, type of, other class here, and dot assembly, and so on. But in our case, we only have one, so let's delete this. Now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and we're going to see that everything works now. Let's go here, and let's refresh this page that we have pointing to the routable route, and let's press enter. And as you can see, we have our routable component. So that means that in order to add additional assemblies, you use the additional assemblies attribute of the router component that we have here in the AppRazor file. In previous videos, we learned that a component that lives in a Razor class library is just like any other component. We saw that we could use dependency injection. Of course, we can use our UI and our C# code. We can have methods, events, variables, parameters, and so on. And we even learned that we could use routable components that lives in the Razor class library. Though there is a challenge here. Sometimes you want to pass a parameter to a routable component. Like for example here in the component 1, we have this parameter here, which is a value that we can pass from a parent component. What happens if we want to pass a parameter to this routable component? For that we can use cascading parameter. With cascading parameters, we define a value from an ancestor component, and that value is going to be accessible from any child component of that ancestor component. So let's do that. What we're going to do is that we want to define a simple value that we want to retrieve from a cascading parameter. So for that we can say cascading parameter here, we can say public int, and we're just going to say value here, get and set. Now from where we can define this value? We can define it from the AppRazor file. We can go here and we can say here cascading value, and we can wrap our entire AppRazor file in this cascading value component, and here we can say value, and I can pass whatever value I want, for example 7. And then I also want to say name, just to be specific. The name is going to be value, so let's go here and let's say here name value. This is the name of the cascading parameter that we're passing through this AppRazor file. And now let's use it. Let's go here and let's say the value is value. And now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application and see that we are indeed receiving this value. Let's go here, let's refresh this page, and as you can see we have the value is 7. Although this seems simple, this is going to be crucial when we do our dual architecture, because we will want to have sometimes different content depending if we are in a Blazor WebAssembly application or in a Blazor server-side application. Although we will aim to reuse as much code as we can, there will be some times in which we will have to rely in a cascading parameter. In this video, we are going to migrate all of the components of our Blazor Movies application into our Blazor Movies components. The reason for this is that in the next module, we are going to implement a dual architecture in which we are going to share our components between a Blazor WebAssembly application and a Blazor server-side application. But first we need to have our components in our Razor class library. So let's do that. What we are going to do is that we are going to come here and I will expand this, and we need to see which components we are going to migrate. We are basically going to migrate all of the components but those that are in the auth folder. The reason for that is that in Blazor server-side, we are going to use Identity UI for the authentication, which uses Razor pages. So what we're going to do is that we're going to expand here, and we're going to create a new folder, which is going to be called Pages, and we are going to cut everything from here, cut, and we're going to paste it here. And that is done. And we're going to do the same for our shared folder. We're going to create a new folder here. We're going to say shared, and I want to take everything from here to here to here, except the input password component because that is used on our components in the auth folder. So I will cut everything from here to this shared folder that we have here in our components project. And that is done. Now let's see what else we got. Also, I want to send our custom CSS file in which we have a styling for our custom components. So let's cut this from here and let's go to our components project. Let's collapse this, and let's go to the www root and let's paste it here. And we have here our custom CSS. Now let's try to compile our application and let's see how many errors we got. Let's rebuild the solution. And as you can see, we have over 100 errors, but we can deal with it. Now, the first thing that we can see is that we have reference errors with the iGenera repository and the iMovies repository. That is because if we go here, if we go to Pages and we go to Generas and let's go to Index Generas, we are going to see that we have iGenera repository here, and we're missing the reference because the iGenera repository is here in the client project. So what can we do? What we're going to do is that we're going to migrate all of the interfaces of the repositories into the shared project, not into the component project, but into our shared project that we have here. The reason for that is that we're going to need those interfaces for our Blazor server-side application in the next module. So for now, let's create a folder here in the shared project, and we're going to name it repositories, and let's press enter. And now I will take every interface from here to here. Let's cut them and let's paste them here in the repositories directory. Now we need to update this namespace into Blazor Movies shared repositories. And we need to do the same for every interface that we just moved. So let's do that real quick. iGenera repository, iMovies repository, here, iPerson repository, here, iRating repository, and finally iUsers repository. And let's paste it here. And let's go to our components project. We're going to add a reference to our shared project from here so that we can have access to those interfaces. So let's say reference and shared project. Let's click on OK. And now let's go to the imports file here in the components project. Let's go to imports and let's say using, and let's paste our namespace. Now if we go back to our index generas component here in the components project, we are going to see that now we don't have this error here. So that is one set of errors less. Now we can see that we don't have access to the generic list component, so let's fix that. The problem is that we need to go to the imports file, and we need to say using Blazor movies.components.shared. And now with this we have access to all of the components that are in the shared directory here in the components project. Now if we go back here to index genres, we're going to see that now this error went away. Now we can see that we don't have access to the genre entity, so what we're going to do is that we're also going to have to put the namespace of this entity's directory and this DTO's directory here in our imports file. So let's do that. Let's go here and let's copy and paste this twice, and let's say entities on one and DTOs on the other. And now if we go back here, we're going to see that now we have genre being correctly referenced. Now the final error that we have here is this authorized attribute that we have here, and that is because we need to reference a package in our CSproj file. For that, we're going to install a NuGet package here in the components project. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, right click here, manage NuGet packages, and here we're going to install the Microsoft SPNet Core Components Authorization package. Let's click on install, let's click on accept, and this has been installed, so I will close this. And now we have to go to the imports file, and here we say using Microsoft SPNet Core Authorization. Now if we go back here, you are going to see that we don't have this error anymore. So now let's recompile our application and let's see how much we have progressed. Now we only have 21 errors, so we are improving. We have problems with the iDisplayMessage and iFileReader service and some other classes like multiple selector model, which are custom classes that we have. So let's do the following. Let's go here to the client project. Let's go to the helpers folder, and we see that we have DisplayMessage, iDisplayMessage, and so on. So let's go here. Let's minimize this from here, and let's create a helpers folder here. Right click, add new folder, helpers, and I want to cut this DisplayMessage and iDisplayMessage from here, and multiple selector model from here, and navigation manager extensions, and the IJS runtime extension methods. Let's cut them, and I will paste them here in this helpers folder. And now I have to update the namespaces of each of them. So let's do that. Let's say here components, helpers, and now let's copy this, and let's go to the other types that we have here. Let's go to IJS runtime extension methods, and let's paste this here. And let's go here, multiple selector model, and let's paste this here, and navigation manager extensions, and let's paste this here. And of course, we need to copy this also, and let's go to the imports file, and let's put it here so that we can access these types from our Razor components. Now let's compile the application again and let's see how we're doing. And as we can see, we have a problem with the markdit package because we have to install it in our components project. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, right click here, manage NuGet packages, and let's install markdit, install, and that's it. We can recompile our application. And as you can see, we have a problem with the authentication state in the rating component, so let's go there. We also need the iFileReader service, which comes from a package that we installed in the past. So let's go here, let's go to the CSproj file, and we're going to copy this, which is the file reader package that we installed. And now let's go here and let's install this here, and let's paste it here. Let's click on here, and let's install this. And let's do the same for markdit, which is our package for rendering markdown. So let's install this also. And now let's compile the application again, and let's see how we're doing. We have here that we need to update our markdit and file reader packages also from our client project. So let's do that. Let's go here. Let's go to updates. Let's update everything. Update, accept, and let's compile again. We are down to 8 errors. So let's see that we have some errors here in the rating component. So let's go there. Let's go here, shared rating. And as we can see, we have a problem with the authentication state. That is because we are missing a using statement here in our imports file. So we're going to say using, and we can delete this extra using from here. And now if we go back to our rating component, we're going to see that this is fixed here. Let's recompile again, rebuild solution. I keep recompiling the application because sometimes, although some errors are fixed until I recompile the application, we don't really see the error here disappearing from this error list. We are missing the HTTP client. So let's do the following. Let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go here, and we can go here, systemnet HTTP JSON. Let's copy this, and let's paste it here in components. Let's paste it here. And now let's go to our fetch data component here, which is this one here. And we still haven't solved this because now we need to go to the imports file and we need to add this namespace here. And now let's go here, and as you can see, this is solved, but we got another error here on the get from JSON async method. So let's fix it. Let's go to the imports file. Let's copy this and let's paste it here, and let's say JSON. Now let's go back here, and this was solved. Let's recompile again here the whole solution. And as you can see, we have a problem in the counter razor component, but we have to go to the partial class. So let's go here, let's go to counter, and let's go to the partial class. And we're going to see that we have this error with the mathnet library. This was just for an example, so I can delete this. And I can also delete all of this. Again, this was just an example. Let me delete all of this. And this should be fine. Now let's go to our input markdown component. We don't have access to the input text area component from here, which means that we're missing a reference. So let's go to our imports file and let's paste this reference, Microsoft SPNet Core component forms. And let's go back here, and we're going to see that these errors has been fixed also. Now let's recompile the application and let's see what we have. Let's rebuild. We are getting some errors in the counter component. So let's go here. And the reason for the error is because there is a mismatch between the namespace of the component and the namespace of this partial class. So let's say Blazor movies components.pages. And now let's recompile the application yet one more time. Let's rebuild. And let's see that now we have some errors here. For example, on accounts repository, that is because the namespace of the interfaces have changed. So what we have to do is go to the Solution Explorer. Let's go here to the repositories, and I have this private, so let's make it public. Let's make sure that everyone is public, 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 and public also. So now let's go here to my repository folder, and let's go here, control dot, and let's bring this namespace, and let's do the same for every repository here. Let's bring this, let's go here, movies repository, let's bring this namespace. Now let's go here, person repository, and also let's do the same for rating repository. Let's bring this namespace, and finally for the user repository, let's bring this namespace also. And now let's go to the Solution Explorer. We have to go to the program class, and we need to do the same here. We need to bring the namespace Blazor movies shared.repositories. And let's do the same for a display message, which now lives on the Blazor movies.component.helpers directory. And we see that we have an error here, so let's go to the iDisplay message interface, and we can see that it is private, so let's make it public, and that should have fixed our error here. Now let's compile our application again, rebuild solution. Let's see how we are doing. We have a missing reference here in the login and register components. That is easy to fix. Let's copy this. Let's go here. I will copy this using a statement from here. Actually, I have to copy this, Blazor movies share repositories. And now let's go here to the imports file on the client project. This is on the client project. And let's paste this here. And let's delete this extra using. And now let's recompile the application one more time, rebuild solution. And we have problems with the set in local storage. So let's come here and let's bring this namespace, blazormovies.component.helpers. And now let's compile again, reveal solution. We have a problem with referencing the main layout. That is normal. That is because the main layout has been moved to the components project. So we can do the following. We can either say something like Blazor movies.components.shared. And here we eliminate this error. And if we don't want to do this, if we don't want to have to put the whole name of the main layout, I can cut this from here and I can go to my imports file of the client project here and I can say using and paste this here. And now with this, I have access to the main layout once again and also to the custom not found component here. And now let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let's reveal the application. And as you can see, it has finally succeeded, although there is something that we are missing, and that is that we have to go to the nav menu component here in the components project. Let's go here to the nav menu, and we're going to see that we have an error here with the nav link component because we are missing a namespace. So let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go to the imports file of the components project and let's paste this namespace here and let's go back here, and now you can see that the error has gone away. Now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and as you can see we have our application here running. We have Hello Felipe because I am logged in. I can go to Spider-Man and as you can see we have everything working, and if we go to genres you are going to see that we have access to the genres. I can create a new genre, let's say new genre, let's save changes, and we can even delete that, and everything is working correctly. Now that we have migrated our components into a Blazor class library, we are ready to tackle the problem of having a dual architecture. We're going to do that in the next module. With a Blazor class library, we have a project in which we can share Blazor components, classes, and static files such as CSS and JavaScript files. A component that lives in a Blazor class library works exactly the same as one that lives in a Blazor project. With the _content keyword, we can access resources that live in Blazor class libraries. In order to access a routable component from a Blazor class library, we have to add the corresponding assembly in the app.razor file by using the additional assemblies property. We can use cascading parameters if we want to pass a value to a routable component in a Blazor class library from our Blazor project. Finally, we migrated our Blazor components of our Blazor Movies application into a Blazor class library. So far, we have been working with Blazor WebAssembly. It is time for us to work with Blazor on the server side. Hello, my name is Felipe Gavilan, and the purpose of this module is to show that all the knowledge acquired so far about the Blazor WebAssembly can be used to make applications with Blazor on the server side. We will begin this module by reviewing the advantages and disadvantages of Blazor on the server side. Then we will create a sample Blazor server-side application to explore the similarities and differences of Blazor WebAssembly and Blazor server-side. Finally, we will make our Blazor Movies application work on Blazor server-side. What we will do is to use a dual architecture in which we will share as much code as possible between our Blazor WebAssembly and Blazor server-side implementations of the Blazor Movies application. Let's start this module reviewing Blazor server-side. Blazor server-side is the Blazor model in which our application runs on the server and we interact with it through a SignalR connection. This is different from a Blazor WebAssembly application served from an ASP.NET Core application. The difference is that in Blazor WebAssembly, the user downloads the C# code to his browser, whereas in Blazor server-side, the user does not download the C# code, but the code runs on the server. So in Blazor server-side, the C# code never leaves the server. Given the fact that the user does not have to download the app to run it, this means that a Blazor server-side has a quick initial load compared to a Blazor WebAssembly application. The debugging experience is much better in Blazor server-side
as we will see later. However, the fact that the app runs on the server is also one of the Blazor server-side's weaknesses, because the scalability is affected by the fact that every interaction with the app must be processed by the server. Even the click of a button is processed by the server. Microsoft reported that a server with 1 vCPU and 3.5 GB of memory can handle over 5,000 users concurrently without any performance degradation. Also, a server with 4 vCPU and 14 GB of memory can handle over 20,000 users concurrently in the same conditions. Also, another disadvantage of Blazor on the server side is that it does not support offline scenarios, which can be problematic if you expect your app to be used on mobile devices by users who may be moving from one place to another. However, if your app is going to be an office app that will be used from desktop computers, this is not a problem. Let's create a Blazor server-side application. In this video, we are going to create a Blazor server-side application. The idea is that we are going to explore this Blazor server-side application. We are going to see that everything we learned so far with Blazor WebAssembly is applicable to Blazor server-side. We have the same components, with the same parameters, with the same paradigm. So all of what we learned, we can use it with Blazor server-side. So let's create a project. We are here in our Blazor Movie solution, and I will create a new project. So add new project, and I will choose Blazor app. I will choose a name like Blazor Movies.server-side, and I will click on create, and I will choose Blazor server app, and we are going to configure authentication. So let's click here on change. Let's click on individual user accounts and store user accounts in app. Let's press OK, and now let's click on create, and this is going to create the Blazor server-side application. Now, as you can see, we have here our Blazor server-side application, and as you can see, the structure is not too weird. We have a www root in which we have CSS resources and a favicon. We remember that in the www root, we put the static resources of our application that we want to be downloadable by the user, like CSS, JavaScript, images, and so on. Also, we have a pages folder, and here we have our index component, which has the page directive, which means this is a routable component. Here we have our HTML, and here we have the survey prompt component, which is a component that lives in the share folder. We also see that we have our share folder in which we put components that are not routable. Here we have the survey prompt component. Here we have more HTML. Here we have a parameter. You can see public string title gets set parameter, and we're here using that parameter to display a title. So as you can see, what we are seeing is stuff that we learned throughout the course for Blazor WebAssembly, and all of that is still applicable in Blazor server-side because it is the same Blazor. The difference is where does the application run. In Blazor WebAssembly, the application runs in the browser. In Blazor server-side, the application runs on the server. But outside of that, it is the same Blazor, though there are some differences which we are going to explore in this video. Let's run our application. First, we need to right-click here and set as a startup project, and now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And here we are in our Hello World application. We have our counter component, which we can click, and we are going to update the counter here. And we have our fetch data component, which fetches data from a class in the application. But something that I want you to see is that let's press F12 and let's go to network and let's refresh the page. And as you can see, the application is really light. It is only 243 kilobytes. Even if we disable the cache and we refresh again, you are going to see that only over 100 kilobytes were transferred, and that is because, as I said, the application runs on the server, which means that the only things that we have to download are the static resources like CSS file and JavaScript files, but the most important piece of this is this WebSocket connection. With the WebSocket connection, we're establishing
a real-time communication with our server, which is what makes our application feel really performant. For example, let's go to counter, and we're going to click here, and although it seems like nothing happened, the thing is that it is over the real-time connection, the WebSocket connection, that the communication is occurring. So if we go here to WebSocket and we click on here, we double click on here, you're going to see that we have a binary message, 3 bytes, and the time. And if I click here, and you keep seeing this here, you are going to see that it updates every time I click on this button, which means that every time I click on this button, a message is sent to the server, a processing is being done, and then we get back the response of the application, which in our case it is to update this information that we have here. So let's uncheck this, and let's close this, and let's see what else we got. Here on Fetch Data, there is a difference between the WebAssembly Fetch Data component and the Blazor server-side Fetch Data component. And the difference is that in Blazor WebAssembly, in order to communicate with the server, we had to use HTTP. Of course, because the Blazor client lives on the user's browser, and the ASP.NET Core application lives on the server, and therefore, we have to use HTTP to communicate between the client and the ASP.NET Core server application. In this case, in Blazor server-side, we are already on the server, therefore, we do not need to use HTTP. We can simply go to a class with which we want to talk and just invoke that class and receive the response and display it to the user. Let's see this. Let's go to Visual Studio and let's go to the Fetch Data component, and you are going to see that we are not injecting any HTTP client, but we are injecting a weather forecast service, and that is just a class. Let's go down here, and as you can see in the onInitializeAsync method, and let's minimize this, in the onInitializeAsync method, what we are doing is simply doing a method invocation. We are invoking the getForecastAsync method of the weather forecast service. And let's go up, let's go here, and let's press F12 to go to the class. And here, as you can see, this is just a simple class which we are invoking from our Razor component, and there is no problem with that because our application is running on the server, which means that we have access to every single type in our ASP.NET Core application so that we can consume it from our Razor components. Something else that it is different is the index.html. If you remember, in our client project, in the www root, we had an index.html, and in this index.html, we put things like the CSS to use, or the JavaScript files to use, and so on. In Blazor server-side, there is no index.html. If we go here to the www root in the server-side project, there is no index.html. What we have is a host CS.html in the pages folder. If we go here, we're going to see that we have basically the same stuff as the index.html. Here we have the CSS file, here we have Bootstrap. With this component, we are initializing our application, and here we have the JS files, the JavaScript files, which means that the host CS.html is the equivalent of the index.html in the Blazor server-side world. Whatever we did in the index.html, we can do it in the host CS.html. Another difference, another really good difference, is the debugging experience. The debugging experience in Blazor server-side is much better than in Blazor WebAssembly. That is because the whole application lives in the server, therefore debugging is really easy. It simply works. For example, let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to our counter component, and we're going to put a breakpoint here. And let's also put a variable here, var a equal to 6, for example, and an array also, like this. This is an array of 2 values. And now, let's press F5 to run our application, and you are going to see that we have full debugging powers in Blazor server-side. We can ignore this. Let's continue. Let's go to counter, and let's click on here. And as you can see, we have hit our breakpoint and we have access to all these values. Let's go to the immediate window and we can say A, for example, and the value of A is 6. We can say values, which is this array that we have here, press enter, and we have the values of the arrays. I can play with it from here and say the first value, for example, it is Felipe, and as you can see, again, we have full power, full debugging power in Blazor server side. Now, of course, I can press F10 to run my application step by step. As you can see now, I have run this line of code, and now the value of current count is equal to 1, and I can press F5 to continue the execution of my application. This is different from the experience that we have right now in Blazor WebAssembly, because the debugging experience in Blazor WebAssembly, it is still a work in progress. And it is much difficult because remember that the Blazor WebAssembly application runs in the user's browser. Therefore, what you are debugging with Blazor WebAssembly is WebAssembly code running in the user's browser. Something else that it is a little bit different is the use of JavaScript in Blazor server side. We will see that next. In this video, we are going to explore the use of JavaScript in Blazor server side. We can use JavaScript in Blazor server side almost in the same way as we did with Blazor WebAssembly. The main difference is that you cannot use JavaScript in the uninitialized lifecycle method of a component. Let's see a first example. We want to fire a JavaScript function when we click on the increment count method. Because this is a method and not the uninitialized lifecycle method of a component, then we can do it just fine. So what we are going to do is that we are going to use our SweetAlert2 library for this. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to Client, let's go to the www root, and let's go to index.html. And what I want is to grab this script that we have here, this SweetAlert library that we have here, and I need to copy it to the host CS.html file of the server-side project. So let's come here, and let's go down here, and let's paste this here. And now we have access to the functions of this library. Remember that we have a iDisplayMessage interface through which we can use our SweetAlert library. So what we're going to do is that we're going to come here in the server-side project to the startup class, and I'm going to configure the iDisplayMessage service in our dependency injection system. Let's say services at transient iDisplayMessage, and we need to add a reference to Blazor Movies components. So let me click on enter here, and let's say display message here, and now this has been configured. So now I can do the following. I can go to the counter component, I can use dependency injection here, just like we learned in Blazor WebAssembly. I can say iDisplayMessage here, and let me copy this and put it in the imports Razor file so that we don't have to keep putting the whole namespace when we reference a type from this namespace, blazormovies.components.helpers. And now let's come here, iDisplayMessage, display message. And now let's use this display message to display the message. Let's say display success message. Let's say the count has been incremented. And now since this is a async method, we need to say await here. But in order to say await, we need to say async here and task here. And that's it. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And we're going to see that we can definitely use JavaScript from a Blazor server-side application. We are here, let's go to counter, let's click on here, and as you can see, we have the modal here, which means that we are indeed using JavaScript in our Blazor server-side application. Now, as we said, when you use JavaScript, you can use JavaScript without any issues in Blazor server-side, except when you try to use the uninitialized lifecycle method of a component. Let's see an example of this. Let's go back to Visual Studio and let me paste this code here. Here we have an uninitialized async method, and we're using our iDisplayMessage interface, which means that we are trying to use JavaScript here in the uninitialized lifecycle method. We're going to get an error. So let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and if we go here, you are going to see that we have the component has loaded, which is the message that we wanted to display, so we did not get an error. What is going on? The problem is that, yes, we were able to use JavaScript in this case, but that is only because we initialized the application from here, from the index component, and then we navigated to the counter component. Now, if we do the following, if I refresh the page, let me press enter here, now we got the error. And the error says JavaScript interrupt calls cannot be issued at this time. This is because the component is being statically rendered. When pre-render is enabled, JavaScript interrupt calls only can be performed during the on-after render async lifecycle method. The idea here is the following. When we enter the application through the /counter route, when the onInitialize method fires, when this method fires here, the Blazor application has still not established a communication channel with our browser. Remember that a Blazor server-side application runs on the server, which means that this code is running, yes, in the server, but there is still no connection to the user's browser. There is no WebSocket connection to the user's browser, which means that no JavaScript calls can be issued because there is no user's browser, which is why we get this error. We didn't get this error before because when we enter the application through here, at this point in time, we already have a connection with the user's browser. And so when I come here, it is fine. The onInitialize method can call the JavaScript code because there is already a browser to talk to. But there is the danger that if the user enters the application through this route, then he will get the error. So as it says here, the solution is to use always on after render async. So let's go back here and let's make this change. Let's say instead of onInitialize async, let's use the on after render async method, which receives a boolean parameter, which is the first render, which allows you to determine if this is the first time that a component is being rendered. Remember that on after render async, what it does is to fire every time the component has to be rendered, which means that this is going to be fired once we load the component and also every time we click on the button. And this is because we are modifying the current count field that we have here, which means that we have to re-render this part of the component, which fires the onAfterRender lifecycle method. So because we don't want to display this message every time the user clicks on the click me button, then what we can do is to say if it is the first render, then and only then we want to use the display success message method of the display message variable that we have here. And that will solve our issue. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application to verify this. Let's go here, let's go to counter. As we can see, we got the component has loaded, and I can click on here. And as you can see, we're getting the count has been incremented, and that is fine because we have this code here. We have this code here, but the component has loaded will not be shown every time the user clicks on the button. And now, if we refresh the application from here, you are going to see that we get automatically the message the component has loaded, but we don't have this error that we have here because now we are using onAfterRender async. And this means that when onAfterRender kicks in, the Blazor application has already established a connection with the user's browser, which is why then we can use JavaScript code without any issues. So the main takeaway of this video is that normally 99% of the time you can use JavaScript like we are doing it here without any issues, and if you need to use JavaScript when the component loads, then you cannot use onInitialize async, but you have to use onAfterRender async so that you can be sure that there will be a connection to the user's browser so that JavaScript calls can be issued. And of course, you use first render so that this code only runs when the component is initialized, when the component is first rendered. It is time to have our Blazor Movies application functioning in our Blazor server-side application. For this, we are going to use a dual architecture. The idea here it is that we are going to share as much code as we can between our Blazor WebAssembly and our Blazor server-side
applications. This way, we minimize code duplication. We started this endeavor in the previous module when we migrated almost all of our components into a Razor class library. So, our current architecture for the Blazor Movies application is the following. We have a Blazor WebAssembly backend, a Blazor WebAssembly frontend, which both reference a shared project, and also we introduce the Razor class library, which our Blazor WebAssembly frontend project references. Now with Blazor server-side, we are going to add another project. So our diagram will be the following. Now we have the Blazor server-side project referencing the shared project, because remember that that shared project holds the DTOs, the entities, and so on. And also we need the Blazor server-side project to reference the Razor class library, because it is the Razor class library, the one that has almost all of the components of our Blazor Movies application. In this way, we are sharing our front-end code between our WebAssembly front-end project and the Blazor server-side project. Though this is not enough, because remember that in the WebAssembly backend project we have the Entity Framework core code and some helpers that will be useful for the Blazor server-side project. So what can we do about that? We don't want to be repeating the data context between the two projects, between the WebAssembly backend and the Blazor server-side project. So what we're going to do is that we're going to introduce yet another shared project, which is going to be called the shared backend. The shared backend will be referenced from the WebAssembly backend project and the Blazor server-side project. And in this shared backend project, we are going to have things like our Entity Framework core code and also some repository classes that are going to interact with Entity Framework core. In this way, we are going to share the same data access layer between our WebAssembly project and our Blazor server-side project. And of course, this shared backend project will reference the shared project, because that shared project is the one that has the DTOs and the entities, just like we said a moment ago. This is a dual architecture in which we are going to use the same code base for our Blazor Movies application, and we will share as much front-end and back-end code as possible. So, in the next video, we are going to start working on this. In this video, we are going to start working on the implementation of our Blazor Movies application for Blazor server-side using a dual architecture. As we said in the previous video, we need to add a new project, which is going to be a net standard project, a class library that is going to work as a shared backend, and in there we are going to have code, for example, of Entity Framework core, the data context. So let's do that. Let's go here, right click, add new project, let's say standard here, and we need this class library net standard C#, and let's click on next, and we're going to name it Blazor Movies Shared Backend. And now let's click on create, and something that I need to do is to come here, right click here, and we need to make sure that we have target framework net standard 2.1. This is because we will have a dependency that requires .NET standard 2.1. So make sure you have 2.1, or if you are seeing this on the future, the latest net standard that you need. Now let me close this, and now let's add some references. We need to reference this shared backend project from our server-side project. So let's click here, add reference, and here we need to add shared and shared backend. We already have the components referenced here, so let's just click on OK. And now we need to reference the shared backend from the WebAssembly backend, which is our server project. So let's do this and reference here, and let's say share backend also. OK. And now from the share backend, we need to reference the share project. So let's right click here, add reference, and let's click on shared, and let's click on OK. And that should be enough. Now let's recompile the application, let's reveal the solution, and everything has succeeded. Now let's start working.
let's go here, let's fix this here. Now we're going to go to the server-side project and we're going to delete the components from here. We don't need any of this, we're just going to leave the login display component from here. So let's delete all of this, and let's delete also the index, counter, and fetch data component. Let's delete this, okay, because we're going to use the components from the components project. So let's go to the app razor and let's say here additional assemblies, just like we did in the client project. We're going to say here, and I'm going to copy this code from here so that we can have access to the routable components from our components project. Let me close this, and I need to add a reference in the imports file to the Blazor Movies components namespace. So let's do that. Let's go here, imports using Blazor Movies components, and now let's go here and let's see that this works. And we have the problem with the main layout, so let's duplicate this line of code and let's say components.shared so that we have access to the main layout, and as you can see, we don't have this error anymore. Now, if we try to run our application by pressing Ctrl F5, we're going to get this error, and the error says that there is no registered service of type iMovies repository. This is normal because if we go here, if we go to the index component in the components folder, in the components project, let's go to pages, let's go to index, and we're going to see that we need a iMovies repository. So how are we going to solve that? Because the iMovies repository, the implementation of the iMovies repository is going to have to communicate in some way or another with Entity Framework Core. But Entity Framework Core, the data context of Entity Framework Core lives on the server project. So as we said, what we're going to do is that we're going to migrate the application DB context and the migrations, and we're going to take them and we're going to move them to the shared backend project. So let me paste here, and now we have this here. Let me delete this class 1 that we have by default here. Let's press OK. And now I want to change the namespace of this file. I want to say shared backend. And now, of course, we need to install Entity Framework Core and all of that. So I will control dot here, and I will say install package Microsoft SPNet Core Identity Entity Framework Core. I will use version 3.1.2, and this is going to install this dependency here in our Blazor Movies Share Backend CS Brush. So let's go back here, and now let's go down here, and you're going to see that we have the reference to the entities here because we added the reference from the share backend to the share project. Now we need to go here, and we need to make sure that there are no reference errors here. What I'm going to do is that I am going to change all of the namespaces that are Blazor Movies server migrations to Blazor Movies shared backend migrations. And I will say current project, and I will replace all. Let me click on yes, and that's it. Now let's go here and let's expand this, and I need to go here and I need to make sure that this reference is okay. Let me press Ctrl dot here, and I need to install the package Microsoft Entity Framework Core SQL Server, so I will use version 3.1.2. And also we have this error here, which we will fix by making another substitution. I will say using Blazor Movies Server will be changed to using Blazor Movies Shared Backend. This shared backend is where our application DB context lives. So let's say replace, yes, and let me put a semicolon here, replace, yes, and that should be it. Let me just check another one. And now let's come here and let me reveal the whole solution, and let's see how many errors we have. And as we can see, we have some errors here because we need to update these packages to 3.1.2 in the Blazor server project. So let's do that. Let's go here. Let's go down here to the server project. Let's right click here. Let's say manage NuGet packages, updates. We can just update everything. Let's update here, accept. And now let's compile the application again, reveal solution. And now, of course, we have all of these errors here in the controllers, but the only thing that we need is to come here and say control dot, and using Blazor Movies Share Backend, which is where our application DB context lives, and we can see that this error now went away, and I have to do the same for every controller in the server project. So let's go here and let's do that right away with all of the controllers. Let's see movies, control here, share backend, and now let's go here, people controller, control here, share backend, and now let's do the same for the rating controller. Let's go here, share backend, and of course users controller, control here, share backend. And now we also have to go to the startup class. Let's go here, and let's also bring this reference, Blazor movies, share backend. Now let's recompile the application and let's see how we're doing. The application compiled, so we're doing great. Now before testing our application, we need to add the CSS and JavaScript references from the index.html to our host CS.html file. So let me close all of these so that we don't have too many things open. And let's go here, and also let's open the CS.html file, the host file from the server-side project here. And let's see what we need. Let's copy these two CSS files that comes from our components project. Let's paste that here. And let's go back here, and we don't really need the utilities.js and example.js interrupt files, so we can leave them out. So let's go here, and let's see what else we need. As we said, we want to use Entity Framework Core from our Blazor server-side application, therefore we need the connection string. So let's go to the server project, to the app settings JSON, and let's copy all of this, and let me just paste it here in the app settings file of the server-side project. I can replace this here. But there is still a problem that we haven't solved, and that is the iMovies repository. We need an implementation of the iMovies repository for our Blazor server-side project. For example, if we go here to our client project, in the repository folder, we have a movies repository. But this implementation, what it does is to use our HTTP client so that our client project can communicate with a controller in the ASP.NET Core application. But remember that a Blazor server-side project already lives in the server, therefore it does not have to use the HTTP client, HTTP communication, in order to communicate with a class that will handle the data access. Therefore, we must not use this implementation of the movies repository, but we need a new implementation. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a new implementation of the iMovies repository, and we're going to put that here in the share backend project. So let's right click here and let's add a new folder. Let's go here and let's rename it. So we have repositories. Let's enter and let's create a new class. Class movies repository. We are putting this movies repository in the share backend project because we want to use this movies repository that will talk to Entity Framework from our WebAssembly backend project and from the Blazor server-side project. So let's say public here, and let's say it implements the iMovies repository interface, which lives in Blazor Movies Share repositories. And now let's implement this interface. And for now, we're just going to concentrate on the getIndexPageDTO method. So what we're going to do is something really simple actually. We're going to go to the movies controller and we're just going to cut the code from here and paste it here. So let's say movies controller, and let's go down here, and all I need is this. So let me cut this and let me paste it here. And of course we need to make this async so that we have access to this await functionality, and we need also Entity Framework Core, the application DB context. So let's inject it with dependency injection. So let's say here application DB context, and let's say initialize it as a field. And now we need link queue, so system link queue, and of course Microsoft Entity Framework Core to have access to the toList async method here. And as you can see, this compiles. There is no error here. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go back here, and now we're going to inject here the iMovies repository. In the future, I will eliminate this dependency here, but I just want to make a quick test. So I will say iMovies repository, and let me bring this namespace and I will say movies repository, and I will initialize it as a field. And now I will say return await movies repository get index page DTO. And now as you can see, we are using this implementation from our WebAssembly backend project, and also from the server side we are directly using this movies repository. Let's see that. Let's go to the Solution Explorer and let's go here to the Startup class, and we're going to configure the dependency injection system, and we're going to say add scoped. We need to use a scope because we're using Entity Framework Code as a dependency, which is configured as a scoped. And we're going to say iMovies repository from here, and movies repository. And we need to make sure to bring the share backend version, and we need to correct this. This should be angle brackets and angle brackets here. And finally, something that we have to do is to go here, and here in the Blazor server-side project, here in data, we have another application DB context. We don't need it. This was created because we choose to create this Blazor server-side application with authentication to make our lives easier, but we don't need this, so I will delete it, delete, and delete. Now as you can see, we have this error here because we need to add the reference Blazor Movies Share Backend project. And we don't need this weather forecast service here, so we can delete it also. And let's go up here and let's remove this reference from here. And now we should be able to recompile our whole application, rebuild solution. And as you can see, it has succeeded, so I will press Ctrl F5 to run our application. And now, as you can see, we have the index component working. We have our movies here, we have the links to them. Of course, it doesn't work. For example, if I click here, I get an error, and I get an error because we haven't worked with this filter movies page. But the important thing is that our application is working. At the very least, the index component is working. And of course, if I go back to Visual Studio, this is the magic of the dual architecture. If I go to Visual Studio, let me go here, let me go to Components, Index, let me make a change here to, and of course, if we press Ctrl F5 to run the application again, you are going to see that we get this change here. That is fine, but that is not the impressive part. The impressive part is that now this change that I did here will be propagated also to my WebAssembly implementation. If I go here, let me collapse all of this, and I go to the server project and I set as a startup project, and also I need to come here to the startup class because we need to configure the iMovies repository service. So let's go here. Here it is fine. Services, add scope, iMovies repository, and movies repository. And let me bring this one from the share backend repositories namespace. And now let me press Ctrl F5 to run the application. And as you can see, this is our Blazor WebAssembly application, which is working with the same backend. This is using the same movies repository, and it also has this change that we just did, which means that now we are sharing front-end code and back-end code between our Blazor WebAssembly application and our Blazor server-side application. For the rest of this module, we are going to work on this problem. We are going to try to have a dual architecture sharing as much code as possible between our two implementations. Something that I want to do is that I want to organize the solution a little bit. We have too many projects, so what I like to do is to have solution folders. So for that, I will right click on the solution and I will say add new folder, and I will say something like shared, so that I can have this project here, this components project here, and this share backend project here. And now we can minimize this, we can collapse this, and we can do the same for WebAssembly. Let me create yet another folder, and I will call it WebAssembly. And in it, we're going to have our client project and our server project, which is the backend here. And we need to move this here. I made a mistake. Okay, it is better now. And finally, here, let's create another project for the server-side related project, which is only one. So let's put this here. And now, as you can see, we have our solution nicely organized between WebAssembly related projects, server-side related project, and shared projects that our server-side, and WebAssembly implementations shared. One last thing that I want to do is to come here to the share backend. I want to add a new class. I will name it iService Collection Blazor Movies. The idea is the following. I had to add in the dependency injection system twice the iMovies repository. If I come here, you will see that I have this iMovies repository, movies repository, and here in the other startup class, we have also iMovies repository, movies repository. I don't like that because I have to be repeating code, so what I'm going to do is that I am going to create an extension method for the iService collection type so that we only have to do this configuration in one place. So let's come here to our new class. Let's make it public and static. And I will say public static iService collection. And let me bring this namespace, Microsoft Extensions dependency injection, add Blazor movies. And I will use an extension method for iService collection services. And now what I'm going to do is that I will say return services, and then I will say a startup class. I will take this from here, I will cut it, and I will paste it here. And now I will bring the corresponding namespaces for the iMovies repository and for the movies repository. And now I only have to use the add Blazor movies method here. I need to say services add Blazor movies here. And as you can see, in this single method, we're going to be configuring everything that is required for both projects, the WebAssembly project and the server-side project. So let's come here and let's delete this and let me paste this here. And then as you can see, in one single method, we have everything that we need.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this video, we are going to work with the authentication system in our Blazor server-side application, but we have a problem. Here we are in our WebAssembly application, and I will log out and I will try to log in, and you will see that we have our controls from our login component, and that is fine. But if we go to Visual Studio and we set as the startup project the server-side project, because I want to run the server-side application, I will press Ctrl F5 and I will click on login, and you're going to see that we have, there is nothing at this address. The reason for that it is that Blazor for the server side uses Identity UI as a library for logging and registering users. Now in our case, we are not using that in Blazor WebAssembly. So what we want to do is the following. Here we have the login display component, which displays these register and login links. What we want is to customize what is going to be displayed here. If you are in Blazor WebAssembly like here, you want these links pointing to our login and register component respectively. Now if you are here in a Blazor server-side application, then you want these login and register links to point to the resort pages of login and register. So how do we do that? We can use the technique that we learned in the previous module, in which we use cascading parameter as a mechanism to pass a parameter from our app resort file in such a way that our login links component can then infer if the application is running either in WebAssembly or server-side and serve one set of links depending on the environment in which the application is running in. So let's do that. For that, we're going to go back to Visual Studio, and I will go to the shared project here, and I will create a new class. I will call it app mode, and in this app mode class, which will not be a class but an enum, so let's say enum here, and I will say WebAssembly equal to 1 and server side equal to 2. We will use the value of this enum to differentiate between WebAssembly and server-side environment. So first let's go to the Blazor server-side project, to the app resort file, and we're going to say here cascading value, and I will wrap everything within this cascading value, and I will say here value app mode dot, and in order to have access to this app mode type, we need to go to the imports file and say using Blazor movies shared. And now we can go back here and I have access to it. And I can say server side. We are passing the server side value to indicate that we are in a server side environment. And now we're going to do the same for our WebAssembly project. So let's go to the client project here and let's say AppRazor. And instead of using these values from an example of the previous module, I am going to say appmode.webassembly, and I need to also bring the namespace to the imports Razor. So let's do that. Let's go here, Blazor movies.shared, and now let's go back here, and this is working. Now the second step will be to edit the login links component. So let's go here to our components project, let's go to share, and let's open this login links component. And here, as you can see, we have this set of links that belongs to the WebAssembly project. So what we're going to do is that we're going to say cascading parameter here, public app mode get set, and of course we can put this also in the imports file of the components project. So let's go here and let's say using, and let's put this here. Now let's go back here, and this code has been simplified. So let's go here, and what we're going to do is that we're going to say if we are appmode equal to appmode.webassembly, then only if we are in a WebAssembly environment, then we want to display this set of links. Otherwise, we want to display another set of links, and this should be 2 equals. So now let's go to our server-side project, which is here. To this share folder, we have this login display here, and I am going to copy this from here, and I'll paste it here. And now that we have this here, I don't need this component here anymore, so I can delete it, and also I can delete the share folder from the server-side project. So let's click on OK. And now with this, when we are in a Blazor server-side project, we're going to be met with these links, which points to identity account register and identity account login, which are the URLs for the identity UI Razor pages. Now, something else that I have to do is to come here to the startup class in the server-side project, and let's go down here, and we can minimize this, and let's go down here, and just to keep it simple, I am going to say require confirm account false, just so we can use accounts that are not confirmed. Now we can make a test. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and let's see that we have an error. And we have one error here because this doesn't exist anymore, so we can delete it. And now let's compile again, and here we are in Google Chrome. And here we are in our Blazor server-side application. I will click on login, and as you can see, we are redirected to this Razor page that we have here. So I will use my credentials, felipe@hotmail.com, and I will use my password, and I'll click on login. And now, as you can see, I am indeed logged in the application, and not only that, but I have genres, people, create movie, and users here, which means that the application, the Blazor application, recognizes that I am an admin user, that I have the admin role, and that is why I am being displayed these menu items that we have here and these buttons that we have here. And of course I can log out also, and then I lose access to these menu items. Now, something that we need to work is at the backend level, how do we get the ID of the user? This is important because in controllers like the rating controller, let's open the rating controller, let's say rating controller, and as you can see here, we need the user ID so that we can store which user rated the movie. And in our case, in Blazor WebAssembly, in the backend of Blazor WebAssembly, we use HTTP context. Now, in Blazor server-side, there is no HTTP context, because remember that we are not using HTTP so that our Blazor components communicate with the classes in ASP.NET Core. We do that in Blazor WebAssembly, but not in Blazor server-side. So there is no an HTTP context which we can access. So what can we do? In Blazor server-side, what we do is to use the authentication state provider, but we cannot use that in the backend of a Blazor WebAssembly application. So how do we solve this? In our case, what we need is an interface. We will have an interface through which we will be able to get the ID of the user logged in, and we will have two implementations of that interface, one for the backend of a Blazor WebAssembly application and another one for our Blazor server-side application. So let's do that. Let's go here. We need to have that interface accessible for our backend projects. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go to our share backend project here. Let's minimize this here in the share backend. I will create a folder here, which is going to be called helpers, and I will create the interface at new item, interface. I will call it iAuthentication state service, and I will make it public. And I'm going to say task string get current user ID, and I will add system threading tasks here. And now let's implement this interface. Let's go first with the Blazor server side one. So let's go here, let's minimize all this to have more space here. And I am going to create a helpers folder here. So helpers, and I will say add new class. Authentication state service server side will be the name of the class, and it will implement iAuthentication state service. And let's bring this namespace, and I will implement the interface. It is only one method. As I said just a moment ago, in Blazor server side we use the authentication state provider. So we're going to inject the authentication state provider. Authentication state provider, and we're going to initialize it as a field. And now let's come here and let's do the following. First we need the user state, so we're going to say await authentication state provider, get authentication state async, and for that we need to make this method async. And now let's say if user state, user identity is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, then we're going to return null. Otherwise, we're going to continue the execution of this method. We need to get a hold of the claims of the user, so I'm going to say var claims user state user claims. By default, a name identifier claim gets added to the user list of claims, which means that we can get the user's ID from set claim. So let's say claim with user ID, and I will say claims first all default x type equal to claim types, and let me bring this namespace, and I will say name identifier, and then I will say if the claim with user ID is null, then we're going to throw an exception called not find user's ID, and finally we are going to return the user ID. So we return the value of the claim, and that's it. And now let's do the same for the backend of a Blazor WebAssembly application. So let's go here, let's go to WebAssembly here, let's click on here, server. In helpers, we're going to create a new class, so class, and I am going to call it authentication as a service WebAssembly. And of course, we're going to implement the iAuthentication state service interface, and I bring this namespace. And of course, I need to implement the interface. Now, this one is simpler because we already have the code, and we have the code here. We only need to copy this code from here and paste it here and work out some of the references. First, we need the HTTP context. In ASP.NET Core, we can get the HTTP context from the iHTTP context accessor service. So I can say constructor here, and let's use iHTTP context accessor, and I will initialize it as a field. And here I can say HTTP context accessor dot, and as you can see, here we have an HTTP context which we can use. And now we need an instance of the user manager, but that is really simple. We only have to say, we can come here and we can copy it from here, user manager, and let me go here and paste this here, and let me bring this namespace, Microsoft ASP.NET Core identity, and let me initialize this as a field, and we need to make this async, but of course we need to check first if the user is indeed authenticated. Otherwise we're going to get an error here. So let's say if it's authenticated or it is not authenticated, then we return null. Otherwise, we return the user ID. So we can just say here, return user ID. And that's it. We have our two implementations for getting the user ID of the login user in a Blazor WebAssembly backend and Blazor server side. Now we need to register these two services in the dependency injection system. Let's go here in the server project to the startup class, and let's go down here. And here below our Blazor movies, we can say services are scoped, authentication state service, and authentication state service WebAssembly. And we can do the same for our Blazor server side application. So let's minimize this and let's go to the startup class of the server side project. And here we will paste this code. I will bring this namespace, and here I will change this for authentication state service server side. And we can make a quick test. Let's go here. We have the Blazor server side application as a startup class. So let's go to the share folder. Let's go to our repositories, to our movies repository, our only repository for the moment. And here we will try to get the user's ID, just as a test. So let's go here. Let's say authentication state service. And let me put this in the next line, authentication state service. And I will initialize it as a field. And let's just say var user ID equal to authentication state service get current user ID. And I will put a breakpoint here, and we're going to see if we indeed get the user's ID. And we have to say await, of course. Now let's press F5 to run the application in debugging mode. We're going to start our test with a Blazor server-side application. Now let's see, we have null, and we have null here because we are not logged in. So let's say login. Let's say Felipe@hotmail.com, and now let's press enter, and here we are. And as you can see, now we have my user ID, which means that this is working for Blazor server side. Now let's stop running the application, and I want to do the same test, but this time for a Blazor WebAssembly application. So let's go to WebAssembly here, and let's put the Blazor server project as the startup project. And now again, let's press F5 to run the application in debugging mode. And the application is loading. And now we are here, and we can see that the user ID is null because I log out at the beginning of this video. So now I can say login, and I will put my credentials. Notice that I am using the login component and not the Razor page of the identity UI. Now let's press enter. And as you can see, we are back here. And as you can see, we have also the user ID, which means that now we have enabled authentication in both our Blazor server side and Blazor WebAssembly. And not only that, but we can get the user's ID through a service on our shared backend project. In the previous video, we did an example in which we were getting the user ID in this movies repository method. But we noticed something. We noticed that when loading the Blazor server-side application, this method ran twice. Let's see this again. Let's right-click here on server-side, set as a startup project, and we're going to press F5 to run this application in debugging mode, and we have this breakpoint here. And as you can see, we hit the breakpoint. I will press F5, and then in a few seconds, I get again the same method, which means that this method is being executed twice. How do we avoid that? We can avoid that by not using onInitialize on the index component, but using downAfterRender async. So let's do that. Let's go here to the Solution Explorer. Let's go to Components. Let's go here. Let's say Pages, Index, and instead of using onInitialize async, we're going to say onAfterRender async. And by the way, this only happens on Blazor server side. It is not currently happening on Blazor WebAssembly. So let's say first render, and I will say that I want to run this functionality only on first render. So let me put this code here inside of this if, and that's actually it. With this, we're solving the issue. Let's press F5. Let's make sure that we have our breakpoint here. Let's press F5 to run the application in debugging mode, and now that method will only be run on after render. So as you can see, we have hit the breakpoint. I will press F5 to continue the execution of the application. And now as you can see, something weird is happening. The method ran, but the movies are not being displayed. The reason for that is that we need to execute state has changed. We remember that with state has changed, we're indicating to Blazor that it needs to check for updates in the application. So let's say state has changed here. And now again, I will press F5 to run the application in debugging mode. And once again, we have hit the breakpoint. Let's press F5. And the movies are here, and we didn't hit the breakpoint twice. In this video, we are going to work on the functionality of our genres entity in the backend. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a new repository here in the share backend. So let's go to repositories, right click, add new class, and let's say genres repository, and we will make it public, and I will say iGenres repository, and I will implement the interface. And let's look for these methods here, and I like to order them in this way, the selects first. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to implement this repository. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, let's go to the server project, let's go to the controllers folder, genres controller, and here we're going to get all of this code. Let's cut this from here because what we want is to move all of this logic to the genres repository, and then the genres controller will use the genres repository. So let's go here, let's use this one here, return await context genres to list async, and let's say async here, and I will use dependency injection to get a hold of the application DB context. So I will say context here, and I will initialize it as a field. And now I need to bring Microsoft Entity Framework Core namespace, and now this method works. I will put it first in here, and now let's continue working. Let's go here. I will delete this from here. We don't need it anymore, but I need iGenres repository, and let me bring this namespace that we have here, and let's say genre repository, and I will initialize it as a field. I will delete this and this from here. Now I can say return await genre repository. I like it in plural, genres, and I will say get genres, and that's it. And this method is working now. Now let's do the same with this one. So let's go to the genre repository, and let's go here, and we will say return. Actually, let me cut this code from here, and I will paste it here, and I will change this to ID, and we need to make this async also, and now this works. So the next step is to come here and use that getGenre method. So let's say await genres getGenre ID, and that's it. Now let's work with this one, with the post, with creating a genre. So let's go here, create genre, and let's put it here, and let's make this async, and this is done here. So let's go here, and let's say await genre repository, create genre, and that's it. And let's do the same for update. Let's cut this from here, and let's go to update genre. I will cut this and put it below create genre. Now let me make this method async. Now let's go back here to genres controller, and let's say await genre repository, update genre, and genre here. And now let's work on the delete method. As you can see, the delete method, what it does first is to get a genre by ID. So we can say something like genres repository get genre by ID, and we can pass the ID, and if it is null we return a 404, and if it is not null then we delete the genre. So we're going to take this code from here, and we're going to come here, and we're going to paste this code, but this code needs the genre. So something that we can do is to say var genre here and get the genre, and of course we need to say await here. So first let's make this async, and then let's await this here, and so we have the genre, and we do the save async. Now this may seem inefficient because we are saying get genre here and get genre here, which means that we're doing two selects to select the same genre. Something that we can do to fix that is to use find. With find, instead of always looking for the genre in the database, we see if the genre has already been fetched from the database, and if it has, then we use that instance. If it hasn't, then we go to the database and look for the genre. So let's do that. Let's say here find async actually, and we can delete this. We only have to pass the primary key, which in our case is this ID variable, and that's it. Now this is not inefficient anymore. Now let's go back here and let's say await genres repository, delete genre, and let's pass the ID. And this should be it. Now let's compile the application, let's compile the whole solution, and everything compiles. Now the last thing that we have to do is to configure the repository, the genres repository in our dependency injection system. For that we can use our iService collection Blazor movies, and I can go here and say services, add a scoped, genre repository, genre repository, genre repository, and that's it. Now let's press Ctrl F5, but before that let's make sure we are using the Blazor server side, so we're going to test that first. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application, and we're here in Google Chrome. Let's log in with our credentials. I'll press enter, and now let's go to genres, and as you can see we have access to this. Now let's create a new genre. Let's make a simple test, just new genre. Let's press enter, and now let's edit the genre. Let's see that we can do every operation. Now let's delete the genre, and as you can see we just deleted the genre. Now let's repeat the same test but for the Blazor WebAssembly applications. Let me right click here on the server project, set as a startup project, and let's go here to the genres controller. Let's see that everything is in place, and it is. So let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application. Now we're going to do the same test for the Blazor WebAssembly application. As you can see, we get the genres. We can create a new genre again. Let's press enter, and now let's edit it. Let's put a 2 here, and now let's delete it. And as you can see, we are using the same backend for our CRUD operations of genres. Now let's work on people. Now let's work on the people entity. Here we have the people controller, and as we can see we have dependencies on the application DB context, iFile storage service for saving the pictures of the actors, and iMapper for AutoMapper, which means that we will have to migrate also iFile storage service and iMapper or AutoMapper into our shared backend project. So let's do that. Let's start with the iFile storage service. So let's go to the Solution Explorer. Let's fix this for a moment. Let's go to the server project, to helpers, and we need to cut iFile storage service and Azure storage service. Let's cut them, and let's go to the share backend, and let's paste this here. We are pasting this here because this is common code for both of our backends. Now this is done, and the next step is to cut the AutoMapper profiles into this helpers folder also. And now there are some dependencies that we need to fix. For example, in AutoMapper profiles, we have this dependency on AutoMapper. So what we're going to do is that we're going to right click here, manage NuGet packages. I want to install AutoMapper here, so I will install AutoMapper Extensions Microsoft Dependency Injection. That is because we're going to configure AutoMapper also in this share backend project. So that is why we're installing the dependency injection package of AutoMapper. So let's click on install, and that is solved. Now let's close this, and this error went away. Now let's go for the iFile storage service. Here let's change this to shared backend and helpers, and let's copy this, and let's go here to Azure storage service, and let's also put this here. And of course we need this Microsoft Windows Azure Storage namespace, which comes from a package that we install for communicating with our Azure Storage account. So let's go here to Blazor server, and we're going to look for this package, Windows Azure Storage, and we're going to go here, manage NuGet packages, browse Windows Azure Storage, and let's install this. And let's click on accept, and this is done. So now we can go back here, and this error also went away. Now let's compile our application, and let's see what errors we get. We have some errors related to iFile storage service, so I am not going to fix these ones because we are going to eliminate these dependencies from here. So I will delete all of this. I will delete this also and this, because remember that we're going to use a people repository. Now in movies repository, which we are going to work in the next video, we are going to solve the dependency problem. So I will say movies controller. In the movies controller, we have this problem, and I will just say control dot and bring this dependency so that we can compile our application to work with people. Now let's work on this. What we are going to do is that we're going to create a new repository for people. So let's go here to our share backend, repositories, and let's add a new class, person repository, and let's say person repository, and let's bring this namespace, and let's say public, and we're going to implement this interface. And now, as always, I like to take this from here and put it at the top. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to inject the application DB context. We are also going to inject the file storage service, and finally the mapper, mapper. And we have to initialize all of them as fields, so let's do that right away. And context, and that's it. Now let's minimize this and let's work on this. First, we need to work on getPeople. Now, getPeople uses pagination, which means that we have a problem, because remember that in people controller here, where we do our pagination, we are using the HTTP context, but as we said in a previous video, we don't have HTTP context in Blazor server side. So what we have to do is to do a small re-implementation of what we did here. But that is pretty straightforward. So what I'm going to do is that I am going to take this code from here, and let's go here to the person repository. I will paste it here, and I am going to do the following. I am going to create a new extension method for this iQueryable that we have here. If you remember from a previous video, in a previous module, we created a queryable extensions class which contains extension methods for iQueryable. So let's grab that class from the server project here, queryable extensions, and I will cut it from here, and I will take it to the share backend project because we will need it. And let's go here and let's change this namespace and let's get to work. Let's say share backend helpers. And now we need to do the following. What I want is to have a method that is going to do the pagination here, and it's going to return a paginated response. So we're going to say public async static task paginated response, which will be a list of t, and we're going to say get paginated response of t, and we're going to say here this iQueryable of t, which is a queryable, for example, of people or of movies. Now pagination DTO will be a parameter for this method. Now the first thing that we need to do is to count the amount of records. So we're going to say double count await queryable count async, and now we're going to calculate the total amount of pages. So total amount of pages is going to be equal to math.ceiling count pagination DTO records per page. Now we're going to say records await queryable paginate. We need to paginate the result, so we're going to use our paginate method, and we need to say to list async. Now we're going to construct the response. We're going to say new paginated response, which is going to be a list of t. We're using generic, so this method works on any type that we want, like movies or people. Now we're going to say response total amount of pages equal to total amount of pages response equal to records, and return response. And that's it. Now this method handles pagination. Now we can go to the person repository and we can say return queryable get paginated response, and we can pass the pagination DTO. And that's it. With this we are paginating our records. Now this works very good for Blazor server side, but we need to do something for Blazor WebAssembly. That is because in here we do need to use the HTTP context to insert the HTTP header in the HTTP response. So let's do the following. We're going to say var paginated response here, and we're going to say we need to inject the person repository, and we're going to initialize it as a field, and we're going to say await person repository, get people, and let's pass the pagination DTO parameter. And now, of course, from here we can just say return paginated response, because that is what this wants, a list of person, which is what we get here. But now we need to work on this part from here. What we're going to do is that we're going to create a new extension method here that doesn't use queryable, but that only receives the total amount of pages. So let's remove this from here, and let's say paginated response, total amount of pages, and we need to create this. So let's go to the HTTP context extension methods here in the server project. This is here, HTTP context extensions, and we're going to create a new one. I will just copy this one, I'll paste it here, and I will eliminate the iQueryable parameter because we don't need it for this one. And now I can delete this, and say here total amount pages. And that's actually it. With this, we are inserting in the response of the HTTP request the header total amount of pages, which is needed for our Blazor WebAssembly application. Now we can go back to people controller, but before of that, let's make this async method, and let's say here void to fix this issue. Now let's go here, and we don't need to await this because it is sync. And we forgot to remove the generic argument here, so let's remove this, and this should fix the issue. Let's go back here, and now this compiles. Now we have pagination working for both Blazor WebAssembly and Blazor server side. Now let's continue working. This one is easier. We only need to implement this, so let's cut this from here, and let's go to our person repository, get person by ID, return, await this, async here. We can use the find method, the find async method if we want, just to be sure that we are always using an efficient manner for bringing the person. And now let's use this in our people controller here. So let's say await person repository, get person by ID, and send the ID. And this is done. Now let's go for filter by name. Let's cut all of this. And let's go to the person repository here, get people by name, and let's paste this here, and let's say async, and we need to change this to search text, and let's bring in system link queue and Microsoft Entity Framework core. And now let's go to people controller, return, await person repository, get people by name, and let's send the search text. Now let's go for this. Here, as you can see, we're using the iFile storage service. So let's cut all of this, cut person repository, and let's go to create person, and let's paste this here. And we need to make this method async, and all of this is working. And I want to put this in a variable container name, just so we don't have this magic string here. So let's say private read only string container name equal to people, and that's it. Now let's go down here, and this should be fine. Now let's go for update person. Let's cut this, let's paste this here, but let's remember to call this create person method from our people controller. So let's go back here, and let's say await person repository, create person, and let's send the person. Now let's go for the update method. Here what we're going to do is that we're going to say await, but we're going to get the person first, person repository, get person by ID, and let's say person.id. And if the person does not exist, then we're going to return not found. Otherwise, we're going to run all of this. So let me cut this from here, and let's go to the person repository class. And here in the update method, I will paste this. And again, we're going to say get person by ID, remembering that we are using find async here, so there is no problem. So let's make this async. And now we need to do something. We need to say detach to the person entity. So let's say context entry person.state.entity state detach. That is because I need that this instance that we have here and this instance that we have also here are different, because get person by ID is going to get the same instance from Entity Framework Core, and if they are the same, then the mapping will not work. So now let's go here and let's say container name, and all of this compile. And finally, let's go here and let's say await person repository, update person, and let's pass the person. Now let's go down here and let's do the final method. Let's say here person repository get by ID, and let's pass the ID, and let's take all of this code and let's go here. Let's go to the delete person method and let's paste it here. And now let's make this async, and we can do the following. We can say var person equal to await get person by ID, and that's it. Now let's go here to people controller and let's say await person repository delete person, and let's pass the ID of the person. Now we need to move the code for configuring the iFile storage service and automapper into our share backend project. So let's go to the server project here, to the startup class, and let's take this code from here. Let's take this code and this code, and let's cut them, and let's go here to add Blazor movies by pressing F12, and now let's paste this here, and also let me include the iPerson repository that we just created, the person repository that we just created. Now here we need to bring this namespace automapper, we need to bring this namespace helpers, and this is done. Now here we need to do something different. What I'm going to do is that I am going to use the assembly that contains the automapper profiles class. So I am going to say new array, and I'm going to pass the assembly here. So I will say type of automapper profiles, and I will say assembly. Automapper allows you to send the assemblies that contains the profiles that configure the mappings that you want to use for your application, and that is what we are doing here. Since our automapper profiles lives in this assembly share backend, as you can see here, automapper profiles, then we are sending this assembly into the configuration of automapper by using this code that we have here. Now this should be enough, so let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and we got an error. Let's see, we have an error here in this paginate method because we moved the namespace in which it's located. So let me put the namespace here using Blazor movies share backend helpers. That should be enough to solve this issue, and it is solved. Now let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application, and we are here in the WebAssembly application. Let's see that everything still works. We have this pagination one by one. Let me fix that right away. Let me go to the index people component. Let's go here. Record by page. I will choose 10, and then let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application again. Now let's go back here to people, and this is better. As you can see, we have pagination. Let's go to new person. I will quickly create a new person here. I will put whatever date of birth. I will choose an image. I will choose Tom Holland, and then let me go here, bio, and submit. Now let's go to next. Let's go to edit, and we have Tom Holland here. Let's change this, and let's change the picture to Sebastian Stan. Let's see if everything is edited correctly. Now let's go here, new person 2, and the new person is also here. So this is working, and of course let's delete the person. Let's go here and delete, and it is deleted. Now let's do the same for Blazor WebAssembly. We need to make sure that everything works in both environments. So let me minimize this. Let's right click here, set as startup project. Now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and let's log in. Let me put my credentials, and let me click on remember me so I don't have to log in again. And now let's go to people. Let's create a new person, and we got an error. Let's press F12 to see the error, and we can see that the problem is the file reader service. That is because we forgot to configure the library for uploading images. So let's do that real quick. Let's go here to the client project. Let's see that we have two libraries, MarkDig and Pure Blazor file reader. So I will copy this, and I will go here, and I will go to my server-side project. I will say manage NuGet packages. I will go to browse, and I will say this package. I will choose the same version, which is 1.5, which is this one. Now let me install the package, and I will do the same for MarkDig. Let's go here, let's click on here, let's install this package. Now let's configure it on the startup class. Let's go here, and here I will put the same code that I have in the client project. So let's come here to the program class. Let's go here, I need this line of code from here, which initializes the file reader service. And let me put it here. And I will put in this namespace, Blazor file reader. And this should be enough. Let me press Ctrl F5 to run the application once again. Let's go to people, new person. And now I can create the new person server side. Whatever date of birth. Choose file. Let me choose this guy. Bio. And submit. And it did work. And we can see that we can come here and edit the person. Let's put A2 here. And let's change the image for Scarlett Johansson. And let's submit again. And the person was edited. Let's go here. You can see Scarlett. And now let's delete the new person that we created. Delete. And as you can see, we have implemented our people CRUD for Blazor WebAssembly and Blazor server-side. Now let's work on movies. In this video, we are going to work with the movies entity and the rating entity. Let's start with movies. Here we are in the movies controller, and now we're going to migrate all of these to the movies repository. So what I'm going to do is that I am going to eliminate this application DB context from here, and all of these dependencies from here also. We are only going to leave the iMovies repository type here, and I'm going to eliminate all of these and all of these also, and the container name also. And now let's get to work. This one is done. We did it a few videos ago, so let's go to the one that returns the details movie DTO. So what I have to do is to take all of this. I will cut all of this, everything in this method. And now let's go to our movies repository here in the share backend project in repositories, movies repository. Now let's look for the one that returns the details movie DTO, which is this one. And now I will paste the code here. And now let's make this method async so that we can use asynchronous programming. And here we're going to return null. And now let's go down here. And here we're using the HTTP context, but we know that we cannot do that. What we have to do is to use our iAuthentication state service. So let's inject it here. Let's say iAuthentication state service, authentication state service, so that we can get the user ID from this service. Now let's go down here and let's say var user ID, and let's say authentication state service get current user ID. And now if the user ID is not null, if it is null, it means that the user is not logged in. We can delete this because we already have the user ID, and with this we're getting the information of the ratings of the user, and we need to await this, and then this error goes away and everything else is okay. So we can go back here and implement this here. We can say var model equal to await movies repository get details movie DTO, and I will send the ID, and if model is equal to null, then we can return not found, else we will return the model. Now let's go down here and let's go for the filter method. Again, we're going to take everything from here, and I will cut everything, and I will go here. I will look for the filter method here in this document, which is here, and now we will paste all the code. And now let's make this method async. Almost everything seems to be working except for the pagination, so let's delete this, and we don't need this. What we need is a get paginary response, and we're going to pass the pagination DTO, which is in the filter movies DTO dot pagination, and this is a movies result, and this is fine, and we can return this. And now this compiles, but we have to go back here and do some working. We're going to say var paginated response equal to await movies repository get movies filtered, and let's pass the filter movies DTO. We can return paginated response, and we need to say HTTP context insert pagination parameters in response, and we have to pass the total amount of pages here, total amount of pages, and that's it. Now let's go to the next one, which is the pod get method. So let me cut this code from here, and let's go to here, and let's look for this get movie for update, which is here. Let me paste the code, and here we're going to do the following. As always, this has to be async, and now we need to say get details movie DTO, and we pass the ID, and what we get is already a movie detail DTO, so I will change this and I will delete this conversion code, which is not necessary anymore, although I will say if movie detail DTO is equal to null, we're going to return null, and everything else can stay the same. And now let's go to the movies controller, and we can just do the following. We can say model movies repository get movie for update. If the model is null, then we return a not found, and finally we return the model if the model is not null. Now let's go for the post method. We have to copy all of this, we have to cut all of this, and let's go back here. Let's look for a create method, create movie method, which is this one. This returns an ID, so we actually have to say return movie.id. Let's make this async, and of course we need the container name and the file storage service, so let's do that. Let's say here file storage service, and let's initialize it as a field, and let's create a read-only field here for the container name, which is movies. And now let's go here, and as we can see, everything compiles here. And now let's go here, and we can say return await movies repository. This is a one-liner, create movie, and we just pass the movie, and that's it. And now let's go for the pod method. Here we're going to do something different. We're going to avoid this code from here, and we're just going to use include here so that Entity Framework Core handles the deletion and creation of movie actors and movie genres. If you remember from the past, what we did was to delete movies actors and movies genres, and we created them all over again. But this is not necessary because it suffices to do two includes here, which is going to cause two inner joins in our SQL query, and then Entity Framework Core will be able to figure out which movies actors and movies genres are new and which has been edited, and from there Entity Framework will do the correct update, which means that we can delete this, and I will take all of this, let me take all of this, and I will say cut. And now let's go back here. I will look for the update method, which is this one, update movie. And now let me paste the code. And now let me include the includes. Let's say include here. And I will say movies actors, and the same for movies genres here. And again, what this is going to do is that it is going to see the differences between this movie DB that we have and the movie that the user sends, and it's going to figure out the differences between movies actors from here and movies actors from here and movies genres from here and movies genres from here, and it is going to issue the creation, update, or deletion as required. Now here we will say return null if this movie was not found. Now here we will delete this line of code, and we need automapper, so let's go up, let's go here, and let's inject automapper. Let's say mapper, and let's initialize it as a field. And now we don't have this error here anymore. As you can see, something that I have to do is to detach this entity that we have here, because we don't want that if this movie came from the database from the same context that we have here, we don't want it to be the same as this one, because otherwise this mapping will not be done. So I will detach this movie just in case. If the movie is not attached, then it doesn't matter. It won't hurt, it won't throw any error if we do this. So we can say movie state entity state detach, and that's it. This method is done. Now let's go back here and let's do an implementation here. So what we're going to do is that we're going to say var movie equal to await movies repository, and we're going to get the movie by its ID. So let's say .id. Let's name this movie DB so that it is different, and let's say if movie DB is equal to null, then we're going to return not found. Otherwise, we're going to say await movies repository update movie, and we're going to pass this movie that we have here. And at the end, we return a 204. Now, finally, we have the delete method. Again, we can say here movies repository let's get the movie by its ID. If movie is equal to null, then not found. Otherwise, we can remove the movie. So we're going to say await movies repository, delete movie, and we're going to pass the ID of the movie. And let's go back here and let's look for delete. And now let's say this. And of course, we're going to use find here to say var movie equal to await context movies.find async, and we're going to pass the ID. And we need to do this async, of course. And that's it. We have finished with the movies entity. We can compile our whole application and we can see that everything compiles, but we're not ready yet. Because if you remember, in the details movie component, which we can see here, let's say details movie component, we also have a dependency with the iRating repository. So let's work on this. This is a small controller, so this will be quick. Let's go to repositories and let's create a new repository first. Let's say rating repository and let's say public and let's say iRating repository and let's implement the interface. There is only one method. Let's go to the ratings controller here and let's copy all of this. Let's cut all of this from here and let's go here and let's paste it and let's work. Here we see that we need the user ID, but we already know how to get that. We need to use the constructor because we need our iAuthentication state service, and let's name it this way and let's initialize it as a field, and I'm going to say var user ID equal to await authentication state service get current user ID. If user ID is equal to null, then I will just return here. And now let's say async so that we eliminate all of these errors. And now we need the DB context, of course. So let's say application DB context, and let's initialize it as a field. And let's bring Microsoft Entity Framework Core namespace here. And that's it. Now this is compiling. So let's go to the rating controller. We can eliminate these dependencies from here. And we only need to inject the iRating repository, and let's bring this namespace, rating repository, and let's initialize it as a field. Let's eliminate these two lines, and now all I have to do is to say await rating repository, vote, and pass the movie rating. And that's it. Now we need to register this iRating repository service into our dependency injection system. So let's go to our share backend project, and let's go to our iService collection Blazor movies, and we're going to say services are scoped iRating repository, rating repository, and now this is being injected, and we of course have the iMovies repository already being injected. Something else that we have to do is to go to our index.html file because we need a reference to this CSS library font awesome for the rating component. Now let's go to our host CSS.html file of the Blazor server-side application so that we can include it. Let's put it here. And now let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. We're going to start testing with the Blazor server-side application. Now we are here. We can see that we are logged in. Let's click on here. We can see our details movie component. We can vote for a movie, let's say 3, and we have a success. And if I refresh, you are going to see that now my vote is 3. I can put it back as 5 and it works. I can refresh and now the average is 5 out of 5. We have the genres here, the actors here, so everything seems to be working. Now let's create a movie. Let's go here. Let's say new movie. It will be in theaters. I will put whatever trailer here and I will put a release date. And let me choose a picture. Let's go to movies here. I'll choose Moana. And I will leave the summary empty. And let's say action and animation. And for actors, I will just choose Tom Holland. And I will put Peter here. And let's save changes. And as you can see, the movie was created. The image was uploaded. Here we have the actor. Here we have the trailer. I can vote for the movie. And everything seems to be working. Now let me go here because I want to edit the movie. This is the new movie. Let's see if we can edit it. Let's put a 2 here. And let's go here. Let's say that it is not animation but crime. And Peter 2. and I will add another actor like Chris, and I will say Thor. Let's save changes, and as you can see we have Thor here, Peter 2, and the title was updated. And now let's delete the movie, delete, and we got an error. Let's see what it is. And we have this error here with this my function function. So let's go to movies list component. Let's go here. We have this my function here, which does nothing. This was from a previous test, so we can delete this line of code. And now let's compile the application. Let's press Ctrl F5. And now let's try to delete again the movie. Let's say delete, and let's say OK. And as you can see, we deleted the movie. Now let's do the same test for Blazor WebAssembly. Now let's go here to Solution Explorer. Let's go here, let's say server, set as a startup project, and let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application. Let's go here to File from Home. Everything loads. I can vote for the movie. Yes, it works. Now let's create a movie. Again, new movie WebAssembly. It is in theaters. I'll use the same trailer, whatever date. Let's choose a picture. Let's choose this one. Let's say comedy. And let's say Tom Holland again. And Peter. Let's save changes. And as we can see, we have the movie here. And we can vote for it without any issues. And we can go here to edit it. It is here, new movie. Let's go here. Let's put a 2 here. Now let's say animation. And Peter 2, save changes. And Peter 2, animation, WebAssembly 2. And let's delete it. Finally, delete, OK, and everything seems to be working. Now, the next step is to work on the user's controller. Now let's work with the user's controller. This is a really small controller. We have to migrate these 4 methods, so let's start. First, we need to create the user's repository, so let's go here to our shared backend project, and let's say repositories, add new class, users repository, and let's make it public, and let's implement the interface iUsers repository, and let me implement the interface. And now let's say get users. Let's start here. Let's go here. I will cut all of this and I will paste it here. We need to delete this HTTP context from here because we do pagination in a different way. So let's cut this, and we need the DB context, so let's inject it through the controller of this class. So let's say application DB context, and let's initialize it as a field. Now we need to use our pagination method, so let's say var paginated response equal to get paginated response, and we pass the pagination DTO, and we're going to do the following. We're going to say var users DTO equal to, we need to map the paginated response into this users DTO. So let's bring system link queue. The idea it is that here we're receiving a identity user entity, but we don't have access to that type from our frontend project. That is why we are doing this mapping to user DTO. So we're saying here we have a list of identity user, and now here in the response we have that list, and then we do a select to do a mapping into the user DTO type, which contains the email and the user ID. And now we don't need this async because this is from memory, not from a database. This is the database operation. That is why we use await here and not here. And now let's put a semicolon here. And now let's say var paginated response DTO equal to new paginated response list user DTO. And let me do this. And let's say response equal to users DTO. And total amount of pages comes from paginated response, total amount of pages. And now let's say semicolon here and return paginated response DTO. And now we can use this method get users from our users controller. All we have to do is to inject the iUsers repository. So iUsers repository. Let's use this one from here. And let's say user repository. And let's initialize it as a field. And let's delete this from here. And this from here also. And let's say var paginated response equal to await users repository get users, and let's pass the pagination DTO. Let's use HTTP context, insert pagination parameters in response, and let's pass the total amount of pages, paginated response, total amount of pages, and let's say return paginated response, response. And this works. Now let's go here, let's cut this. This is for get roles. So let's go here, and let's say here get roles. Let's paste it here. Let's make this async, and let's bring this namespace Microsoft Entity Framework Core. And that's it from here. This one was simple. We just have to say here, return await users repository, get roles. And that's it. Now let's go for assign role and remove role. Let's start with this one. Let's cut this code from here. Let's go here. Here in assign role, we're going to put this code, and let me cut this and let me put it here next to that remove role code. Now let's make this async, and we need the user manager. Let's bring this namespace using security claims, and let's say here edit role DDO, and now let's bring the user manager. We can do that without any issues. Let's go here, let's say user manager, identity user, user manager, and let's initialize it as a field. Now let's go down here, and this already works. Now let's do the same for this one, but first let's say here await user repository, assign role, and let's pass the edit role DTO. And finally, let's cut this from here, and let's go here to remove role. Let's remove this, and let's say that this is async, and that this is called edit role DTO, and that's it here. Now let's go here, await user repository, remove role, edit role DTO. Now finally we have to go to our share backend project to configure the dependency injection system for our new iUsers repository. So let's say services, add scope, iUsers repository, users repository. Now everything should be okay, so let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application. This is the Blazor WebAssembly application. Let's go to users. We can see that we have our users, and let me edit here, and we have our admin role here. Now let's do the same for the Blazor server-side application. Let's go to the Solution Explorer. This is the server-side application. Let's say set startup project. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application. And here we have our application. Let's go to users, and we got the same screen, edit, and the same role here. And with this, we are almost done with our application. There is only one issue left. Let's go to search movies. Let's go here, and let's see that this application works. I'll press enter, and this works. Let's clear this. Let's say comedy, for example, filter. Everything seems to be working. Now, if I go here and I press enter, we're going to get this weird error. Why is that? It says redirected you too many times. The error comes from using the onInitialize method and combining it with our use of the navigation manager. Let's see that. This is something that we can solve real quick. So let's go here. Let's go to our movie filter component here. And as you can see, let's go down here. And here we're saying onInitialize async. And we're doing a special operation to change the URL. Let's go here to load movies. And here we have navigate to. This navigate to is triggering a real redirection. And that is why when we load the application, we go here and we navigate to movie search, which is our page where we have the filter, movies search. So then the application loads a second time, it comes here, it triggers another redirect, and so on. So what can we do about it? What we can do is to use on after render async. So let's do that. Let's go here, let's say on after render async, and let's say bool first render, and let's say if it is the first render, then we want to run this method that we have here, run all of this code that we have here. And that's actually it. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application, and we're going to see that now we have finished porting our Blazor Movies application to Blazor server-side using a dual architecture. Let me refresh this page just so you see that it works, but it doesn't because we forgot to say a state has changed, just like we learned in a previous video. When we use on after render async and we make a change, we have to say a state has changed. So let's do that real quick here. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run the application. Let's close all the other tabs. Let's go to search movies. and we see that it loads. Let's see that it works, Spider. And now let me refresh. As you can see, the title was added in the URL, and I can refresh and everything works. So as we said, what we wanted to do was a dual architecture in which we could use the same code base for Blazor WebAssembly and Blazor server-side, and that is indeed what we did. Now the only thing that is left for us is to deploy this Blazor server-side application. We will see that next.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In this video, we are going to learn how to deploy our Blazor server-side application into an Azure App Service. But first we need to talk about SignalR. If you remember, at the beginning of this module we said that the connection between the user's browser and the ASP.NET Core server is done with a SignalR connection. SignalR is a library from Microsoft for real-time communication. There is a service from Azure which allows us to escalate SignalR connections easily. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to go to portal.azure.com, and here we are, and we're going to look for that SignalR service. So let's say SignalR here, and let's create a new resource, create SignalR. I will use Visual Studio Enterprise and Blazor Movies for the resource group. I will say Blazor Movies here, and I will choose US East, and we have some pricing tiers. There is a free tier, we're going to use that one, and we're going to choose default here, and let's review and create, and let's create the SignalR service. And the resource has been created, so let's click on here to go to the resource, and now we need a connection string that lives here in keys. This is the connection string, so I will copy it, and now let's go back to our Blazor Movies application, and here on the server side project I will go to the app settings JSON, and here in the connection string section I will add SignalR, and I will paste my connection string here. And now I will save, and let's go to the startup class because we need to go here in order to configure our SignalR service. But first we need to install a package, so let's go to Manage NuGet Packages here, and let's say Microsoft Azure SignalR. Let's click on here, and let's click on Install. Let's click on Accept, and now let's go back here, and let's say Services add SignalR, and then we say add Azure SignalR, and we're going to use some options because we need to make two configurations. The first one is going to be the connection string. We're going to say options connection string equal to configuration get connection string, and we're going to say, let's come here and let's say SignalR. I will copy this and I will paste it here. And the second configuration that we want to do is to configure sticky mode. The idea of sticky mode is that we want to make sure that once a user uses a specific server for the SignalR connection, he always uses that same server. This is because when you do horizontal scaling, you can have many servers for your application, and sometimes you need to make sure that your users always use the same server throughout their use of the web page. So for that, we're going to say sticky mode required. And now let's make a test. Let's press Ctrl F5 to run our application, and let's press F12. And as you can see, we are connecting to blazormovies.service.signalr.net, which is the Azure SignalR service that we just created. Now let's deploy the application. Let's close this. Let's go here. Let's right click here, and let's click on Publish. We need to create a new app service. Let's choose this name, Blazor Movies Server Side 2, resource group Blazor Movies. I will choose this plan, and we don't need to create a SQL database because we already have one. So I can create this, and this is creating the app service, and the app service has been created. Now I will click on Publish here, and the application is here, and it is loading. Now of course we haven't configured a database, so we're not really getting anything from here. So what we have to do now is to go to portal.azure.com again, here, and let me unite this. Now let me go to App Services, Blazor Movie Server Side 2, and I will come here to Configuration, and in Connection String I will add a new one, Default Connection, and I will use the same database that I had for Blazor WebAssembly, SQL Server, OK, and let me save, continue. Sometimes it may take a few minutes for updating. Now we got an error here, of course, and the cool thing is that we try to see the error, but we don't get any details of the error because we are in production. That is fine. Now let's press enter here, let's refresh the page, and as you can see, now we don't have any errors because we have a connection to a database. But if I go here to search movies, we are going to see that in genres we have the comedy genre. Therefore, we are indeed using the same database that we had for Blazor WebAssembly. So in this video, we learned how to publish a Blazor server-side application in Azure App Service, which has the same process as a Blazor WebAssembly application. And we also learned that it is advisable to use Azure Signal R for Signal R connections in our ASP.NET Core applications. In this module, we saw the main characteristics of Blazor server-side applications. We saw that they run in a server and the user interacts with it through a Signal R connection. We saw similarities and differences of Blazor WebAssembly and server-side applications. Like, it is the same Blazor, so virtually everything we learned so far in this course applies to both Blazor server-side and WebAssembly. We saw that Blazor server-side has a host CSS file instead of an index.html, and in these files we typically put the static resources of the project, for example, CSS files and JavaScript files. We also saw that we should not use JavaScript in the onInitialize lifecycle method in Blazor server-side. In this case, we should use onAfterRender. With a dual architecture, we were able to maximize code reuse between our Blazor WebAssembly and server-side projects. We published our application in an Azure App Service, and we used the Azure Signal R service for managing Signal R connections. Until now, our application has been shown in a single language. This is something that we can change with ASP.NET Core. Hello, my name is Felipe Gavilan, and in this module, we will talk about globalization and localization. With these concepts, we can create applications that adapt to the language and region of the user who uses the application. We will begin this module by giving an introduction to internationalization in ASP.NET Core. Then, we will make a multi-language Blazor WebAssembly application where the application will automatically detect the appropriate language and region for the user. We will also see how to allow the user to select the language and region to use manually. We will see how to translate the error messages of forms, and of course, we will also work on internationalization with a Blazor server application. We will begin this module by giving an introduction to internationalization in ASP.NET Core.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.